The 5-Star Weekend by Elin Hilderbrand, a full-length audiobook summary. Enjoy. Chapter 1, Accident Report 1. It's a peaceful December 15th morning in Wellesley as Hollis Shaw prepares cheddar tartlets in her kitchen. Her husband, Dr. Matthew Madden, is set to leave for a cardiology conference in Leipzig, Germany. Despite the serene holiday atmosphere, Hollis is deeply bothered by Matthew's trip. She had hoped he would be present for their annual holiday party, which they have hosted together since moving to Wellesley. However, Matthew insists on attending the conference and visiting his ailing mentor in Berlin. As Hollis continues her preparations, she sings along to her favorite carol, The Holly and the Ivy, enjoying the festive ambience of her kitchen adorned with spruce garlands and copper pots. The snowflakes falling outside add to the charm, but Hollis can't shake her worries about Matthew's absence. She tries to convince herself to let him go graciously, but deep down, she is hurt and upset. When Matthew finally appears in the kitchen, dressed in a suit with a Santa-themed tie, Hollis can't help but voice her concerns. She wishes he would change his plans, but he dismisses her worries, claiming it's her party and she won't even notice his absence amidst the swellously glitterati. Hollis feels hurt by his casual response, as she is the one who puts in tremendous effort to organize the party every year. As Matthew departs for the airport, Hollis finds herself unable to continue cooking. She scrapes the untouched breakfast she made for Matthew into their dog's bowl and wipes away her tears. Their conversation had escalated into a fight, with Hollis expressing her feeling of being neglected and their marriage lacking romance. She ponders the last time they felt truly connected and questions whether they have become nothing more than roommates. Desperate to reach out to Matthew and apologize for their argument, Hollis repeatedly calls and texts him, expressing her love and emphasizing their importance to her. However, there is no response. The phrase, "and we've changed," echoes in her mind, and she reflects on how she has transformed since gaining popularity through her website. She struggles with finding a balance between her newfound passion and her role as a wife and mother. Seeking distraction, Hollis makes dinner reservations for New Year's Eve, hoping to rekindle their romance. She briefly visits her high school boyfriend's Facebook profile, but her thoughts are interrupted by a knock at the door. A police officer delivers shocking news: a car accident involving Matthew and a deer on Dover Street. The abrupt ending of the text leaves Hollis in a state of confusion and worry about Matthew's well-being. The future of their relationship remains uncertain, and Hollis contemplates the changes they have both undergone and whether they can find a way to reconnect. After the devastating news of Matthew's death, Hollis finds herself engulfed in grief and shock. She collapses to the floor, screaming in anguish, as the police officer confirms Matthew's passing. Hollis's emotions overwhelm her, and she covers her ears to block out the holiday song playing in the kitchen. Desperate for help, she asks the officer to call her husband, hoping against hope that he can fix this tragedy. Instead of a festive holiday party, Hollis finds herself organizing a funeral. The house is filled with sympathetic neighbors, hospital staff, and friends who come to pay their respects. Hollis's only concern is her daughter, Caroline, but their relationship becomes strained. Caroline maintains a composed facade in public but distances herself from Hollis in private, criticizing her mother's decision to host a reception after the funeral. Hollis had hoped for a deep connection with Caroline in the aftermath of Matthew's death, but instead, they grow apart. Caroline goes out at night, returning home intoxicated, while Hollis stays up anxiously waiting for her safe return. Their conversations become tense, with Caroline expressing her anger and pain over her father's death. Hollis bears the brunt of Caroline's rage, believing it is her duty as a mother to absorb the emotional punishment. As the new year begins, Hollis starts sorting through Matthew's belongings. However, Caroline confronts her, accusing Hollis of trying to erase her father's memory. An argument ensues, and Caroline vents her resentment, implying that Hollis didn't love Matthew enough and belittling her grief. The confrontation leaves Hollis feeling devastated and abandoned, with Caroline leaving for New York earlier than planned. Hollis receives the official accident report but can't bring herself to read it, fearing the painful details of Matthew's accident. She withdraws from cooking and loses her appetite, finding solace neither in medication nor in the advice offered by well-meaning friends. Hollis reflects on how her father coped with her mother's sudden death and realizes she must focus on taking care of herself while reaching out to Caroline, even though her attempts are met with resistance. Hollis frequently checks Caroline's Instagram account, despite restraining herself from liking or commenting on any of her daughter's posts. The only recent update from Caroline is a birthday message to her friend, which Hollis repeatedly views, desperate for any connection to her distant daughter. Hollis finds solace in her virtual friendship with Gigi Ling, a woman she connected with through her website. They have been texting regularly, and Gigi has become Hollis's favorite person in the Hungry with Hollis community. Gigi's messages provide a sense of comfort, assuring Hollis that she is there to listen and support her. They share personal details and intimate thoughts that Hollis has been unable to express to anyone else. However, one day Gigi suddenly stops responding, leaving Hollis feeling abandoned and hurt. Hollis tries to rationalize Gigi's silence, assuming that she might be busy or dealing with personal matters. She refrains from sending multiple texts asking for an explanation, wanting to avoid being a burden. Hollis realizes that her connection with Gigi was mostly one-sided, with Gigi offering support and guidance while Hollis shared her own struggles. She contemplates the possibility that Gigi might be tired of their one-way friendship. Meanwhile, Caroline informs Hollis that she won't be coming to Nantucket for the summer. Instead, she has secured an internship in New York City, which Hollis will be financially supporting by paying for Caroline's sublet. Hollis is torn between wanting Caroline's presence to heal their strained relationship and understanding the significance of the internship for her daughter's growth. Feeling emotionally drained and desperate for a change of scenery, Hollis returns to Nantucket, hoping that being in their summer home will bring some relief. However, even there, she finds herself mourning a different version of Matthew, the one associated with their relaxing summers. The memories and reminders of their time together intensify her grief. Unable to find solace or distraction, Hollis resorts to late-night internet searches for advice on coping with the death of a spouse. She comes across articles with generic suggestions but nothing that truly helps alleviate her pain. Desperate for connection and understanding, she even checks Jack Finnegan's Facebook page, seeking a glimpse of his life without Mindy. As Hollis tries to navigate her grief and reach out to Caroline, she stumbles upon an article about a woman named Moira Sullivan, who organized a girls' trip with her best friends to celebrate their friendships. Inspired by Moira's idea, Hollis considers hosting her own version of a girls' weekend, inviting her closest friends from different stages of her life, including Gigi as the friend from midlife. Excited by the possibility of honoring her friendships and seeking support from her closest companions, Hollis decides to host the 5-star weekend on Nantucket. She feels a renewed sense of energy and purpose, hoping that the event will provide a much-needed respite from her guilt, melancholy, and loneliness. As Hollis drifts off to sleep that night, for the first time since Matthew's death, she finds peace in her decision, believing that the upcoming weekend could bring the healing and connection she longs for. Chapter 2: The Invitation. Hollis feels a mix of excitement and anxiety as she awaits responses from her friends about the girls' weekend. Brooke eagerly agrees to join, while Drewen expresses concerns about her busy schedule but ultimately confirms her attendance. Tatum, Hollis's childhood friend, seems hesitant but responds positively, indicating that she will spend the night at Hollis's house. Hollis is relieved that 3 out of the 4 friends have agreed to come. Hollis reflects on her relationship with Tatum, realizing that they haven't been as close since she left for college. However, she hopes that this weekend will provide an opportunity to reconnect. Hollis acknowledges that the dynamics among her friends might not be smooth, possibly resembling more of a reality TV show than a Hallmark movie. Hollis takes her dog Henrietta for a walk, leaving her phone behind in hopes of finding some respite from her anxieties. Upon her return, she expects a text from Gigi, but there is nothing from her. Brooke, on the other hand, excitedly shares her travel plans and asks what she can bring for the weekend. Hollis contemplates her response to Brooke, knowing that engaging in a conversation with her can become overwhelming. She checks Gigi's name, confirming that her invitation was delivered, but assumes that Gigi has chosen not to respond. However, when Hollis wakes up the next day, she is surprised to find a text from Gigi sent in the early hours of the morning. Gigi expresses her gratitude for being included and questions if Hollis is sure about the weekend. Hollis is taken aback by Gigi's response but feels honored by her message. She fights the urge to confront Gigi about her recent silence and instead responds positively, looking forward to meeting her in person. Hollis feels a renewed sense of excitement as she sends the text, hoping that the girls' weekend will bring the connection and support she desperately seeks. Chapter 3, Chink in the Armor. Caroline Shaw Madden, a rising senior at NYU, finds herself in a complicated romantic relationship with her boss, Isaac Opoku, an Academy Award-winning documentarian. Despite their age difference and Isaac's committed relationship with supermodel Sophia Desmion, Caroline and Isaac have been involved for the past 17 days. Caroline never anticipated this turn of events, but she can't deny her feelings for Isaac. Caroline reflects on Sophia's absence and questions the nature of Isaac and Sophia's relationship. Sophia's infrequent presence in their lives and Isaac's loneliness make Caroline believe that their relationship is more of a facade for their public images. One day, when Sophia briefly encountered Caroline at the studio, she made a comment about not causing trouble, leaving Caroline puzzled about the meaning behind her words. In the professional realm, Caroline assists Isaac with editing his documentary about a chef named Amira Delacroix. She handles mundane tasks and learns about editing from Isaac, who appreciates her company. However, one day, Caroline makes a mistake with the script and Isaac reprimands her, leading her to break down in tears. In that vulnerable moment, Caroline reveals that her father unexpectedly passed away in December, explaining her fragile state. Isaac responds with empathy, comforting her and sharing his own experience of losing his mother at a young age. Caroline's involvement with Isaac intensifies, leading to an affair between them. They both understand the complexities and potential consequences of their relationship, but their desire for each other overrides their rationality. However, Sophia's impending return to New York marks the end of their affair, causing both Caroline and Isaac anguish. As Caroline leaves Isaac's loft and embarks on her walk home, she receives a text from her estranged mother, Hollis, asking her to come to Nantucket for the weekend. Caroline initially considers declining, harboring resentment towards her mother. Ever since her mother's website became successful, Caroline feels neglected and overshadowed. However, something about her recent breakup and her longing for her mother's voice prompts Caroline to call her. Hollis reveals her plan to host a 5-star weekend on Nantucket, where 4 friends from different phases of her life would gather. She asks Caroline to come and film the event, offering to pay her $2,500 for her services. Caroline hesitates at the idea, envisioning a mundane and uneventful gathering. But the promise of financial support and a chance to escape the city, especially with Sophia's return, leads her to reluctantly accept. Caroline agrees to join the 5-star weekend and plans to arrive on Nantucket on Friday morning. She hopes that this experience will provide her with the funds she needs and a temporary reprieve from her complicated emotions. Caroline arrives at Isaac's loft, dressed in black to symbolize the end of their affair. The peaceful atmosphere indicates that Sophia has yet to return. Isaac confirms that Sophia will land at 5 p.m. Despite the lingering desire between them, Isaac interrupts the moment and emphasizes the need to focus on their work. Caroline agrees and informs Isaac that she will take the following day and Monday off. Isaac's frown prompts Caroline to realize her newfound power to request time off. He grabs her chin gently, forcing her to meet his gaze, and asks about her plans. Caroline reveals that she will be going to Nantucket to visit her mother, who is hosting a weekend gathering for her friends. After their conversation, Caroline remembers that she forgot to ask her mother about the guest list. She texts Hollis to inquire about the attendees and is surprised by the response. Tatum, Druen, Brooke, and someone named Gigi Ling have been invited. Caroline is unfamiliar with Gigi Ling and expresses her concerns to her mother. Hollis mentions meeting Gigi through her website, which frustrates Caroline as she believes her mother enjoys the adoration of her online community too much. Caroline worries about the potential risks of inviting a stranger to the 5-star weekend. Caroline shares the details with Isaac, including her role in filming the event. Isaac reacts with surprise, finding the situation bizarre. They both ponder the presence of a woman whom Hollis has never met, particularly someone connected to her foodie website. The uncertainty surrounding Gigi Ling adds another layer of intrigue to the upcoming weekend, leaving Caroline and Isaac curious about the dynamics that will unfold. This will be a funny little project for you. And maybe not a complete waste? You can practice shooting landscape. There was one afternoon in Isaac's bed when Caroline described Nantucket to him, the stretches of pristine golden beach, the moors dotted with green ponds, the peppermint stick of the Sankaty Lighthouse. May I please borrow a camera? Caroline asks. Either the Red or the Alexa. And one of your Sackler tripods. She watches doubt flicker across Isaac's face. He never lends his equipment. Of course, mon petit cho. And you should take my drone. His drone? Whoa. Maybe he thinks Caroline can get some good footage of the island, or maybe he's patronizing her. Probably a bit of both. It will be a funny little project, and Caroline will return to New York $2,500 richer. On Caroline's first day at the loft, Isaac had told her that the most challenging part of documentary filmmaking was finding a worthy subject. Look for a chink in the armor, he said, where you can penetrate the surface and discover a hidden truth. As Caroline packs up Isaac's precious equipment, she laughs to herself. There won't be any hidden truths behind a bunch of olds eating lobster rolls, wearing capri pants, and quoting 16 candles. That much is for sure. Chapter 4, First Light. Hollis takes a moment to compose herself, feeling the weight of the past 7 months on her shoulders. The words she types on the Hungry with Hollis website carry not only her gratitude but also a deep sense of vulnerability. She knows she is opening herself up to the scrutiny and judgment of others, but she also believes in the power of connection and community. With a deep breath, she continues writing, I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for your unwavering support, your thoughts, prayers, and heartfelt condolences. The love and compassion you have shown me during this incredibly challenging time have been a source of strength and comfort that I cannot adequately put into words. Your stories, shared with such bravery and vulnerability, have touched me deeply, reminding me of the power of human connection even in our darkest moments. Hollis pauses, reflecting on the immense weight of grief and loss that has marked her recent journey. She realizes that she wants to convey hope, resilience, and the possibility of finding joy again. With renewed determination, she continues typing, Today, I am writing to you all with a glimmer of hope in my heart and some exciting news to share. In an effort to embrace life and move forward, I am hosting something very special, a 5-star weekend at my beloved home on the picturesque island of Nantucket. Hollis takes a moment to imagine her readers' reactions, their curiosity piqued by the mention of a 5-star weekend. She knows they will be eager to learn more, and she wants to paint a vivid picture of what awaits them. Imagine waking up to the gentle kiss of the morning sun, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, as you step onto the deck of First Light, my little piece of paradise. The ocean breeze carries the scent of salt and adventure, and as you explore the house, you'll discover the magic in every carefully chosen detail. She smiles, picturing the sea glass windows, the vibrant colors, and the cozy nooks where conversations and laughter will flow freely. But she also knows that it's not just about the house, it's about the people who will fill it. But the true heart of this weekend lies not only in the beauty of the surroundings but in the connections we'll make and the memories we'll create together. I have invited 4 extraordinary women, each representing a different phase of my life, to join me on this journey of friendship, discovery, and healing. Hollis considers her guests, Tatum, her childhood friend, Drew Ann, her college roommate, Brooke, her enthusiastic acquaintance, and Gigi, the mysterious yet intriguing stranger. Each woman brings her own story, her own experiences, and Hollis is excited to see how their lives intertwine during this special time. I believe in the power of sharing stories, and that's why I've asked my talented daughter, Caroline, a budding filmmaker, to document our adventures during the 5-star weekend. Through her lens, we'll capture the essence of these moments, the laughter, the tears, the unexpected surprises, and create a lasting testament to the power of friendship, love, and resilience. Hollis's words flow with a mix of excitement and nervousness. She knows this endeavor is both a leap of faith and an opportunity for growth, for herself and for everyone involved. I want to extend an invitation to all of you, the incredible members of the Hungry with Hollis community. While I cannot physically accommodate everyone, I hope to share glimpses of our journey, allowing you to be a part of this experience in spirit. Your support and encouragement mean the world to me, and I am grateful to have you by my side as we embark on this new chapter together. With a final heartfelt thank you and a promise to keep everyone updated, Hollis hits the Publish button. A mix of anticipation and nervous excitement fills her as she imagines the response from her community. She is ready to embrace the 5-star weekend, to bask in the beauty of Nantucket, and to let the power of friendship and connection heal the wounds of the past and pave the way for a brighter future. Chapter 5, Errands. Tatum's heart races as she sees Hollis approaching her in the line at Holdgate's Island Laundry. It's been years since they had a genuine conversation, and Tatum's guarded demeanor kicks in automatically. She wonders if Hollis followed her or somehow discovered that Tatum hid her car keys. The thought amuses her, but it quickly fades as Hollis taps her on the shoulder and greets her with a familiar, "Hey, sis." The nickname hits Tatum like a wave of nostalgia, reminding her of their close bond during their school days. But it's not fair for Hollis to evoke those memories now, as if nothing has changed. Their interactions over the past 15 years have been strained and awkward, leaving Tatum feeling distant and guarded. Hollis, always the dramatic one, speaks with a fake, overly enthusiastic voice, bombarding Tatum with questions about her life, her husband Kyle, and their son Dylan. Tatum responds curtly, offering only brief and monosyllabic replies. She feels a mix of resentment and longing, resentful of the awkwardness and longing for the deep connection they once shared. As Tatum glances at the clock, realizing the time constraints, she knows she must be efficient in getting the shirts and rushing to the Albrights' house. The thought of Hollis's upcoming weekend hangs in the air, bringing both excitement and apprehension. Tatum wrestles with conflicting desires, to rebel against the cliches and expectations of the event or to embrace the opportunity to experience life as a summer person, even if only for a few days. While Tatum's reasons for attending the girls' weekend may seem frivolous to some, there is an underlying yearning to be a part of the sparkling social scene that she sees from a distance. The benefits, cocktail parties, and exclusive dinners represent a world of glamour and privilege that Tatum has never fully been a part of. It's a chance to escape her everyday routine and immerse herself in a lifestyle she only glimpses from afar. As Tatum stands in the line at Holdgate's, lost in her thoughts, the tap on her shoulder snaps her back to the present. It's Hollis, still wearing her sunglasses and flashing a familiar smile. Despite the years of distance and tension, Tatum can't help but feel a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this weekend will be an opportunity to bridge the gap between them and rediscover the friendship they once cherished. With a cautious smile, Tatum says, "Hey, Hollis. Long time no see. How have you been?" Tatum Mackenzie and Hollis Shaw cross paths at the local supermarket, prompting a flood of emotions within Tatum. She greets Hollis, who is wearing sunglasses and a casual outfit, and recalls their complicated relationship, saying, "I'm sorry about Matthew." She regrets not attending Matthew's funeral, admitting, "I didn't call or write or come to the service. I did absolutely nothing." Hollis, seemingly unfazed by their past distance, invites Tatum to the 5-star weekend, a gathering she is hosting at her Nantucket home. Hollis shares the guest list, saying, "My friend Brooke from Wellesley is coming. Drew Ann is coming. And the 4th is Gigi, a woman I met on my website." Tatum is taken aback by the inclusion of Drew Ann, remarking silently, "After your wedding, I hoped never to see Drew Ann again." However, she recognizes the significance of the moment and resolves to attend, stating, "I'll be there." Reflecting on their friendship, Tatum acknowledges the depth of their bond, stating, "You're the first person, other than my family, that I ever loved." She recalls the unwavering support they provided each other, adding, "Despite all the pains of growing up, Tatum never felt alone. She always had Hollis." Tatum's conflicting feelings emerge as she grapples with the tension between their past closeness and their recent estrangement. Leaving the supermarket, Tatum contemplates her life and the uncertainty surrounding her biopsy results. Fear and anxiety grip her as she ponders the potential diagnosis, saying, "Does she definitely have cancer? Or does she definitely not?" The weight of her concerns looms large, but the prospect of reconnecting with Hollis brings a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil, as Tatum considers the weekend as an opportunity to heal old wounds and rekindle their friendship. In the midst of her inner turmoil, Tatum affirms her loyalty to Hollis, acknowledging that despite their differences and past conflicts, she still deeply cares for her old friend. She decides to attend the 5-star weekend, recognizing the importance of being there for Hollis during her time of grief. Chapter 6: The Phantom. Druanne Jones is driving her beloved Phantom through traffic when she receives a surprising call from Marla Fitzsimmons, her co-host on the show, Throw Like a Girl. Marla informs Druanne that their producer, Zeke, is replacing her on the show due to a recent controversy involving Posey. Druanne is outraged by the decision and the prospect of being replaced by Krabby Gabby. As Druanne navigates through traffic, she realizes the extent of the backlash she's facing. Checking Twitter, she finds hashtags like #CancelDruanneJones and #TeamPosey trending. Overwhelmed by negative tweets, Druanne debates whether or not to read them, knowing the potential damage it could do to her mental health. Despite her advice to clients in similar situations, curiosity gets the better of her, and she starts reading the tweets. Reflecting on the events leading up to the controversy, Druanne recalls a dinner with Posey and her boyfriend, Nick, where Posey reveals her plans to fly to Edinburgh for Phineas' golf tournament. Druanne tries to dissuade her, emphasizing her current lead in the Dow Great Lakes Bay Invitational, but Posey remains determined to support Phineas. Aware of the significance of the British Open, Druanne weighs her options and ultimately decides to focus on Posey's emotional state and relationship with Phineas. Back in the present, Druanne arrives at her office building and checks her Twitter feed, witnessing the intense scrutiny surrounding her. Overwhelmed by the situation, she contemplates the repercussions for her career and the impact on her sponsors. Despite her frustrations, she considers the possibility of framing Posey's decision as a mental health issue, though she recognizes the potential backlash from using it as an excuse. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Druanne grapples with the consequences of her actions and the pressure she faces in managing her public image. The pending decision to replace her on the show weighs heavily on her mind, leaving her uncertain about her future and the fallout from the controversy. On Thursday morning, Druanne Jones finds herself maneuvering her Phantom through the traffic on Lakeshore Drive, commanding attention and making others yield to her presence. She takes pride in her luxurious car, considering a Ferrari but ultimately settling for the classy elegance of the Phantom. Her phone rings, interrupting her thoughts. It's Marla Fitzsimmons, her co-host on Throw Like a Girl. Surprised by the call, Druanne answers cautiously, "Hey, girl, what's up?" Marla gets straight to the point, asking if Zeke, their producer, had contacted Druanne. It seems that Zeke hasn't reached out to her, and Druanne had been trying to get in touch with him regarding the Posey situation. Is he angry about the Posey thing? Because for the record, that wasn't my fault, Druanne defends herself, expecting Marla to relay Zeke's frustration. Marla delivers the unexpected news: he's not canceling the show, is he? However, she reveals that Druanne is being replaced temporarily by Krabby Gabby until the controversy subsides. Druanne can't believe what she's hearing, exclaiming, "You have got to be joking." Realizing there's more to the story, Marla asks, "Druanne, have you checked Twitter this morning?" Curiosity piqued, Druanne opens Twitter on her phone and searches for her own name. The results flood in, revealing a trending hashtag, #CancelDruanneJones. Thousands of tweets discuss her and the situation surrounding Posey. Feeling the weight of the backlash, Druanne contemplates the mental health claims made by Posey. They argue about the validity of using mental health as an excuse, with Druanne asserting that distraction and wishes to be elsewhere are not indicative of a mental health issue. In the midst of the turmoil, J.B. Channing, Druanne's boss and mentor, summons her to his office. He informs her that several clients have already left the agency due to the controversy, and he decides to place her on a leave of absence until the situation settles. An apology statement is being drafted to address the issue promptly. Determined to stand her ground, Druanne refuses to issue an apology, as she firmly believes she was not in the wrong. She challenges J.B., questioning if he plans to fire her. With disappointment in his voice, J.B. clarifies that termination is not his intention, but but he insists that an apology is necessary to rectify the situation. Feeling rejected by everyone in her life, Druanne storms out of JB's office and retreats to her car, seeking solace in the familiarity of her phantom. Frustrated and hurt, she speeds out of the parking garage, disregarding the judgmental gaze of the attendant. As she drives, her phone rings, and she sees Nick Wofford's name on the screen. Uncertain about talking to him given the circumstances, Druanne contemplates rejecting the call. However, she can't resist the urge for connection and answers, hoping for some support. "Hey," she greets him, her voice filled with a mixture of resignation and longing. "Are you at the office? Can we grab coffee?" Nick's response sends a shock through her already tumultuous emotions. He suggests hitting the brakes on their relationship and taking a break from seeing each other. Feeling utterly alone and abandoned, Druanne's despair intensifies. Just as she starts to lose hope, a text message arrives. It's from Hollis, inviting her to their weekend getaway in Nantucket and providing details about the dress code for their outings. Relieved to have a place where she feels welcome, Druanne decides to embrace the opportunity. She resolves to face the challenges ahead, determined to make the most of the girls' weekend in Nantucket. Nantucket, here I come, Druanne thinks, finding a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Chapter 7, Poets' Corner. In the picturesque neighborhood of Poets' Corner in Wellesley, Brooke Kirtley is eagerly preparing for her upcoming girls' weekend getaway to Nantucket. She carefully selects a photo of herself dressed in a white eyelet Love Shack fancy dress, sitting on her impeccably decorated pencil post bed, and holding her perfectly packed suitcase. With a Serena and Lily basket chandelier casting a gentle glow, she captures her excitement in the picture and shares it on Facebook. Alongside the photo, she contemplates tagging Hollis, her friend and renowned influencer, but decides against it to avoid appearing like she's name-dropping. However, her attention is quickly drawn to a comment on her post from Electra Undergrove, a former friend with whom Brooke no longer speaks. Electra mentions that she will also be in Nantucket and suggests meeting at Slip 14 for a drink. Surprised by the unexpected contact, Brooke hesitates. Memories of their strained relationship resurface, and she contemplates whether to respond. Ultimately, she chooses not to engage, dismissing Electra with the thought, "Fart off, Electra." She feels a sense of empowerment in withholding her response and focuses on the accumulating likes and comments from other friends, including her mother's jealousy. As Brooke immerses herself in the Facebook interactions, a knock at the front door startles her. Curiosity compels her to answer, and she discovers a broad, balding man in a dun-colored uniform standing before her. He is serving Charlie, her husband, with a legal summons. Brooke's mind races, fearing that something has happened to their children or Charlie himself. However, it turns out that Charlie is being sued, once again, for his inappropriate behavior towards a coworker named Irish Fahy. Charlie arrives home shortly after, and Brooke confronts him about the incident. Charlie admits to grabbing Irish from behind, claiming it was a harmless joke. Brooke pushes him away, feeling repulsed by his actions. Despite a previous incident where Charlie groped a server named Lola, resulting in a settlement, Brooke had warned him that any repeat behavior would lead her to leave him. Expressing her disappointment and disgust, Brooke asserts that she is done with their relationship. Charlie pleads with her not to give up on him, revealing that he has also been fired from his job. Brooke questions whether his termination was a genuine response to his actions or if his co-workers were simply protecting the company. Feeling a mix of emotions, Brooke walks down the hallway, with Charlie trailing behind her, to their bedroom. The late afternoon sunlight casts a golden glow on their surroundings, creating an illusion of perfection. However, Brooke points to her already packed suitcase, determined to move forward without him. "Unfinished, Charlie. I'm done," she firmly declares, reaffirming her decision to end their relationship. As she prepares to embark on a new chapter of her life, uncertainty lingers, but Brooke remains resolute in her choice to part ways with Charlie, hoping to find happiness and fulfillment beyond their tumultuous relationship. Charlie throws himself face down on the bed the way Whitney used to when she was an adolescent in the throes of a tantrum. Brooke feels sorry for the kids, and for Whitney especially. She will soon learn that her father groped a female colleague who's only a couple years older than Whitney herself. And what kind of ghastly example is Charlie setting for Will? As Charlie sobs, his strong back rising and falling, Brooke looks at him and feels nothing. Even anger eludes her, although she sees clearly now that the reason they no longer have any friends isn't Brooke's social awkwardness, which is what Charlie has led her to believe, but Charlie himself. Brooke takes her suitcase and her hatbox and decamps to the guest bedroom, where she will remain until she drives to the ferry the next day. She checks her phone. Her post has 50 likes and 16 comments. It's her most popular post ever. Brooke wipes a tear from her cheek. Chapter 8, The Third Margarita. Gigi, a flight attendant, experiences a delay during a flight from Cancun due to a domestic dispute on board. As the situation unfolds, Kristen, a flight attendant in first class, informs Gigi about the commotion. Kristen remarks, "This happens all the time. People always think the third margarita is a good idea, and they're always wrong." Gigi observes a sunburned couple being escorted off the plane by a marshal. Reflecting on her life since her husband Matthew's passing, Gigi gave up her international routes, finding it too painful to land in destinations like Rome or Madrid without Matthew waiting for her. Instead, she now finds herself stuck in Margaritaville. Arriving home in Buckhead, Gigi is greeted by her cat Melba and a note from her friends Tim and Santi, inviting her over for paella. Despite feeling exhausted and wanting to sleep, Gigi decides to join them. However, their discussion quickly turns to Gigi's upcoming trip to meet Hollis, Matthew's wife. Tim expresses disbelief, asking, "I can't believe you're going. Girl, what are you thinking?" Santi adds, "She definitely knows," referring to Hollis' awareness of Gigi's connection with Matthew. Gigi shares her desire to meet Hollis and gain insight into their marriage, unsure if what Matthew had told her about their relationship was true. Sandy proposes a theory, suggesting that Gigi's involvement with Matthew's wife is her way of holding on to him. Gigi, taken aback by the comment, finds the situation perplexing. She explains, "I want to meet her in person. I want to get a sense of what their marriage was like. He told me only certain things, and I'm not sure if any of it was true." Revealing that Matthew lied to her for 7 months about being married, Gigi confesses that she couldn't break things off when he finally came clean. Gigi cared deeply for him and felt trapped in the relationship. She recounts the moment they first met in the Delta Lounge during a hailstorm at Hartsfield, sharing their love for college sports and finding common ground. Their connection intensified, leading to a passionate encounter at a hotel near the airport. During a romantic weekend in Santorini, Gigi begins to suspect something is amiss when Matthew mentions spending the summer on Nantucket with his family. Realizing he means his wife and daughter, Gigi confronts him. Matthew confesses, saying, "Gigi, I'm married." Despite her initial fury and threats to leave, Gigi is comforted by Matthew's words and chooses to stay. She hopes to make him fall in love with her and justifies her decision by rationalizing that she's not the one who's cheating. Gigi, now connected to Hollis through their online interactions, seeks ways to catch her attention. She engages with Hollis posts and messages her on the corkboard, expressing gratitude for her cooking demos and sharing her own experience of losing her mother. Hollis responds promptly, stating, "I'm self-taught. My mother died when I was very young." Gigi sees this as an opportunity to build a connection. Sharing her story with Tim and Santi, Gigi confides in them about her relationship with Matthew but keeps a particular situation undisclosed. They question her decision to join Hollis on a girls' weekend, but Gigi feels compelled to meet her. Despite their concerns, they toast to her trip, hoping for her safe return. Chapter 9, The Itinerary. Hollis Shaw, following the loss of her husband, plans a 5-star weekend and shares the itinerary with her newsletter subscribers. The detailed schedule sparks excitement and curiosity among her followers, who eagerly seek more information about the planned activities, menus, and even recipes. One follower requests, "Please post the menu for dinner on the deck." Another inquires, "How did you manage to get a reservation at Nautilus?" The questions pour in, with one subscriber asking about vegan options for the continental breakfast and another requesting the recipes for the meals. The enthusiasm and desire for more details are evident in their comments. However, not all the subscribers are on board with the highly curated nature of the weekend. Elin from Dubuque, Iowa, finds the idea of matching colors for the events juvenile and silly. Molly from Twain Harte, California, offers a contrasting perspective, stating, "What's wrong with a little fun? Besides, the pictures will look so much better." Elin sees it as a grab for attention, but Molly defends Hollis, saying, she's gathering the best friends she's ever had as a way of celebrating life. If we criticize her for making delicious food and treating her friends to meals at fancy restaurants, aren't we the ones too focused on appearances? Amidst the discussion, Bailey from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, raises a deeper concern, suggesting that the planned activities seem inappropriate considering Hollis's recent loss. Bailey remarks, "This is a pretty jolly itinerary for a woman who just lost her husband. It feels like dancing on his grave." The comments come to a halt as Hollis's followers contemplate this viewpoint. They ponder whether Hollis's priorities have shifted after experiencing such a significant loss. Molly counters Bailey's perspective, believing that Hollis is finding solace in hosting this weekend, surrounded by close friends. She argues, Hollis is circling her wagons. She's gathering the best friends she's ever had as a way of celebrating life. Molly adds, "I'm sure there will be a lot of meaningful moments that we'll never know about, nor should we." She defends Hollis's right to throw the weekend she wants without being judged by others. The discussion takes a different turn when Paige from Tallahassee, Florida, shares the story of her friend Moira Sullivan, who organized a similar event after her husband's death. Paige explains, "She invited us all to Destin 6 months after her husband died, and it lifted her right out of her funk. It was life-affirming not only for Moira but for all of us." She suggests that Moira might have originated the idea of the 5-star weekend, speculating on the possibility of copyrighting such an event. Some subscribers feel that Hollis should acknowledge Moira's influence and give credit where it's due. They appreciate the inclusive and open nature of the Hungry with Hollis platform, where all thoughtful opinions are considered valid. Hollis, perhaps unaware of the ongoing discussion or choosing not to engage with it, leaves a message on the corkboard stating, "Because I want to give Tatum, Drew Ann, Brooke, and Gigi my undivided attention, I won't be posting until the weekend is over. I'll provide a full recap next week, and yes, I'll post recipes." The subscribers collectively gasp at the mention of Gigi's name, realizing that she has been invited to the 5-star weekend. Jealousy and curiosity arise as they wonder about the dynamics of Hollis and Gigi's potential meeting. The passionate and varied responses from Hollis's followers reflect the engaged and interactive community surrounding Hungry with Hollis, where opinions, concerns, and suggestions are openly shared and considered. Chapter 10, Night Changes 1. "Caroline? Is that you?" a voice interrupts Caroline's thoughts. She turns to find Dylan McKenzie, accompanied by a small child, walking out of Crosswinds, the airport restaurant. Caroline's mental camera zooms out, observing the unfolding scene while living in it. She can't help but think, "What? Is this happening? Is Dylan McKenzie really walking up to me?" Dylan McKenzie, with his thick dark hair and defined cheekbones, resembles a character straight out of Beverly Hills 90210. Caroline, captivated by his presence, wonders if he has become even hotter since the last time she saw him. She first encountered Dylan at a bonfire on Clark's Cove when she was 16, and he was 18. As a lacrosse star at Nantucket High School, destined for Syracuse University on a full ride, Dylan had approached Caroline, beer in hand, surprising her by recognizing her as Tatum McKenzie's daughter. Caroline, eager to engage in the conversation, nods enthusiastically, relieved that she isn't being asked to leave the party due to her age or summer kid status. She soon learns that Dylan's mother, Tatum, had been her mother's best friend, their partner in crime. Although Caroline had never paid much attention to her mother's stories about Tatum, this moment makes her realize the significance of their connection. They were best friends, partners in crime, Caroline affirms. Dylan then grabs 2 twisted teas and guides Caroline to a spot in the sand where they sit side by side. Engaging in casual conversation, He asks about her school, her Nantucket residence, and any sports she plays. A sophomore fetches more drinks for them, and Dylan notices Caroline shivering. Concerned, he offers to move closer to the fire or lend her his whaler's hoodie. Caroline gladly accepts the hoodie, appreciating the gesture. While Dylan's attention is fixed on Caroline, she mentally compares this moment to a film, capturing the intensity of his gaze and the charm of the situation. Yet, there are certain things a camera cannot capture, and Caroline's internal thoughts fall into that category. Her mind whirls with a mix of excitement, surprise, and disbelief. She can't fathom how Dylan Mackenzie, the object of many girls' admiration, is showing interest in her. As their conversation continues, their legs unintentionally touch, and their feet intertwine in the cold sand. Caroline's heart races, and she realizes that Dylan Mackenzie is genuinely interested in her. It defies logic, considering she doesn't consider herself the prettiest girl in Wellesley, but she had experienced a transformation over the summer. Her hair lightened, her body developed, and her skin cleared up. Dylan's arm around her shoulders confirms that something extraordinary is happening. However, their intimate moment is disrupted when someone kicks sand into Caroline's face, causing her drink to spill. Without hesitation, Dylan springs to his feet, grasping the arm of a girl resembling a young Kate Moss. This girl, Aubrey, glares at Caroline and launches into a venomous tirade, threatening her and demanding that she leave. "Aubrey, chill," Dylan tries to calm her, but Caroline feels flustered and intimidated. She hastily removes Dylan's hoodie, inadvertently taking off her own t-shirt in the process, revealing her pink Victoria's Secret bra to the entire party. Whistles and cheers fill the air, and Caroline's face flushes with embarrassment. She and her friend Signet quickly retreat, while Aubrey hurls threats after them. In the stillness of the night, Caroline replays the scene in her mind, imagining a different outcome, one where she confidently hands Aubrey the sweatshirt, brushes off the insults, and walks away unscathed. But reality didn't match her ideal scenario. The next day, Caroline shares her encounter with Dylan Mackenzie with her mother, Hollis. While she doesn't go into detail, Hollis sighs, acknowledging that their paths were bound to cross. Tatum Mackenzie, Dylan's mother, had been Hollis's childhood best friend. Caroline's curiosity about Tatum's role in her mother's life arises, but Hollis simply explains that she moved away while Tatum stayed on the island. Years pass without Caroline seeing or hearing from Dylan. His Instagram account disappears, and Caroline even attempts to follow the Syracuse lacrosse team's account, but to no avail. She wonders if Aubrey had intervened, blocking her access. Caroline's desire to reconnect with Dylan remains unfulfilled until one day, while waiting to pick up her family's order from Lola Burger, Dylan taps her shoulder, surprising her yet again. Dylan engages Caroline in conversation, asking about her summer plans and whether she babysits. Caroline laughs off the suggestion, firmly declining the offer. Disappointed, Dylan mentions that he has a 2.5-year-old son named Orion. Caroline is taken aback, trying to reconcile the image of Dylan, who she still perceives as her age, with the concept of fatherhood. She wonders if Aubrey is Orion's mother and imagines what Aubrey would look like pregnant. Their encounter is cut short as Caroline's order is called, tempting her with the seductive aroma of truffle fries. She bids Dylan farewell, hoping to see him again soon. Her mind buzzes with questions about his life, but she suppresses them for the time being. As Caroline waits for her mother to arrive, feelings of confusion and longing overwhelm her. The unexpected reunion with Dylan, combined with Aubrey's dramatic arrival, leaves her yearning for answers and resolution amidst her tumultuous emotions. "My bacon." Orion's sweet and clear voice rings out, evoking both love and sympathy from Caroline. Aubrey, on the other hand, expresses her disbelief and directs a withering look at Caroline, making her feel the need for a shower. Dylan, seemingly relaxed and even amused, explains that they just bumped into Caroline at the diner and Orion was showing her his bacon. Aubrey hurriedly secures Orion in a somewhat makeshift car seat positioned in the front seat of the Jeep, lacking a proper back seat. Caroline contemplates intervening, feeling a hint of maternal instinct. Aubrey glares at Dylan, questioning how long this interaction has been going on. Dylan responds casually, stating it had only been about 5 minutes and that Orion had simply shown Caroline his bacon. Aubrey, frustrated, instructs Dylan to have his mother pick up Orion at 5 on Sunday, emphasizing her own plans. Dylan, nonchalant, remarks that his mother is busy all weekend and that he will come to get Orion himself. Aubrey slams the car door forcefully, causing the entire Jeep to shudder, as Orion cries louder, distressed over the fate of his bacon, which a seagull has just snatched away. Caroline, caught in the middle of their domestic dispute, can't believe the situation she finds herself in. Dylan breaks the silence, acknowledging that Aubrey appears jealous, much to his amusement. He grabs Caroline's suitcase and equipment bag, indicating they should head to his parked truck. Caroline follows Dylan to an impressively large truck, bordering on being a monster-sized vehicle. Dylan opens the passenger door, offering Caroline a hand to climb up into the seat, which requires her to stand on the running board. The truck's height gives Caroline a sense of viewing the parking lot from a second-story vantage point, and she revels in the novelty of a man with a truck, considering Isaac doesn't even have a driver's license. As Dylan climbs in, he adjusts the air conditioning vents toward Caroline and changes the radio station from Kids Bop to the Coffee House, where an acoustic version of Night Changes plays. Caroline is taken aback by the unexpected choice of music. She finds herself momentarily transported back to being 16 again, sitting next to Dylan McKenzie in a truck and listening to One Direction. Dylan breaks the brief silence, asking if they're headed to Squam. It takes Caroline a moment to regain her balance, realizing she's sitting in a truck next to Dylan McKenzie, listening to One Direction. For a fleeting moment, she feels like she's 16 again. Caroline responds affirmatively and then expresses her surprise at Dylan remembering where she lives. Dylan explains that his mother has been talking about staying at Hollis's house in Squam for days, trying to downplay her excitement about the weekend. Caroline feels a sense of happiness for her mother upon hearing this news. As the song plays, both Caroline and Dylan spontaneously start singing along, the lyrics capturing the essence of their meet-cute. It feels almost too perfect for Caroline to handle. She sends a text to her mother, canceling the need for a ride, stating, NVM. I found a ride. Chapter 11, Provisions. Molly Beardsley, an avid fan of the Hungry with Hollis website, is deeply invested in Hollis's 5-star weekend. She eagerly wakes up in Twain Harte, California, and checks the weather in Nantucket Island, 3,107 miles away. Molly's excitement peaks when she learns that Friday's forecast is clear and sunny with a high of 76 degrees. She joins other fans in wishing they could witness Hollis's preparations and muses. How is she handling the details? Does she have one master list or several sublists? Hollis, long before Molly is awake, embarks on her mission in Bartlett's farm. She drives past a field of colorful flowers and contemplates capturing the beauty, but she resists the urge. At the farm market, she selects an assortment of fresh flowers, including galvanized metal buckets of lilies in white, yellow, peach, and something called double pink. Hollis's attention to detail is evident as she carefully chooses fresh produce, herbs, and gourmet items, considering each selection meticulously. Next, Hollis visits the fish market, 167 Raw, where Maria, a fan of Hollis, assists her. In appreciation of Hollis's work, Maria offers 4 pounds of harpoon swordfish and includes a container of their legendary guacamole on the house. Hollis appreciates the gesture and ponders serving it as an appetizer, thinking, she nearly suggests that Hollis serve the guacamole as an appetizer on Sunday evening before the pizza party, but she won't be that person. Will she? Hollis's final stop is Hatch's, the liquor store, where she encounters Ethan Falcone, who recognizes her from high school. Ethan's familiarity with Hollis stems from his wife's, Terry Falcone, gossip about Hollis and her high school softball team. As they chat, Ethan remembers something Terry mentioned about Hollis and offers his condolences, saying, I'm so sorry to hear that. He was a very personable guy and I always enjoyed chatting with him. I'm sorry for your loss. Hollis appreciates Ethan's sympathies. Throughout the day, Hollis meticulously attends to every detail of the preparations. She ensures the beds are luscious, arranging an assortment of pillows and fresh farm bouquets. Hollis's dedication extends to the table on the deck, where she sets a picturesque scene with overlapping blue toile print tablecloths, wicker chargers, linen napkins, beeswax candles in Simon Pierce holders, and a bouquet of hydrangeas cut from the driveway's bushes. Hollis's meticulousness is reflected in her preparation of food and drinks, carefully selecting wine, champagne, and other beverages. However, as the afternoon progresses, Hollis's anticipation turns into concern as no one arrives for the weekend. She contemplates if her guests have had a change of heart, wondering, has she thought of everything? Feeling that something is missing, Hollis wanders through her house, realizing it needs music. She recalls following Moira Sullivan's example and creating 4 playlists for her guests. Hollis explains, 1 for Tatum, 80s music, 1 for Drew-Ann, 90s music, 1 for Brooke, songs they played when the kids were growing up, and 1 for Gigi. She chose songs she thought Gigi would like, describing it as smart woman music, with artists like Alison Krauss, Lauryn Hill, Norah Jones, Billie Holiday, and more. Hollis plays Gigi's playlist, and the first song that comes on is Ingrid Michaelson's Maybe. Noticing Caroline's untouched lunch plate on the counter, Hollis discovers that the food has become stale. Concerned about the approaching arrival of guests, Hollis knocks on Caroline's door, urging her to get up. Caroline responds with disappointment, mentioning that Hollis had time to prepare everything but forgot to pick her up from the airport. She implies that Hollis prioritizes her website and brand over their relationship. Hollis reassures her, "You're still a priority. You're my #1 priority." Caroline expresses her frustration, feeling neglected, and accuses Hollis of being more focused on her website than on her family. Hollis tries to comfort her and mentions missing Caroline's father as well. However, Caroline teases her, saying, "He wouldn't have abandoned me like an orphan child at the airport." Hollis tries to engage Caroline in a conversation about her father, but Caroline remains distant. As Hollis sits on the side of Caroline's bed, Caroline shares her phone screen, revealing a headline stating that Drew-Ann has been cancelled. They discuss an article mentioning Drew-Ann's controversial remarks about mental health issues. Caroline emphasizes the severity of the situation, noting the widespread coverage and the impact on Drew-Ann's reputation. Hollis watches a video where Drew-Ann dismisses mental health as an excuse and feels concerned, saying, "That's not good." During their conversation, a car pulls into the driveway, and Hollis realizes it's Drew-Ann arriving. Hollis hesitates between attending to Drew-Ann and comforting Caroline. Caroline insists that Hollis go greet Drew-Ann, implying that she needs Hollis more. Hollis hesitates but ultimately decides to prioritize her guest's arrival. Chapter 12. Blowout. Tatum indulges herself in a luxurious salon blowout, reveling in the experience as Lorna, the stylist with an enchanting Irish accent, tends to her hair. Lorna's skilled hands work magic on Tatum's scalp, easing away the tension that had plagued her. Wrapped in a fluffy white towel, with a latte in the latest issue of People in her hands, Tatum basks in the moment. She admires Lorna's resilience, knowing that she had battled breast cancer a few years ago. The community had rallied around Lorna during a fundraiser at the Rose and Crown, with Irina Services providing weekly cleanings for her cottage. Observing Lorna's vibrant appearance, small and perky breasts, rosy cheeks, and confident grip on the brush, Tatum marvels at her ability to overcome such a challenging experience. As Tatum contemplates engaging in a conversation about Lorna's journey as a breast cancer survivor, she wrestles with her own feelings about the term. The idea of sisterhood among survivors appeals to her, as long as she can dissociate it from the notion of battling a disease that tragically claimed her mother's life. The temporary zen she had achieved during the salon session dissipates, but she manages to smile at Lorna in the mirror and express her desire to have her hair always look as fabulous as it does now. With the blowout done and her hair straight, shiny, and voluminous, Tatum bids Lorna farewell, grateful for the uplifting experience. Her thoughts shift to the voicemail she received from the hospital the previous evening, revealing that Dr. Constable has the results of her biopsy. Hospital policy prevents sharing the information on voicemail, but Tatum can call back during office hours. She had played the message for Kyle, her anxiety palpable as they held hands. Driven by curiosity, she replays the message multiple times, attempting to decipher the doctor's tone. Doctor. Constable sounds neither grim nor upbeat but remains perfectly neutral. Kyle suggests calling the doctor back, pointing out that she had mentioned being available until 5 p.m. that day. However, Tatum is hesitant to make the call, conjuring memories from her mental scrapbook. Images of childhood birthdays, queasy rides on the steamship, prom attire, and random encounters swirl in her mind. Reluctant to reach out, Tatum pushes the phone toward Kyle, silently urging him to make the call instead. Kyle obliges, dialing the number as Tatum's mind continues to flicker through memories, some pleasant and some not. Tatum's thoughts drift to the impending weekend plans and the urgency to leave at 4 p.m. She senses Kyle's annoyance due to her repeated reminders, but she suspects that once he sees her fabulous hair, he'll be tempted to whisk her into the bedroom. Time is of the essence, and Tatum sends a text to Kyle, reiterating their departure time. Returning home, Tatum finds Kyle seated at the teak outdoor table, enjoying a beer. To her surprise, he is accompanied by a tall, bald man with a silver goatee, wearing jeans, a white polo shirt, and flip-flops. Tatum's eyes widen as she realizes it's Jack Finnegan, someone who had seemingly vanished from their lives for years. She can't help but comment on Jack's sudden appearance after ghosting them for an extended period, especially on a weekend when they had plans. Tatum's skepticism gives way to a warm embrace as Jack envelopes her in a bear hug, unaware of the soreness in her breast. Jack has put on some weight, and his face bears the signs of aging, but he still looks good. Annoyed by the lack of warning about Jack's visit, Tatum raises an eyebrow at Kyle, silently questioning his involvement in the surprise. They had been friends since middle school, when Jack's father took a job at Toscana Construction. Although happy to see him, Tatum would have appreciated a heads-up. Jack offers to get Tatum some wine, presenting it as a hostess gift. Touched by the gesture, Tatum realizes that she should have brought something for Hollis as well. She frantically ponders what she can offer, wanting to avoid showing up empty-handed. Ideas flood her mind, from a can of soup to a roll of paper towels or even a neon yellow t-shirt advertising Mackenzie Heating and Cooling. Tatum briefly considers finding a photo of her and Hollis and framing it, a sentimental gesture that she deems cute but costly. Time constraints force her to abandon the idea. In a moment of inspiration, Tatum spots a bottle of Santa Margherita Pinot Grigio in the fridge, her favorite. She decides it will serve as her hostess gift, eager to join Hollis with a thoughtful offering. She grabs her duffel bag from the bedroom, takes a lipstick, and leaves an "I love you" message on the bathroom mirror. Before heading out, she sneaks into Orion's room, rummaging through his toy chest until she finds what she's looking for. With her belongings in tow, Tatum steps outside and suggests that Kyle and Jack accompany her to Squam. Jack's enthusiastic response confirms that he had already planned to join them for the trip. As Tatum prepares to embark on the weekend ahead, she feels a mix of excitement and uncertainty. With her blowout hair and a bottle of wine in hand, she sets off for Squam, ready to spend time with Hollis and face whatever challenges lie ahead. Chapter 13, Happy Hour 1. The clock strikes 4 as Brooke curtly gracefully descends the ramp of the ferry, her attire adorned with a straw hat and a vibrant Lily Pulitzer skirt featuring turquoise giraffes. Charlie, her husband, can't help but voice his envy, remarking, "You look like something Nantucket spit up." Brooke, aware of Charlie's guilt, responds with a gracious smile, "Why, thank you," brushing off his comment and continuing on her way. As Brooke finds her footing, she feels a gentle tap on her shoulder. She turns around to find Electra Undergrove, who exclaims, "Wait, you were on the ferry too?" Surprised by Electra's presence, Brooke acknowledges her with a nod, intrigued by their unexpected encounter. Electra emanates an air of chic elegance, donning a clingy blue patio dress that showcases cutouts at the waist. Her asymmetrical haircut and reddish-purple hair, reminiscent of cherry cola, catch Brooke's attention. A subtle change seems to have taken place. Brooke discreetly wonders if Electra underwent a boob job. Electra's breasts, once flat as a board, now appear as buoyant spheres that attract admiring gazes. Curiosity piqued, Brooke decides to seize the opportunity and engage in conversation with Electra. They make their way to a nearby table on the patio, where they can indulge in privacy. Electra signals the waiter and orders a bottle of rose, while Brooke cautions, "I can stay for only one glass." Electra, with a mischievous glimmer in her eye, responds playfully, "Is there such a thing as only one glass of rose?" Brooke chuckles and mentally fortifies her resolve not to let Electra's influence sway her decisions. The conversation unfolds cautiously, as Brooke navigates the sensitive territory of their history. She tactfully avoids discussing the recent incident with Charlie and instead focuses on their children. Curious about Carter and Layla, Brooke asks, "How are they doing?" Electra, with a touch of vulnerability in her voice, confides, "Carter is currently in rehab, and Layla has embarked on a journey following Imagine Dragons on tour with her boyfriend." Electra's response strikes a chord with Brooke, evoking memories of their shared experiences as parents. Their paths had diverged, and they had lost touch over the years. A genuine compliment from Electra about Brooke's children fills her with pride, prompting her to reflect, "They were perfect together," referring to Hollis and Matthew, who were once the epitome of a power couple, inspiring admiration and envy. To Brooke's surprise, Electra reveals a startling encounter, confessing, "Simon and I ran into Matthew last fall while he was guest lecturing at Emory Medical School." This information catches Brooke off guard, as Hollis had never mentioned it. Electra's next words resonate with a tinge of secrecy, "We caught him by surprise. But let's not gossip about it now, not when he's gone." The weight of the conversation intensifies as Electra probes further, inquiring about the five-star weekend and the other guests. Brooke shares the curated list, consisting of Hollis's best friend from the island, her best friend from UNC, and an individual Hollis connected with through her website. Intrigued, Electra discloses, "Hollis blocked me from subscribing to her blog. It's perplexing. After all, we're here having drinks. You and Charlie must visit us this fall." Caught in a moment of vulnerability, Brooke feels a pang of uncertainty. She recognizes the power Electra once held over her social circle and wonders if she can truly break free from it. Electra's sarcastic tone stings as she mocks the color-coordinated outfits in the weekend itinerary, a detail Brooke had shared in an attempt to project a sense of coolness and style. Overwhelmed by the encounter, Brooke realizes she must extract herself from the situation. She hastily waves goodbye to Electra and makes her way to the taxi stand, contemplating the consequences of their conversation. Doubt and self-criticism cloud her thoughts as she evaluates the impact of her interaction with Electra, unsure of the extent to which she has damaged her reputation and relationships. As the taxi pulls away, Brooke reflects on the encounter, vowing to regain her sense of self and stand strong against the influence of others. She acknowledges that, despite Electra's new appearance and confidence, her own worth extends beyond physical attributes. Determined to find her own path, Brooke contemplates the next steps she must take to reclaim her identity and rebuild her relationships, recognizing that true strength lies in embracing authenticity and staying true to oneself. The whole thing is one giant eye-roll emoji. But, some complications are developing. Her mother's relationship with Tatum is intriguing because of the whole local/summer person dynamic. Drew Ann is apparently being cancelled. Brooke will be socially awkward, as always. And at some point, the mystery woman will show up, Gigi Ling. Her name holds promise, it rolls musically off the tongue. "Bring it, Gigi Ling," Caroline thinks. "Please don't be a dud." Caroline carries Isaac's camera. He asked her to hold it like a literal baby, outside, where a Honda Pilot has pulled into the driveway. Caroline sees a man and woman in the front and a shadowy third figure in the back seat. Caroline hears Isaac's voice, "Observe." Something is happening right in front of her. Caroline focuses her camera on the woman emerging from the pilot's passenger side. Caroline thinks, well, that's where Dylan gets his looks. Tatum is tall and slender and has long, dark, movie star hair. She's dressed in cut-off jeans and a navy blue Whalers lacrosse t-shirt. Tatum and Hollis hug. Caroline can't help noticing that Tatum looks 10 years younger than her mother, and then a burly guy with a 70s porn stash gets out of the driver's side and Hollis says, "Hey, Kyle." Caroline zooms in on her mother and Kyle Mackenzie as they hug and rock back and forth. "It is so great to see you," Hollis says. Thank you for driving our girl all the way out here. I'll take good care of her, I promise. Kyle says, someone wants to say hello. At that moment, the back door of the pilot opens and a bald guy with a silver goatee gets out. He's pretty cute for a dad type and, wow, is he laser focused on Hollis. Caroline turns the camera on her mother just in time to catch the shock on her face. This is an ambush of some kind, Caroline can see that, but who is this dude? He steps forward, saying, "Hey, Halle Berry." Caroline will only realize when she views the footage later that he says, Halle Berry, not Halle Berry. And Hollis whispers, Jack, like she's a character in a period drama whose lover, reportedly killed in battle, has returned. They walk toward each other, but stop when they're about a foot apart. Caroline holds her breath. What is her mother doing right now? Jack extends his arms. Come here. And Hollis goes to him. Caroline lowers the camera. She doesn't want to be the daughter who becomes indignant and jealous when her mother has a moment with somebody she used to know, but too bad, she is that daughter. Her face flushes, and she kind of wants to scream. But she knows what Isaac would say, she should have stayed and gotten the shot. Conflict equals content. That dude, whoever he is a chink in the armor. Jack Finnegan, Hollis thinks once she's in his arms. She sees ghosts of him whenever she passes Nantucket High School or drives out to Great Point. She sees him every time she's at the boat basin because he and Kyle spent their summers working as first mates on fishing charters while Hollis and Tatum waited tables at the rope walk. They would all meet up after work, the boys with a couple of striped base collars and the girls with the night's leftover lobsters and a six-pack of Pabst, and they would head out to 40th Pole in Kyle's beater CJ7 and cook everything over a fire as they listened to Billy Joel on the Jeep's tape deck. My sweet romantic teenage nights. Hollis and Jack had been each other's first everything, they had grown up together. Jack Finnegan taught Hollis how to love. She'd seen him once from afar on Main Street a bunch of years ago. It was around then that she began stalking the poor man on Facebook. I'm sorry about your husband, he murmurs into her hair. She takes a breath and pulls away. She's aware they have an audience, one of whom is her daughter with a video camera. Jack's arrival is very off-brand for the 5-star weekend, which is supposed to be about her relationships with women. Jack is a star of another kind. There's too much. She says. Can we talk later? Of course, he says. It was probably unfair of me to show up like this, but wild horses, you know. We'll ride them someday, she says. It's a song that's so much their song she hasn't been able to listen to it in 35 years. Whenever it comes on the car radio, she changes the station. Hollis turns to see Tatum and Kyle kissing goodbye, and she feels 17 again. Jack gets in the car. Come on, Mom and Dad, he calls out the window. At that moment, Druin steps out of the guest cottage and thinks, what fresh hell is this? Jack waves. Hey there, Druin, it's Jack Finnegan. There's a name from the past, Druin thinks. She squints at the bald dude and, wow, she gets sucked right back in time. Jack Finnegan shows up halfway through their first semester at UNC in his father's pickup, which, it turns out, he's driven 750 miles without permission. He knocks on the door of Hollis and Druin's dorm room in Old East holding a bouquet of red roses that he must have grabbed out of a plastic bucket at the Kroger on Shannon Drive because the stems are still dripping. Hollis is at her American Lit seminar and will be gone for 2 hours. The kid's face crumples at this news. Honestly, he looks like he's going to cry, and Druin can't stand to see anyone cry. She's happy for a distraction from her macroeconomics reading, so she takes Jack on a tour of the campus. She shows him Old West, Wilson Library, the Dean Dome, of course, the Bell Tower, and the Old Well. This used to be an actual well that students back in olden days would dip a ladle in and drink from, Druin tells him. Now it's a water fountain, and during freshman orientation there was a line a mile long. Supposedly, drinking from the fountain as a freshman meant you would have a 4.0 GPA, and most people, including Hollis, just could not help themselves. Jack gives the old well 1 second of his attention. He couldn't care less, and can Drouin blame him? He's there only to see Hollis. Hollis has a collage of photos on the wall over her bed, and Jack appears in nearly all of them, but Hollis told Drouin that they broke up right before she left. Broke up, Drouin thinks, and yet this poor kid drove 13 hours, stopping only to relieve himself and buy those sad-ass flowers. When Hollis gets back from class and sees Jack, she gasps and hugs him and seems overcome, but not entirely happy. The two of them go for dinner at Hector's, and as they're walking back to the dorm, Hollis breaks Jack's heart, again. But Hollis is the one who stays up all night crying, and she keeps the roses on her desk until they wither, then presses the damn things in her copy of Bartlett's familiar quotations. After winter break, the collage comes down and is replaced by Monet's water lilies. But for the next 3.5 years, every time Hollis gets drunk, who pops up in the conversation? Jack Finnegan. He's not exactly the one who got away, but he's something. Drouin will tolerate 5 minutes, sometimes 10, of Jack talk, but that's her limit. The best thing about Hollis falling in love with the cute surgery resident in Boston, Matthew Madden, is that Drouin no longer has to hear about Jack. Except now, here he is. Drouin strides over to Hollis, Tatum, and her husband. They're the kind of couple who share an email account, Drouin can tell, and says, "The boys have to go now." "You're not in charge this time, Drouin," Tatum says. "It's nice to see you again too," Drouin thinks. "Hello, Tatum," she says, though she knows enough not to try to hug the woman. Drouin hasn't seen Tatum since Hollis's wedding. Back then, Tatum low-key hated Drouin, and from the sound of things, maybe she still does. She and the rest of the world now have that in common. Tatum responds with a side-eye, but the good news is that the hubby gets in the car and backs out of the driveway, and at the same time, Brooke pokes her head out the front door and says, "What did I miss?" "Nothing," Drouin says. "Let's get this party started." Chapter 15, Airport Drinking. Gigi's personal journey begins as she trades her work luggage for personal bags, relishing the freedom of strolling through airports in civilian clothes. She boards a first-class flight from Hartsfield to Logan Airport, appreciating the smoothness of the journey, cruising altitude of 35,000 feet, not a single bump. Gigi observes her fellow passengers, Bruce and Craig, known for their smooth flying skills, with a rumor circulating that Bruce grows annoyed when his coffee spills. Arriving at their destination 18 minutes early, finding a gate can be a challenge, but A7 is magically free, allowing Gigi to be the first one off the plane. Making her way to Terminal C, she checks in for her Cape Air flight on a 9-seater Cessna, humorously noting, it's essentially, she thinks, a toy plane. The scheduled 3:25 flight is expected to land at 4:15, leaving Gigi with an hour to spare. She seizes the opportunity to dine at Legal Seafoods, where she orders a lobster roll and a Bloody Mary, prompting her to question her own choices. She asks herself for the 3,000th time what she's doing. While sipping her Bloody Mary, Gigi is transported back to the devastating evening of December 15th, prompting her to visit the Hungry with Hollis website, against her better judgment. Despite vowing never to return, she cannot resist the temptation. Gigi explores the kitchen lights map, imagining people cooking in their warm, bright kitchens. In her search for Hollis's house, a message suddenly appears on the corkboard, authored by Hollis herself, to the Hungry with Hollis community. "My husband, Matthew, passed away this morning unexpectedly." Gigi's disbelief and desperation lead her to call Matthew repeatedly, only to be redirected to voicemail. Matthew has not passed away, Gigi spoke to him that very morning. She questions the authenticity of the message, suspecting a mistake or a hack. Hungry with Hollis has been hacked. Gigi searches online, desperately seeking confirmation, but finds only obituaries confirming Matthew's death in a car crash on December 15th. Struggling with the shocking news, Gigi feels the weight of her emotions and contemplates her next steps. What do I do? Who do I call? She battles with the idea of reaching out to her friends, Tim and Sandy, who are the only ones aware of her affair with Matthew. However, she decides to wait until she has more information. No one knows she exists, she'll wait until she knows for sure. Gigi's world turns upside down as she grapples with the truth of Matthew's death. Feeling conflicted about her friendship with Hollis, she considers changing her plans and returning to Atlanta. Gigi's fingers hover over her screen. She types, but doesn't send. Sorry, something came up. My conscience, as it turns out, she thinks, she should never have agreed to come in the first place. It was positively psychotic. Except, Gigi thinks, she wants to go. She wants to meet Hollis in real life. She wants to see the house. She wants to hear the stories. Does she want to hear the stories? If it gets weird or uncomfortable, she can leave. She approaches the desk. So sorry, she missed the 3:25. Is it possible to get the next flight, the 4:40? The 4:40 is sold out, the gate agent, Bonnie, tells her in a tone that's on the corner of unfriendly and impatient, but Gigi has sympathy. A gate agent's job is frustrating. Ditto the 5:15, Bonnie adds, and ditto the 6:05. I'm sorry, Bonnie says. It's a Friday in July. Gigi's heart sinks. Back to Atlanta, then? I do have one seat left on the 6:50 flight, arriving Nantucket at 7:40, Bonnie says. Yes, Gigi says. I'll take it. Are you sure you're not going to miss it again? Bonnie says, using air quotes. I saw you sit through our announcement, you know. Oops, Gigi thinks. Busted. If I told you why I didn't get on the 3:25, you wouldn't believe it. But yes, I'm sure. Bonnie lets a fraction of a smile slip. That's all I need to know. Chapter 16, Happy Hour 2. Hollis opens a bottle of wine that Tatum brought as a hostess gift, pouring 2 glasses. Drew scrapes off the price tag and murmurs, $12.95, classy. Hollis hisses at Drew to be quiet. Tension between Tatum and Drew surfaces from their past, but no one holds a grudge quite like Tatum McKenzie. Tatum comments on the wine, jokingly saying, sorry it's not a Montrachet. I finished that bottle this afternoon. Drew thinks, touché. Brooke reaches for a bottle of Whispering Angel Rose in an ice bucket. Her hostess gift, an ocean breeze-scented candle, suddenly feels inadequate and down-market in comparison to Hollis's elegant home. Brooke contemplates capturing the moment on her phone, wanting to post it on Facebook to make someone named Electra envious. Hollis contemplates raising a glass for a toast but decides to wait for Gigi, who hasn't arrived or contacted them yet. Hollis wonders if the weekend will turn out to be a 4-star experience. To change the atmosphere, she presses shuffle on Tatum's playlist, and REO Speedwagon's Keep On Lovin' You begins playing. Hollis sets out a cheese and charcuterie board, and Brooke quickly starts taking pictures with her phone, planning to post them on social media. Meanwhile, Drew, fueled by tequila, feels her tension easing. She decides to ignore her problems and befriend Brooke. Send me those pictures, my number is only for emergencies. Brooke is thrilled and gladly agrees. Caroline returns with Isaac's camera and begins filming the gathering. She focuses on different elements in the room, capturing images of the champagne bottles and Drew-Ann's Balenciaga bag. Brooke remains attached to Drew-Ann until Drew-Ann turns to Tatum, apologizing for her earlier comment about the price tag. Tatum responds coldly, and Caroline zooms in, intrigued by the tension between them. Tatum's playlist continues with I Don't Like Mondays by the Boomtown Rats and Vienna by Billy Joel. Caroline films the 4 stars as they construct perfect bites from the cheese board, occasionally singing along. Brooke is the only one talking enthusiastically, complimenting Hollis and expressing her excitement about the 5-star weekend concept. Caroline considers ending the filming, assuming that even Hollis's fans would find it boring. Instead, she zooms in on the women's faces, realizing they all seem absorbed in their own thoughts, even her mother. Hollis thinks about the arms of Jack, contemplating whether her romantic reunion with someone from her past can match the idealized scenarios found in romance novels. Tatum is annoyed with herself for not checking the price tag on the wine she brought, aware that Hollis doesn't care about the cost. Drew-Ann is focused on highlighting her wealth compared to Tatum's lack thereof, which has been an ongoing issue between them. Drew-Ann considers explaining her current stress to Tatum, including her public relations crisis and her developing feelings for Nick. Brooke realizes she is the only one talking, with the others nodding and murmuring absent-mindedly. She struggles to focus on anything other than the mouth-watering food in front of her. The bacon, rosemary, pecans and homemade cheese straws tempt her senses, making it challenging to exercise restraint. Hollis, Tatum, and Drew gather at Hollis's house for a weekend getaway. As they mingle and exchange hostess gifts, tensions from the past start to resurface. Hollis is aware of Tatum's grudge-holding nature and hopes to maintain a harmonious atmosphere. Tatum brought me this wine because it's one of my favorites, Hollis explains, trying to diffuse any potential conflict. However, Drew responds sarcastically, "If you say so," indicating her skepticism. Despite the tension, Hollis wants to toast and thank everyone for coming, but she anxiously waits for Gigi, a friend she met online and invited for the weekend. Hollis tries to change the energy in the room by adjusting the music and serving a delectable cheese and charcuterie board. Brooke, impressed by Hollis's elegant home, worries that her own gift, a discounted scented candle, may seem inadequate. Meanwhile, Hollis grows concerned about Gigi's delayed arrival. She has sent several texts but received no response. Hollis second-guesses her decision to invite someone she has never met in person. She contemplates whether it reflects a sign of the times or a lowering of her standards. Hoping for a distraction, Hollis asks Tatum to come outside and help with the grill, knowing she doesn't really need assistance. Tatum takes a detour to her guest suite and secretly films it, teasing her friend Kyle about the opulent surroundings. Tatum realizes that Drew is staying alone in the guest cottage and decides to play a mischievous prank. She sneaks into Drew room and places a rubber snake in her bed, finding amusement in her act of revenge. Returning to the deck, Tatum joins Hollis and they share cigarettes. During their conversation, Tatum brings up Jack, a past love interest of Hollis. They discuss his current relationship status, and Hollis reflects on how he still seems the same to her, despite the physical changes. Hollis had been stalking Jack's Facebook page, and Tatum provides updates on his personal life. Meanwhile, Brooke feels left out and frustrated. She recalls the support she provided to Hollis when her husband passed away, while Tatum and Drew were absent from the funeral. The resentment builds within Brooke as she cleans the kitchen. Just as Brooke contemplates her feelings of exclusion, Gigi Ling, the mysterious guest, finally arrives. Brooke enthusiastically introduces herself and offers Gigi a drink. Gigi's British accent and stylish appearance make a positive impression on Brooke. Hollis's dog, Henrietta, growls at Gigi, causing a brief moment of tension. Hollis apologizes for the unusual behavior. Gigi tries to lighten the situation, making everyone feel at ease. Hollis introduces Gigi to Tatum, Drew and Brooke. Tatum and Drew express their curiosity about Gigi's connection to Hollis. Brooke unintentionally reveals that Gigi is Hollis's best friend from the internet, causing a momentary awkwardness. Hollis takes Gigi to her room, and the group gathers on the deck for dinner. Chapter 17, Fake It to Make It. Caroline scans the dinner table, recognizing the pivotal moment for Hollis's fans. This is the money shot. Hollis proudly serves a mouth-watering spread, cilantro and lime marinated swordfish with avocado sauce, a summer squash tart with goat cheese and mint, and a large green salad. The homemade baguettes with black pepper butter, churned by Hollis's mother, add a touch of nostalgia. The delightful menu continues with peach cobbler with a hot sugar crust topped with fresh whipped cream and tiny squares of Japanese chocolate. Tatum, indulging in the flavors, contemplates her future culinary aspirations. If I don't have cancer, I'm going to learn to cook like this. She envisions taking cooking classes and even buying a butter churn. Meanwhile, Brooke's actions betray her underlying concerns. If I can count to 5 without Brooke speaking to fill the silence, that means the tumor is benign. As tension builds, she successfully reaches 4, but then Brooke surprises her by staying silent, alleviating her worry momentarily. However, Tatum realizes she should have called the doctor earlier to address her escalating anxiety. Brooke, battling her weight consciousness, initially restricts herself to salad and a small piece of fish without sauce. However, the temptation of the expertly crafted tart becomes too irresistible. She'll have a small piece. It would be rude not to. Gigi, seated next to Brooke, offers her the ramekin of butter, playfully calling it witchcraft. Brooke accepts it, thinking it will help absorb the alcohol she has consumed, having had 2 glasses of rose with Electra and almost an entire bottle of rose tonight. Brooke ponders the societal shift in attitudes towards weight and body positivity, questioning whether she wants to challenge it or not. Hollis finds herself captivated by Gigi Ling, whom she had imagined to be exceptional. I chose well. Hollis admires Gigi's accent, imagining even the mundane task of reading the phone book becoming enjoyable. Curious about Gigi's background, Hollis asks her to share more about herself. Gigi reveals her Singaporean heritage, stating, "I was born and raised in Singapore," and describes her parents' unique connection. "My father is Chinese. My mother was a country girl from Pine Mountain, Georgia." Gigi crafts a narrative that deviates from the truth, referring to her mother's Cantonese recipes. However, Gigi quickly recovers, explaining that her mother learned to cook after moving to Singapore. She humorously recounts her father's praise for her mother's culinary skills, emphasizing her expertise in making zongzi. Gigi delves into her life story, mentioning her attendance at the Singapore American School and her subsequent transfer to Embry-Riddle to pursue her dream of becoming a pilot. She discloses her extensive international travel and fluency in Italian and Spanish, acquired through her journeys. Hollis, enchanted by Gigi's tale, responds with admiration, "That's so interesting." The rest of the group, engrossed in the candlelit ambience, shows genuine interest in Gigi's narrative. Amidst the conversation, the topic of relationships arises, and the question everyone dreads surfaces. "So, is there a Mr. Ling?" Gigi cleverly responds, "Only my father," evading the direct inquiry about her current relationship status. Brooke, intrigued, asks if Gigi has a boyfriend or partner, apologizing for potentially prying too much. Gigi acknowledges her previous relationship but cryptically states, "But it ended." Hollis, glad that the question was asked, confesses her curiosity about Gigi's relationship status but admits she had hesitated to inquire about it via text. Gigi playfully laughs, saying she's now decentralizing men from her life, referring to a popular trend among young women. Druan seizes the opportunity for deeper introspection, contemplating her own enduring love for her husband. It's not a hot girl thing to be so in love with her husband, but she is. Tatum silently prays for more time with her spouse, Kyle. Meanwhile, Brooke opens up about her own marriage struggles, hinting at potential revelations in the near future. "No, maybe later this weekend, but not right now." The group's reactions vary, with Gigi feeling relieved that the conversation didn't delve into more personal territory. She reflects on her limited experiences with close female friendships, having moved frequently during her school years. Gigi's classmates at Embry-Riddle were nearly all men, and this carried through to her life as a pilot. On the rare occasions that the female flight attendants Gigi works with invite her out for drinks, she says yes, and after a few Cosmos or Negronis, the talk always turns to sex. Always. Gigi says, "Let's change the subject. How do you all feel about faking your orgasms?" Tatum replies, "I've never faked an orgasm in my life." Druan counters, "Liar. Everyone fakes. It's the reason men are so insecure. They can never be sure if it's real or if we're pulling a Meg Ryan." Tatum insists, "I have never faked an orgasm." Brooke admits, "I've never had an orgasm with Charlie." Druan exclaims, "Now I understand why you want to decentralize him from your life." Hollis asks, "Does Charlie know this?" Brooke responds, "He has no idea. He thinks he's a porn star." Druan suggests taking shots, saying, "We need shots now." She pours shots for everyone, toasting to satisfaction. Hollis, Brooke, Tatum, and Gigi clink their glasses together. Hollis thinks, she brought these amazing women together, and she has curated the perfect Nantucket weekend. Hollis reminisces about her late husband, Matthew, and Brooke wonders if he's watching them. Hollis laughs, saying, "No, he's not watching." Brooke mentions, "I'm sure wherever Matthew is, he misses your cooking. He was so proud of you." Hollis responds, this peach cobbler was his favorite. Caroline checks her phone and receives a text from Dylan, thinking, OMG, does Dylan actually want to link? She contemplates texting Isaac about the footage she has captured but refrains from doing so. The dancing continues on the deck as Hollis turns up the music. Druan pours more shots, exclaiming, everyone backward skate. The group enjoys the music and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere. Gigi observes the scene, feeling like a villain and longing to come clean about her affair with Matthew. She imagines making a dramatic revelation but ultimately decides not to reveal her secret. The night progresses, and Gigi remains composed at the table. Hollis finds herself alone with Brooke, who mentions, I'm sure wherever Matthew is, he misses your cooking. Hollis smiles faintly and reminisces about Matthew. Caroline contemplates slipping away to meet Dylan and wonders if anyone would notice her absence. She also thinks about sharing the footage with Isaac but decides against it. Overall, the evening continues with dancing, shots, and reminiscing, while Gigi carries the weight of her secret and Caroline contemplates her next moves. Chapter 18, First Light 2. Caroline meets Dylan at Crew, who looks attractive in his navy button-down, navy blazer, and jeans. He offers her champagne, and Caroline thinks, obviously. She contemplates taking a selfie and texting it to Isaac but dismisses the idea, saying, but does she want to be that girl, taking selfies and posting them? Caroline tries to be present and channels Gigi Ling. They head to Monomoy Beach in Dylan's monster truck, where he says, your chariot awaits. They sit on the sand, and Dylan pours champagne, to which Caroline comments, it's the most romantic setting Caroline can imagine. Caroline mentions how her night went at the house, saying, they did shots of tequila, talked about orgasms, and slow danced together. Dylan reacts, choking on his champagne, and says, that sounds like cinematic gold. Caroline observes, it seems like your parents are still really in love. You're lucky. Dylan replies, they are. It's disgusting. Dylan describes Aubrey as Voldemort, saying, one should never speak her name. Caroline asks about Aubrey, wondering if she got pregnant and was the reason Dylan left Syracuse. She thinks, Dylan seemed pretty tickled by how jealous Aubrey was when she saw Caroline. Caroline decides to drop the topic. Caroline asks Dylan to drive her back to the parking lot, but he suggests going to his house for another drink and to use the bathroom. Caroline hesitates but eventually agrees, thinking, sure. At Dylan's house, they settle on the sofa, and Dylan asks, what was it like when your father died? Caroline responds, he was in a car crash. She explains the circumstances, saying, it was a week or two before Christmas, a couple of deer ran in front of his car. Caroline reflects on the moment she learned about her father's accident and recalls her mother saying, there was an accident. Your father. Dylan expresses his regret, saying, shit, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. Caroline replies, that's how it is these days. Most of the time I'm fine, and then I just lose it. Caroline suggests she should leave, but Dylan proposes she sleeps on the couch since they have been drinking. Caroline agrees, and Dylan drapes a blanket over her shoulders, kissing her forehead. Caroline closes her eyes and falls asleep. When she wakes up, she realizes she's on the couch in Dylan's house. She notices a glass of water and 2 cans of Bud Light on the coffee table. Caroline decides she needs to leave and prepares to order a lift, stepping around the toys in the living room and opening the front door. Caroline finds herself stranded at Dylan's house after discovering that there are no available lifts. Frustrated, she scans the neighborhood and notices a small ranch house across the street, likely rented by summer workers. Contemplating asking for a ride, she is taken aback when Jack, the man her mother was interested in, emerges from Dylan's house. Jack recognizes Caroline as Hollis's daughter and apologizes for not being properly introduced. Caroline reluctantly shakes his hand and explains her urgent need to return home for filming. Sympathetic to Caroline's predicament, Jack offers to give her a ride to town in his friend Kyle's van. Despite her reservations about traveling with a stranger, Caroline realizes that her options are limited and accepts the offer. Inside the van, she takes note of the discarded paper bags, coffee cups, and various tools and equipment strewn about. The scent of gasoline or oil lingers in the air, an unfamiliar yet not unpleasant smell. As Jack starts the van, the radio blares and he apologizes, saying, "We were listening to Rush last night, sorry." Caroline reflects on how the older generation enjoys singing and dancing to old music. Observing the mess in the van, Jack remarks, "I apologize for the mess, though I'll blame that on Kyle. Kid has always been a slob." He mentions Kyle's persistent pursuit of winning the lottery, saying, "He's been trying to win the lottery since we were in high school." Curiosity piqued, Caroline engages Jack in conversation about their high school days. Jack reveals that he and Hollis were set up on a date by their friends Tatum and Kyle. Reflecting on their first date at the sweet shop, Jack describes Hollis's beauty, athleticism, intelligence, and independence. Caroline is surprised by this newfound information about her mother's past and how long their relationship lasted. As Jack mentions, "We dated all through high school, right up until your mom left for North Carolina." Intrigued, Caroline asks about her grandfather, and Jack shares fond memories of Tom Shaw, Hollis's father. He recalls how Tom taught Hollis to hunt and fish, and every Friday night, he would take her to the Anglers Club. Caroline is taken aback by these revelations, as her perception of her mother begins to shift. Jack admits, "I was the son he never had. But things didn't work out the way I thought they might." Upon reaching Caroline's Jeep, she expresses her gratitude to Jack for the ride, still processing the unexpected insights into her mother's past. They part ways, and Caroline leaves, filled with a mix of curiosity, surprise, and the need to reflect on the newfound knowledge she gained about Hollis's early life. Chapter 19, Child's Pose. Newly minted yoga instructor Avalon Boone arrives at Hollis Shaw's house on Squam Road for a yoga session. However, she finds the house closed up and all the shades drawn, giving her the feeling that the household is still asleep. Determined to start the session on time, Avalon decides to enter the house and wake everyone up with her gong if necessary. She carries her basket of yoga mats, blocks, and straps from her car to the front door. No cars, no lights on. They're all still in bed. "Well, I'll fix that," Avalon says as she prepares to make her presence known. Avalon notices the sea glass windows on either side of the front door and quickly snaps a picture with her phone, captivated by their beauty. She knocks on the door, but there is no response. She tries again, but still, there is no sign of movement or voices from inside the house. "Hello? Anyone home?" Avalon calls out, but her words are met with silence, with only the distant cries of seagulls and the sound of the ocean in the background. She opens the unlocked door and cautiously steps inside, feeling a mix of curiosity and concern. "Hello?" Avalon repeats, but there is still no answer. She takes in the interior of the house, admiring the white brick fireplace and sitting area, and the bright, white kitchen with its cathedral ceilings, marble countertops, and high-end appliances. A breakfast spread has been laid out on the kitchen island, including a bowl of granola, carafes of milk labeled skim and almond, pitchers of juice, and a beautiful fruit salad. "Wow, this kitchen is stunning. And that fruit salad looks amazing," Avalon says as she approaches the island and sneaks a blueberry from the top. She contemplates helping herself further but decides against it, knowing it might interfere with her yoga practice. Avalon's thoughts wander as she takes in the serene beauty of the house. She notices the open sliding door leading to a pond and the beach beyond, captivated by the idyllic surroundings. "I could get used to living in a place like this," she muses, captivated by the view. Meanwhile, Hollis Shaw, the hostess of the 5-star weekend, wakes up to her alarm at 6 o'clock. She realizes she is still fully clothed and finds a half-empty glass of Sauvignon Blanc on her nightstand. She fumbles for her phone, desperate to make the dinging noise stop, but in the process, she accidentally knocks over the wineglass. "Oh, for heaven's sake, what is wrong with you?" Hollis scolds herself, saving her phone from getting wet. She squints at the screen, realizing it's a morning buns alert. "Forget the morning buns, I need sleep," she mumbles, but her responsibilities as the hostess weigh on her. She drags herself out of bed and heads to her car, determined to retrieve the morning buns. Hollis, still feeling the effects of the previous night's tequila shots, struggles to stay upright as she drives to the bakery. She arrives to find herself second in line and attempts a feeble alibud catches the morning bun joke with the teenage girl behind the counter. Back at home, Hollis sets out the breakfast spread, thankful she had prepared everything in advance. She realizes it's only 6:45 and contemplates squeezing in an hour of sleep before the yoga session. Tatum Albright, one of the guests on the girls' weekend, wakes up at her usual time of 6:30. Despite having the opportunity to sleep in, she finds it difficult to fall back asleep. She lies in bed, stretching out like a starfish, but misses the warmth of her husband Kyle's body beside her. She reaches for her phone and discovers a text from him. "I miss you. How was last night?" the text reads. Tatum reflects on the previous night, realizing that it turned out better than she expected. She recalls the music, the food, and the satisfaction of freezing out Druan, someone she had dreamed of excluding for years. "It was better than I thought it would be," Tatum responds to Kyle's text, feeling pleased with the outcome. Curiosity gets the better of her, and Tatum asks Kyle about his night. When he mentions going to the tap room for steaks and then to Straight Wharf for drinks, Tatum can't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. "The Straight Wharf? Really? Did you pay $16 for a Goombay smash or get hit on by those gorgeous 20-somethings?" Tatum thinks to herself, feeling a bit left out. Tatum continues to exchange texts with Kyle, learning that they also went to see Buckle and Shake play at the Gaslight, a place she hasn't been to since it was the Starlight movie theater. She ponders the idea of Kyle finding love again after she's gone, realizing that she doesn't want him to start over. "No, Kyle. You shouldn't find love again. I don't want you to have a second act," Tatum admits, stubbornly holding on to her desires. As the morning unfolds, Avalon sits in Hollis's kitchen, contemplating whether to indulge in a morning bun or not. Meanwhile, Druan is startled awake by something wrapped around her leg, causing her to let out a startled shriek. "There's a long, thin black thing coiled around my shin," Druan exclaims, startled by the mysterious presence in her bed. As Druan wakes up in bed, she discovers a long, thin black object coiled around her leg. She jumps up in alarm, only to realize it's a rubber snake. She thinks, "What the hell? Do they call this place the Twist because of surprises like this?" Feeling unsettled, Druan decides to distract herself with exercise. She powers through a challenging hit and hills ride on her Peloton bike, hoping to alleviate some of her anxiety from the previous night's tequila consumption. After the workout, Druan heads to the kitchenette and grabs a water from the vintage icebox. She takes in the mid-century themed interior of the Twist, admiring the angular tangerine-hued sofa, wavy olive and white striped chairs, and the groovy abstract prints on the walls. She ponders the reason behind the name, The Twist, and imagines throwing fondue parties and wearing patio dresses. Druan checks Twitter for any activity on #TeamDruan, but she discovers that only her assistant, Jaquan, has retweeted her post. She thinks, that kid is getting a raise. She receives a text from JB, who urges her to listen to a voicemail. JB mentions the repercussions of her tweet and the loss of 2 clients, Cherise Morris and Kendall Henniker. JB informs her that Kendall is willing to stay if Druan issues an apology. JB warns her of the company's shame and insists on signing a drafted statement to rectify the situation. "I won't be issuing an apology," Druan decides, deleting the voicemail. She expresses gratitude for having at least one ally, Lindsay, despite not liking Lindsay's mother. Druan opens a text from Nick, hoping for an apology or declaration of love. Instead, she reads, "FYI, Phineas just eagled 14 and broke into the top 10. She quickly grabs the remote and checks the sports channels, though she knows that the US coverage of the British Open won't begin until later. She searches for Phineas Pine's name in the standings and discovers he's in 9th place, 3 shots behind the leader. Disappointed, Druan wonders if Nick feels that Phineas's success justifies Posey's decision to quit the Dow. She criticizes the sacrifice and believes it's pitiful. She turns off her phone and laptop, feeling overwhelmed, and heads for a shower. In the boardroom, Brooke lies in bed, indulging in a sexual fantasy. She hears someone whispering outside her bedroom door and imagines it to be the yoga instructor. The thought of the instructor being nearby increases her excitement. Meanwhile, Avalon, the yoga instructor, is making herself herbal tea in the kitchen and texting Hollis once again. She ponders whether to stay or leave and says, "Hi, I'm here. Should I stay or should I?" Avalon notices that Gigi's room door is slightly ajar, interpreting it as an invitation. She taps on the door, saying, "Hello? Hello? Namaste?" With no response, she pushes the door open and admires the room's stunning decor, including jungle print wallpaper, a rattan sleigh bed, and a living garden corner with bonsai trees. She takes quick pictures despite her growing frustration. Curiosity leads Avalon down the hallway where she sees a slice of turquoise through a window, realizing it's the pool. She hurries to the pool deck, hoping to find everyone waiting for her. However, the deck is empty, leaving her confused and thinking, "What the hell?" Meanwhile, Gigi walks alone on the beach, observing the seagulls, sandpipers, oystercatchers, and a distant red and white striped lighthouse on a bluff. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she sits in the sand, hides her face in her hands, and cries. Back at first light, Avalon packs up her belongings into her Camry and leaves, feeling that her attempt at conducting yoga was a failure. However, she takes solace in having a morning bun wrapped in a napkin for later. Chapter 20, Shotgun 1. As they're all climbing into Hollis's Bronco to go to town, Druan says, "Guess what I found in my bed? A rubber snake." "What?" Hollis says. "That's impossible. I made up all the beds fresh yesterday. It's like that scene from The Godfather." Brooke says. "Remember the horse head?" Tatum, who is sitting shotgun next to Hollis, says, "It sounds like someone was trying to send you a message." Well, Druan thinks that mystery is solved. Chapter 21, Stone Alley. Brooke, Tatum, and Hollis arrive in town, but as soon as they climb out of Hollis's Bronco, Tatum says, "I have an errand to run and I'll meet everyone in an hour." Brooke asks, "Okay?" Her previous sandals had caused blisters between her first and second toes, so she's now wearing purple Skechers. She looks around Main Street and suggests, "Where shall we meet up?" She notices the scene. There's a line of glowing young people in yoga clothes at Lemon Press. The Bartlett's farm truck is parked on the corner, its section flatbed bursting with ears of corn, zucchini, carrots, and radishes with the frilly green top still attached. A balding gentleman in horn-rimmed glasses reads the newspaper on a bench with a golden retriever lying at his feet. Brooke expresses her desire to go to Murray's Toggery. "I want to buy a Nantucket red skirt." She turns to Hollis for validation or instruction, but Hollis is gazing down Center Street. Hollis says, "I'll be right back. I'll text if I can't find you." Hollis heads off after Tatum, leaving Brooke feeling disappointed. She had hoped they would do things together like girlfriends usually do. Druan mentions wanting to check out a store on the other side of town that carries Dries Van Noten. Brooke, confused, responds, "Dries Van," not understanding what Druan is talking about. Druan waves a hand in the vague direction of Pacific National Bank and says, "I'll meet you later." She walks off, leaving Brooke perplexed. Brooke turns to Gigi with a forced smile and says, "Looks like it's just us." She feels like they're the last two kids picked for a team in gym class. Gigi, wearing a straw fedora and a white t-shirt dress with vages, responds, "I wanted a chance to get to know you better anyway. We barely got to talk last night." Brooke contemplates asking Gigi about her connection with Hollis and how they met, but she considers it a rude question. They come across Mitchell's book corner, and Gigi expresses her love for independent bookstores. Gigi selects books by Maggie O'Farrell and Ann Tyler and insists on buying them for Brooke. Gigi says, "I'm buying this for you, no arguments." She then takes down a novel called Our Little World and says, "I'm buying this for you as well." Brooke tries to decline the generous offers, but Gigi is determined to buy them for her. Brooke takes a novel with a sky blue cover and decides to give reading another try. She thinks about joining a book club in Wellesley and says, "There are numerous book clubs in Wellesley." Brooke recalls her previous experience with a book club where she hadn't even started reading the book. She admits, is it any wonder Brooke doesn't like to read? Her phone never asks her to think. Netflix doesn't demand in-depth analyses. Nonetheless, she's willing to give it another chance. Brooke hands Gigi the novel and says, "I'm getting this one." Gigi takes the book and remarks, "Yes, I've heard this author is very popular." Brooke senses the hidden insult, but she appreciates Gigi's gesture. They continue their walk, and Brooke suggests going to Murray's Toggery, describing the phenomenon of Nantucket Red's pants. Gigi links her arm with Brooke's and says, "Let's make that dream come true." Inside Murray's Toggery, Brooke notices the colorful array of clothing items. She remarks on the men's pants, ties, shirts, shorts, belts, and sweaters, evoking a lifestyle of sailing, golfing, and attending social events. Gigi pulls out a violet plaid shirt and expresses her desire to buy it for someone, revealing a wistful tone. Brooke mentions she has someone to buy for but adds that he won't receive anything. They head to the women's department, where Brooke admires the cashmere cardigans, blouses, headbands, and espadrilles. Brooke finds a wall of Nantucket Red skirts and decides to try one on. Gigi surprises her with a navy and white striped cotton boat neck sweater to complement the skirt. When Brooke emerges from the dressing room, Gigi enthusiastically praises her appearance. Brooke is overwhelmed with happiness and nearly starts to cry. Brooke decides to buy both the skirt and the sweater, envisioning herself wearing the outfit for the upcoming pizza party, ice cream truck, and fireworks event. At the cashier, Brooke worries about potential financial issues but successfully completes the transaction. She leaves the store with a sense of self-improvement. As Brooke and Gigi continue walking, Brooke spots Electra approaching and panics. She pulls Gigi towards Stone Alley, hoping to avoid a confrontation. Gigi finds the path whimsical, while Brooke feels desperate to escape Electra. They reach Union Street, out of breath but relieved. Gigi suggests going to the Handlebar Cafe for coffee, and Brooke enthusiastically agrees, appreciating Gigi's delightful company. Chapter 22, Under the Influence 1. Drouin enters Gypsy, a fashionable store on Federal Street, and encounters two young women. One of them, dressed in Gucci from head to toe, says to Laura Ingalls, this was from the shoot at Rashad's apartment on Bleecker. Drouin, attempting to be nice to people from New York, smiles as she approaches them. Joey, the chic salesperson, welcomes Drouin to Gypsy and offers her a glass of champagne, to which Drouin responds, "I'd love it, thanks. My name is Drouin." Joey pops a bottle of Moët Eddy Chandon and serves Drouin, surprising her with the quality of the champagne. Drouin notes, "Hell yes she does," when asked if she wants champagne at 10:30 in the morning. Drouin quickly spots the specific Dries Van Noten shirt dress she's been looking for and remarks, "I'll start you a room," to which Joey says, "Outstanding." Drouin glides around the store, contemplating her fashion choices. She wonders if the Neely Lawton pants in eggshell are too trendy, questioning, would they qualify as coastal grandma? Drouin reminisces about a past outing with Nick, thinking, it feels very weird that Nick doesn't know she's on Nantucket. As Drouin tries on various items, she decides that the amethyst shirt dress is a yes and the Raquel Allegra dress is a no, with Joey bluntly stating, "That's not flattering on you." The influencers enter the store, and one of them asks, "Is that Isabel Marant?" Drouin confirms and jokingly responds, "I think I'll treat myself today." During a confrontation with the influencers, Drouin defends her actions by saying, "You have to believe me. Posey Wofford is the one who's a disappointment." The influencers leave the store, with one of them saying, "You were my hero, you know. You are such a disappointment." Joey wraps up the purchase, asking about the jacket, to which Drouin says, "I'll take it." Chapter 23, Rye Toast. Hollis trailed behind Tatum down Center Street, adopting the tactics of someone who had studied espionage for dummies. She maintained a distance of 5 or 6 paces, mimicking Tatum's every turn and move. When Tatum made her way through the crowd outside Black-Eyed Susan's, it was Hollis who faced the annoyance of those waiting. "We've been waiting," they exclaimed, directed at Hollis. But Hollis had a surprise in store. She plopped down in the seat across from Tatum, declaring her presence with a triumphant surprise. Tatum was unimpressed, having spotted Hollis's reflection in the window of Don Friedman's gallery. Jack, however, greeted Hollis with a playful wink and said, "I always knew you'd come back to me." Kyle chimed in, acknowledging Jack's boldness, exclaiming, "He went there." The group settled in at Black-Eyed Susan's, enveloped by the bustling atmosphere filled with the rich aroma of coffee, butter, vanilla, and bacon. Hollis felt a headache that had plagued her all morning suddenly dissipate. It was a simple breakfast, an innocent gathering of old friends. Kyle and Tatum made it appear normal, as if Hollis was just visiting. But deep down, Hollis couldn't ignore the flutter of excitement she felt in Jack's presence. While Kyle and Tatum engaged in a conversation, Hollis saw this as an opportunity to catch up with Jack. The dynamics between Kyle and Tatum, and their playful banter, made it seem like any other day. But Hollis knew it wasn't the same. Jack Finnegan was here, and the emotions stirred within her were undeniable. However, her question was lost amidst the static coming from across the table. Kyle informed Hollis about Tatum's recent biopsy, the possibility of a lump in her right breast. Hollis was shocked to learn this, realizing Tatum had kept it a secret. The news struck a chord within Hollis, stirring memories of their shared past. Memories flooded back to their high school days when the four of them would gather for breakfast at the Downy Flake after Friday night Whalers football games. Jack, Tatum, and Kyle would experiment with various dishes, but Hollis always ordered the same thing, earning her the label of being predictable. Hollis couldn't help but wonder why they assumed her tastes hadn't changed over the years. Hollis's thoughts were interrupted by Kyle's mention of their wild night out, starting at Straight Wharf and ending at the Gaslight. He revealed that Jack had engaged in conversation and even danced with Tatum's boss, Irina, and her sidekick, Veda. Tatum's reaction to this revelation was a mix of jealousy and concern. Hollis could sense the tension building within her friend. In the midst of their conversation, Tatum's emotions overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears, surprising their server, Naz. Hollis tried to catch Tatum's eye, but she rushed past Naz towards the restroom. As Naz brought their plates, Kyle left the table to check on Tatum, leaving Hollis alone with Jack. Their conversation took a lighter turn, with Jack teasing Hollis about her love for orange marmalade on rye toast. It brought back memories of their shared history and inside jokes. The warmth of their interaction washed over Hollis, but she couldn't help feeling conflicted. When Tatum returned, she expressed her determination to keep Irina away from her husband, threatening to put a real snake in Irina's bed. The remark was laced with anger and a hint of vulnerability, signifying the depth of Tatum's emotions. As they left Black-Eyed Susan's, Tatum and Kyle shared a long kiss goodbye, and Jack insisted that Hollis take his phone number, suggesting she call him later. Hollis hesitated, knowing she had other obligations but feeling drawn to Jack's magnetic presence. Before parting ways, Hollis asked about Tatum's unexpected presence at the Mackenzie household. Jack confirmed that Tatum had spent the morning with Dylan, leaving Hollis curious about the nature of their interaction. Tatum paused to light a cigarette, her voice laced with determination as she spoke to Hollis. Her words conveyed a possessiveness and a willingness to protect her husband from any potential threat. The encounter at Black-Eyed Susan's left Hollis with a mix of emotions. Tatum's undisclosed biopsy weighed heavily on her mind, reminding her of the fragility of life and the need for support. Memories of their shared past and the unmistakable connection between Hollis and Jack stirred within her, leaving her torn between the obligations of her present and the desires of her heart. Chapter 24, Shotgun 2. The morning unfolds with multiple sightings of Hollis Shaw and her friends in town. Naz at Black-Eyed Susan's, Joey at Gypsy, and Father John, the priest at St. Mary's, all witnessed the women, with Father John spotting Tatum Mackenzie potentially in an altercation with a woman who might be the host of Throw Like a Girl. Father John wonders if this is even possible. Sharon, hoping to catch a glimpse of Hollis and her friends, discreetly watches as a scene unfolds near Hollis Shaw's strawberry red Bronco. Tatum reaches for the door handle of the front passenger side, but Drouin swats her hand away. Tatum retorts, "Nope, nuh-uh, you sat in front on the way here, I'm taking shotgun now." Tatum questions Drouin, asking, "What are you, 9 years old?" Drouin responds, "You're the one who put a rubber snake in my bed like we're rivals in a Disney movie." Tatum denies the accusation, saying, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Tatum realizes their argument has drawn attention, and she looks around, spotting Father John from St. Mary's. Tatum worries about being seen acting unbecomingly. She acknowledges that her anger about the situation is exaggerated, with only 10% related to Drouin and 90% related to other unresolved matters. As the group continues their journey, Brooke eagerly shares details of their shopping trip. Brooke exclaims, "Gigi and I had the best time. We went to Mitchell's, and Gigi bought me 2 books, the new Maggie O'Farrell and a novel by a debut author named Karen Wynne, and I got one for myself. It's a beach book set on Nantucket. What could be cooler than that?" Tatum observes Drouin carrying a large matte black shopping bag from Gypsy and silently wonders about its contents. Tatum pulls out a cigarette from her purse and turns to Brooke, asking, "Will it bother you if I smoke?" However, Brooke is caught up in her excitement and doesn't respond. Tatum decides to light the cigarette, inhales deeply, and blows the smoke out the side while dangling her hand outside the car. Drouin suddenly whirls around, accusing Tatum of blowing smoke into her hair. Tatum retorts, "I most certainly did not," denying the claim. Their argument escalates, with Drouin criticizing Tatum for smoking in a car full of people, calling it trashy. Tatum confronts Drouin, saying, "You called me trashy. I heard you." Chapter 25, Maybe, Sophia. Caroline wakes up for the second time on Saturday to find a note on the kitchen table from her mother, "Shopping in town. Back at noon." Caroline thinks to herself, "Hallelujah." She enjoys breakfast, and then heads to her favorite spot on the property, the footbridge over the pond. As she sits cross-legged in the sun, she sips her coffee and tosses pieces of the morning bun into the pond. A dragonfly hovers over her bare forearm, and Caroline thinks, nature. Introspection. Is she having a moment? Caroline reflects on the previous night and wonders why Dylan didn't try to sleep with her. She contemplates telling her best friend Isaac about it, thinking, if Caroline told Isaac that she'd slept with her longtime crush, she knows he would be happy for her. She pulls out her phone and Googles Isaac Apoku and Sophia Desmion. She comes across an article speculating their relationship, a picture of them at the Oscars, and Sophia's Instagram page with several photos of Isaac. One particular photo catches Caroline's attention. The caption reads, "My love." Caroline receives a text from Sophia with the message, "Hi, Caroline, how was your weekend?" She is surprised by this text, as Sophia has never contacted her before. Caroline wonders how Sophia got her number and assumes it must be through Isaac. She contemplates the possible reasons behind the text and thinks, what can Caroline think but that Sophia has found out about her affair with Isaac? Caroline declines Sophia's call and sends a text reply, "Sorry, can't chat, I'm filming RN. I'll call you later." Sophia's immediate response is a simple, "K." Caroline's hands shake as she considers reaching out to Isaac, but she fears Sophia may have his phone and be monitoring their communication. She thinks about the potential consequences of their affair being exposed and imagines making a documentary about herself titled, "Sleeping with Genius: My Brief Affair with Isaac Apoku." Caroline hears the sound of the returning group and puts her phone away. In the kitchen, Caroline questions her mother about what happened in town and expresses her frustration about her mother's behavior and breakfast with Jack. She accuses her mother of being a phony and says, "If I posted the unedited footage of this weekend, your fans would have a whole new opinion of you." Hollis is left speechless, realizing that Caroline sees through her curated online persona and recognizes the disconnect between her public image and private life. Thank you for listening so far. Please do not forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell and share our videos. Thank you. Chapter 26, Book in Hand, Feet in Sand. Back in her bedroom, Caroline feels a twinge of guilt. She considers apologizing to her mother, but breakfast with Jack? Kind of inexcusable. Caroline's phone dings. It's her mother Venmoing her $2,500 with the memo, filming for HWH. Caroline won't lie, she's hyped about the money. But it's also a reminder that she isn't here to mend fences with her mother, she's here to do a job. The other ladies are all heading outside for the next item on the itinerary: beach, lunch, pool. There's a bluebird sky. Caroline is going to fly Isaac's drone. The day Isaac taught Caroline to fly the drone was the most romantic of their time together. Isaac declared they should fly the drone in Central Park. Caroline didn't pretend to be shocked, she was shocked. You mean we're taking our relationship outside? Caroline sets Isaac's drone on the outdoor table by the pool, and, recalling Isaac's instructions, she pushes the buttons that bring the drone to life. It's like a cute mechanical pet. But whereas most drones sound like a swarm of bees, Isaac's drone is completely silent, and therefore stealthy. Caroline is thrilled when it floats over the table, across the pool, and above the dunes to the beach. Conservatory water was famous for the toy yachts zipping across its surface. From high above, they looked like so many dropped handkerchiefs, but Isaac showed Caroline how to lower the drone so close to the water's surface that she felt like she was a little person riding along on the bow of the boat. Now Caroline sets Isaac's drone on the outdoor table by the pool, and, recalling Isaac's instructions, she pushes the buttons that bring the drone to life. On the screen of her phone, Caroline has a bird's-eye view of Hollis and her friends as they settle into their afternoon. She lowers the drone in for some close-ups. Gigi and Hollis gravitate toward each other until they're standing side by side, watching Druanne. Then Gigi points up at the drone, and she and Hollis both smile and wave. Caroline presses the return to home button. When viewed from above, her mother's weekend is undeniably flawless. Hollis's eyes drift down to Gigi's feet in the sand. Her toenails are painted a red so dark, it's nearly black, and she's wearing a gold toe ring. Every aspect of Gigi is beautiful, Hollis thinks. Even her feet. Hollis and Gigi drift down the beach until they're out of earshot of the others. I went to breakfast with my first love, Hollis says. Gigi gasps. Tell me about him. Or, her? Gigi asks. Him, Hollis says. Jack Finnegan. That sounds like something out of a movie, Gigi says after hearing all this. So American. Hollis stares at her, though she's wearing sunglasses, so Gigi can't tell if she buys this. Druanne isn't a "there's something healing about the ocean" kind of girl, but there's something healing about the ocean. It's the chill of the water, the saltiness, the waves that roll over her shoulders and occasionally over her head. I'm so happy you're here. Last night when we were dancing. I hope you didn't feel left out. Or like a fifth wheel. Gigi laughs. We should probably head back, Hollis says. Druanne finds solace in the vastness and profundity of the ocean. It's profound. What do a handful of Twitter trolls matter compared to the magnificence of our planet? And the mystery of human existence? She has to stop thinking this way. She sounds like a poster in the dentist's office. Druanne sees Hollis and Gigi finishing their walk. Druanne windmills an arm. Come on in, she shouts. Hollis waves but heads back toward the house. Gigi smiles, takes off her watch and her sunglasses, sets them inside her hat, and steps into the water. She dives in, and a moment later, she surfaces right next to Druanne. She has the kind of eyelashes that clump together when wet and hold drops of water like little jewels. This water is sublime, Gigi says. Are you a beach person? Druanne asks. City person, Gigi says. But it's hard to beat this. So, I have to admit, I did the predictable thing and Googled you last night, Gigi says. How much did you read? Druanne groans. Just a bit. The tweets were all rubbish. Everyone hates me, Druanne says. My clients are dropping me. My boss wants me to issue an apology. And will you? Gigi asks. I don't want to, Druanne says. But I might not have a choice. Of course you have a choice, Gigi says. The reason you're so popular in the first place is that you speak your mind and stand by your convictions. It's the ocean, Drew-Ann deadpants. It makes everything better. I saw a needlepoint pillow in town that said the exact same thing, Gigi laughs. I'm so happy you're here. Last night when we were dancing. I hope you didn't feel left out. Or like a fifth wheel. Gigi laughs. When Drew-Ann returns to her chaise to dry off, she says, Brooke, lunch is ready, and Brooke's eyes fly open. I think I'm just going to nap, Brooke says. Just because they're on a girls' trip doesn't mean they have to do everything together. If Brooke wants to skip lunch, she'll skip lunch. There are sandwiches, toasted Portuguese bread overflowing with lobster salad and thick BLTs with avocado. Brooke takes half a lobster salad and half a BLT. I savor every bite, Gigi says. And when I'm sated, I stop eating. Sated. What an elegant word. When Drew-Ann returns to her chaise to dry off, she says, Brooke, lunch is ready, and Brooke's eyes fly open. I think I'm just going to nap, Brooke says. There are sandwiches, toasted Portuguese bread overflowing with lobster salad and thick BLTs with avocado. Brooke takes half a lobster salad and half a BLT. I savor every bite, Gigi says. And when I'm sated, I stop eating. Sated. What an elegant word. Caroline is in her bedroom reviewing the drone footage. It's incredible, if she does say so herself. She captured the majesty of their property. You see the house, the pond, the pool, and the ladies on the beach all from overhead, like God is watching, before swooping in for a closer look. When she opens the door, she recognizes the man standing there, a perspiring, red-faced dude in khaki shorts, a blue Oxford unbuttoned over a Free Brady t-shirt, a pair of flip-flops, and a green Red Sox hat, the kind Irish people like to wear. Caroline, the man says, opening his arms wide and stumbling forward. Can you get my wife for me, please, he says. He is ever so slightly slurring his words, which isn't exactly surprising. Mr. Kirtley is a fun haver. Okay? Caroline says. She knows the polite thing to do is invite Charlie Kirtley inside and offer him a big glass of ice water, but Caroline gets a troubling vibe. Doesn't Charlie understand this is a girls' weekend? What's good with him showing up out of the blue? Chapter 27, Calm and Present. Drew-Ann leaves the beach right after she finishes lunch. Brooke is fast asleep on the chaise next to her, face up and snoring loudly. Gigi is reading, and Hollis is cleaning up but refuses any assistance, claiming it's her zen. The only person Drew-Ann could talk to is Tatum, and that's obviously not happening. Drew-Ann puts on her cover-up, grabs her towel and sunscreen, and goes over the dunes, around the pond and then the pool, out a little gate, and down a flagstone path to the guest house. The cool, dark air of the cottage feels good. It's quiet, Drew-Ann is alone. She takes one breath, then another. You're so present. So calm. Drew-Ann is amused, and a little flattered, by this description. In real life, Drew-Ann is never present. She rushes from one moment to the next. She likes to get it done, then move on. And calling her calm is downright laughable. Drew-Ann is calm only when she's asleep, and sometimes not even then. Is Drew-Ann calm and present enough to open her laptop and check the standings of the players at the British Open? Probably not, but she does it anyway, and what she sees makes her do a double take. Phineas has advanced to third place. He's at 5 under, behind McIlroy and Hovland. He had a dream he was going to win, Posey said. Well, he's not going to beat McIlroy, and he probably won't beat Hovland, but third place at the British Open is nothing to sneeze at. One tournament does not an elite golfer make, but even so, good for Phineas. Drew-Ann actually thinks, good for Phineas. Drew-Ann closes her laptop and stares for a moment at her phone. She hates the thing so much, she fantasizes about setting it on fire. But that would change nothing. It's not her phone's fault she's in this predicament. Maybe, she thinks, there will be a sweet text or a voicemail from Nick. They haven't spoken in 2.5 days, and she misses him the way she'd miss hot running water or a second pillow. She'll survive, but it's not at all pleasant. There is, however, a text from Druan's co-host, Marla Fitzsimmons, Nantucket. I'm jealous. Isabel Marant is getting so much publicity, she should be paying you. Druan clicks into Instagram and searches for her name as hashtag. The first hit is an account called SexyBex, and, surprise, surprise, the profile picture is the woman in Gucci. She has posted the video of Druan drinking champagne, modeling the red leather jacket, and saying into the camera, I think I'll treat myself today. Here, Druan thinks, is the final nail in her coffin. She could have issued an apology and kept a low profile, but instead, she drank Moët Edi Chandon and made a glib and incredibly tone-deaf comment while modeling luxury goods. The caption reads that Druan Jones disrespects her client's mental health issues, then treats herself by spending her client's royalties on at Isabel Marant. Hashtag disgusted, hashtag Druan Jones, hashtag Gypsy Nantucket. The video was posted at noon and it already has 692,000 views. Druan powers off her phone. She wants to flush it down the toilet, but she can't screw up Hollis's plumbing. She'd like to bury it in the dunes, but she wouldn't want anyone to say that Druan Jones doesn't care about the environment. She hears a commotion out in the driveway and for an instant, Druan worries it's reporters who have discovered she's at Hollis's house and want a statement. This would actually be welcome. Maybe Druan should be proactive and call the press. She has a solid contact at Sports Illustrated. She could break her silence before her silence breaks her. Druan peers out the window. There's some clown standing on Hollis's front porch waving his arms and shouting at Brooke. Not on my watch. Druan thinks, and she steps outside. Chapter 28, Pardon the Interruption 1. Caroline gives her mother, who is relaxing out on the beach, a heads up. Mr. Kirtley is here. He's out front. And I think he had a couple pops at the gazebo. You're kidding, Hollis says. Not kidding. He asked me to get his wife. Hollis groans as she stands up from the chaise. She wakes Brooke up and says, Brooke, honey, I guess Charlie is here. Brooke gives Hollis a glassy stare. No. He's out front, Caroline says. Everything is okay, I think he's just looking for you. No, Brooke says again and she closes her eyes. Tell him to go to hell. Caroline and her mother exchange a look. Should they send Charlie away? Caroline is itching to grab her camera. Conflict is the best content. Look for the chink in the armor. Brooke slides her feet to the ground, then staggers through the sand toward the house, Hollis and Caroline following behind. When Brooke steps onto the front porch, Charlie says, There's my angel. Charlie's angel. There was a time when Brooke thought this was the sweetest thing she'd ever heard. It's a summer night in 1995, and Brooke is at the tent in Quincy Marina. She's dancing with her friends to Waterfalls by TLC. It's the song of the summer, when she feels someone dancing close behind her. When she turns around, she sees a guy who's cute in that frat boy way she likes, and she's flattered that he singled her out rather than her friends Amy and Megan, who are prettier. He says his name is Charlie and Brooke follows him to the bar, where they do kamikaze shots. Gah. Awful. Yet they have the desired effect, at least for Charlie. Brooke goes home with him that night to a townhouse in Dorchester that he and his brother are meticulously restoring. In the morning when Brooke wakes up, Charlie shows Brooke the crown molding in the dining room, the barn board in the kitchen, and a pew bench in the front hall that they salvaged from a church in Salem. Brooke mistakes Charlie for a person who cares about craft, quality, the integrity of old buildings. In reality, the person who cares is his brother. Charlie is merely parroting him in order to impress Brooke. The next week, Brooke again sees Charlie at the tent and again they hook up. The morning after, Charlie takes Brooke out to breakfast at a bar down the street called Flanagan, where the old bartender with an Irish accent knows Charlie by name and calls Brooke love. They eat fried eggs, sausages, grilled tomatoes. This experience somehow leads to Charlie and Brooke dating, then getting engaged and married, then having boy-girl twins and buying a house in the Poets' Corner section of Wellesley. Brooke knows her marriage hasn't been perfect. She'd been making excuses for Charlie's dirty jokes and inappropriate behavior even before the first lawsuit, but she liked her life. She was able to stay home. She was deliriously happy being a mom. Will and Whitney were good kids, exceptional, even, and their success in school and on the stage and on the athletic fields made Brooke feel like she was doing something right. But there has always been something off between her and Charlie. Back in 1995, Brooke was afraid no one better would come along, and she's been paying the price ever since. "This is a girls' weekend, Charlie," Brooke says. "You're not welcome, and frankly, it's embarrassing that you showed up here to grovel." "I booked us a room at the Walnut tonight," Charlie says. "And I made a reservation at Topper's. You can rejoin the ladies tomorrow. Just spend the night with me, please. I need you." "I'm not doing well, Angel." Brooke studies her husband. His face is bright red and she can smell the Jameson emanating from his pores. "You've been drinking." "I had one beer on the boat." She stares at him. "And a beer and a shot at the tavern while I booked the hotel and dinner." He reaches out a hand. "Come on, Angel." "No," Brooke says. She wants to scream at him. He's being sued because he groped some poor young girl. He lost his job because even the deplorable men he works with understand he went too far. He and Brooke can't afford a night at the Walnut or dinner at Topper's. But isn't it exactly like Charlie to make such a wasteful and grandiose gesture? He could have sent apology flowers here. The other women might have been envious, but instead, he'd spent 10 or 20 times as much money and to less effect. Brooke holds her tongue, however, because Hollis and Caroline are standing behind her. As Caroline watches this domestic drama unfold, she thinks about how she could make an entire documentary about the Kirtley family. Here's what has always puzzled her. Brooke and Charlie are both cringy, but they produce two of the coolest humans Caroline has ever known. Will and Whitney Kirtley are brilliant, funny, kind, and magnetic. Will goes to Wesleyan and Whitney is studying theater at Yale. Drew-Ann is striding over to Charlie. "Is there a problem here?" Charlie rears back. "Hey, you're the chick from Throw Like a Girl." Drew-Ann offers her hand. "Drew-Ann Jones," she says with a tight smile. Brooke can see Drew-Ann crushing Charlie's fingers. "Don't ever call me, or any other woman, a chick again, please." Charlie opens his mouth to speak but Drew-Ann stops him. "You're crashing a very exclusive party, my friend. Brooke is staying here with us. You will respect her, and me, and our hostess, Hollis, by leaving promptly. Am I clear?" Emboldened by Drew-Ann, she's saving the day like Superwoman, Brooke says, "Yeah. Get out of here, Charlie." Charlie flexes and unflexes the fingers that Drew-Ann mangled. "My wife doesn't need to be part of this cougar committee," he says to Hollis. "You're all Wiccans." "We're friends, Charlie," Hollis says. "I've called you a cab. You should wait at the end of the driveway." Drew-Ann marches up the porch stairs, puts an arm around Brooke, and says, "Girl, I'm sorry. I had no idea that's what you were dealing with." Caroline bumps into Tatum as she comes in the side door. "What's going on?" Tatum asks. "Where did everybody go?" Caroline will let her mother explain later, but right now, she has an idea. "Are you busy?" she asks. "Because I'd love to talk to you alone and ask you some questions about my mom." Hollis sees Tatum following Caroline down the basement stairs. "What are you two up to?" "We're going to have a little chat," Caroline says. "That's not on the itinerary," Hollis jokes. "Sweetheart, I appreciate your creativity, but I don't think Tatum wants to be grilled about our friendship." "I don't mind," Tatum says. She gives Hollis a look. "What's wrong, Holly? Are you worried about what I'm going to say?" "I'm just trying to get some historical context," Caroline says. "Historical context?" Hollis says. "You make it sound like we're 100 years old." "For depth and texture," Caroline says. Otherwise, I'm just making a video scrapbook. That's what Hollis wants, a video scrapbook. She appreciates that Caroline is taking this seriously, but she doesn't have to go full-on Ken Burns and conduct interviews. This kind of chat sounds too personal for the website, Hollis says. I don't need people hearing details about my most intimate relationships. Can you just relax, Mother? These are your friends. I just want to dig a little deeper. That's what makes this weekend meaningful. Otherwise, it's just duvet covers and pecans. Henrietta rubs against Hollis's legs, probably sensing her discomfort. All right, Hollis says. She raises her eyebrows at Tatum. Be kind? I'll be honest, Tatum says. Chapter 29, Pardon the Interruption 2. Brooke and Drew-Ann are on the beach, while Tatum is with Caroline. Gigi's location is initially unknown. Hollis assumes she's on the beach as well, allowing her time to prepare a sour cream and roasted onion dip for the cocktail hour. However, Hollis hears her dog, Henrietta, growling near the library door. Hollis finds Gigi in the library holding a framed photograph. Gigi apologizes for intruding, and Hollis responds, not at all. Gigi looks at the photographs in silver frames and says, beautiful family. Hollis touches the photograph Gigi is holding and mentions, this was shot last summer. Laurie Richards took our portrait every year in the last week of August. Gigi thinks about the absence of photographs of Matthew in the house and wonders if he ever lived there. She picks up the last picture and contemplates if Matthew thought of her during that time. Gigi wishes to check her schedule to see where she was but realizes she would have been longing for him more than he was for her. Gigi smiles at Hollis and says, I hope it's not an intrusion, me looking at these. Hollis finds Gigi's presence in the library somewhat unsettling and wonders if she's hiding something on her laptop. Gigi notices Hollis's diamond rings and comments, you have a beautiful family. Hollis touches the photograph Gigi is holding and reveals, this was shot last summer. Laurie Richards took our portrait every year in the last week of August. Hollis describes their summer routine with Matthew and mentions the increasing tension between them. She recalls incidents where Matthew disagreed with their plans and expresses her frustration, saying, do you get tired of being so righteous? She reflects on their lack of intimacy and their arguments. Hollis realizes that something is wrong but can't pinpoint exactly what it is. Hollis talks about the photo shoot with Laurie Richards and explains that Matthew and Caroline were running late. She mentions their previous agreement about the family photo shoot, saying, I definitely said, Laurie Richards, family photo, and they both said, yes, okay, or something like that. Matthew and Caroline eventually appear, and Hollis pretends to be mildly annoyed, asking, where were you guys? Matthew explains that they were at Great Point, and Caroline adds, it was the best day of the summer. Hollis describes their routine during summer weekends, including Matthew's activities and their outings. She mentions their arguments and diminishing physical connection. Hollis wonders if Matthew's statement about it being the best day of the summer was because she wasn't there. Despite their challenges, they proceed with the family photo shoot. Hollis acknowledges that Gigi won't be able to see the underlying anger and resentment between her and Matthew, while to Gigi, they would appear as the perfect couple. Chapter 30, The Drop 1. Caroline sets up 2 chairs in the home theater and asks Tatum, is it okay if I film this? Tatum replies, I look like a dirt sandwich, but sure, have at it. Tatum comments on her appearance, saying, I have a gray Nantucket Whalers t-shirt and jeans shorts, while Caroline thinks she couldn't have styled her any better, calling her look local island girl. Tatum says, I can't remember ever not being friends with Hollis. Our mothers taught kindergarten in adjacent classrooms. They both went out on maternity leave. They would get together a few times a week, take us for walks, push us in the baby swings, that kind of thing. Tatum recalls a conversation during their 4th grade Mother's Day tea where Hollis asked what to do since she didn't have a mother. Tatum whispered in Hollis's ear, we could share my mother. Tatum explains, in 4th grade, we had this thing called Mother's Day tea. I remember Hollis raising her hand and asking what she should do since she didn't have a mother. I whispered in Hollis's ear that we could share my mother. And that's what we did. We were like sisters. Tatum shares how their friendship changed in high school, saying, senior year, things were different. Hollis tells us that our senior English teacher, Ms. Fox, said her college essay was the best she'd read in 31 years of teaching. Tatum recalls their conversation about college decisions. Hollis got into UNC. My dad can't really afford anything but UMass. Tatum feels shocked and disappointed, realizing Hollis is choosing UNC over their plans to attend UMass together. Tatum reveals her actions during their senior year softball game. I threw the game. I robbed not only Hollis but our team and our school, hell, our island, of a championship title. Tatum explains, Hollis left for college, the summer after freshman year. Hollis announces she's staying in Chapel Hill. Tatum calls Hollis long distance and begs her to reconsider. Sorry, Tay, Hollis says. Drew-Ann and I have decided to stay here. Tatum mentions Hollis's decision to work at Chili's in Chapel Hill and focus on her summer reading list. She reflects on Hollis's transformation, thinking, she's like a snake, shedding her old life as though it's a skin she's grown out of. Tatum shares her disappointment when Hollis chooses to stay in Chapel Hill instead of returning to Nantucket. Regarding Hollis's engagement, Tatum says, Hollis calls me to say that Matthew is finishing his surgery residency and they've decided to get married. Hollis explains, he didn't get down on one knee or anything. I cannot imagine him doing that. Tatum asks about the wedding plans, saying, but what about the ring, the proposal, was it romantic? Hollis replies, he didn't get down on one knee or anything. It's in Wellesley. Matthew's mother, Judith, is planning the wedding. Tatum asks Hollis about the number of bridesmaids, to which Hollis replies, 6. You, Drew-Ann, Matt's cousin Cora, Gretchen and Ellie from UNC, and Regency from Boston. Tatum expresses her expectation to be the matron of honor, saying, I am the matron of honor, right? There's a loaded silence before Hollis confirms, yes, of course. You and Drew-Ann both. I'm having one matron of honor, you, and one maid of honor, Drew-Ann. Tatum feels hurt and cries, emphasizing her deep connection with Hollis, saying, I have known you your entire life. We're not just friends, we're sisters. My family took you in, my mother treated you as her own. She confronts Hollis about their bond, feeling possessive and jealous of Drew-Ann's involvement. Tatum decides not to be the matron of honor and hangs up on Hollis. Hollis calls back and leaves a message, expressing her distress and desire for Tatum to be involved. The next day, Tatum reluctantly agrees to be the co-maid/matron of honor as long as she can walk in last. Tatum reflects on the disappointment she felt, the hurt of Hollis finding another best friend, and the strained nature of their relationship. Caroline asks if everything worked out since Tatum is there, to which Tatum thinks, not really. Things have never been the same between Tatum and Hollis. Tatum hides from Hollis every summer, runs away when she bumps into her at the grocery store, turns down every invitation to come to the house for dinner. Tatum decides to end the conversation, feeling emotionally exhausted and wanting to take a nap. Chapter 31, Heart to Heart. Brooke is so happy, she has to make sure her feet are touching the ground. Yes, they are, her feet are in the wet sand at the water's edge. Drew-Ann has asked Brooke to go for a walk, just the two of them. Brooke wishes Caroline were filming them right now. She feels like a character in a movie. The afternoon sun has mellowed and the breeze off the water has picked up, the waves froth at their ankles, and the bottom of Drew-Ann's ivory caftan is getting damp, but she doesn't seem to care, just like Brooke doesn't care that her stomach is pooching out because she showed so little restraint at lunch. Brooke and Drew-Ann are both facing forward, which somehow makes it easier to talk. Watching Drew-Ann dress down Charlie was beautiful, nearly arousing. Now Drew-Ann is saying things like you don't need to put up with a guy like that, someone who doesn't respect women, who has an inflated sense of entitlement just because he has a penis. He doesn't deserve you, Brooke. You are sweet and kind and pretty. There are lots of men out there who would treat you better. Brooke has doubts about this. She's 50 years old with no career and a poor self-image. If she leaves Charlie, he'll find someone else within minutes. Men always do. but Brooke will be left to create a profile on a dating app where she'll meet men old enough to be her grandfather with plasticky-looking dentures and hair growing out of their ears. She'll give up quickly and either move down to Boca to live with her mother or stay put in the Poet's Corner house while Charlie shacks up in the seaport with his new girlfriend. She'll be named Callie or Brianna, and she'll be either a newscaster or one of the Patriots cheerleaders. And Brooke will have to find a way not to be a burden to Will and Whitney as they finish college and launch their own fabulous lives. Leaving Charlie has never been a realistic option because life without him has always seemed a touch less appealing than life with him. Except now, on this walk, having what can only be described as a heart-to-heart with Drew-Ann, Brooke starts to see things differently. She's sorry when they turn around to go back. "What about you?" Brooke asks. "Do you have a special someone?" Drew-Ann says. "That's complicated." Everything is complicated, this Brooke has come to understand. But her emotions at this moment are delightfully simple and straightforward. She's happy. She's liberated. She pictures Charlie walking dejectedly down the hydrangea-lined driveway in his stupid Free Brady t-shirt, and all she thinks is good riddance. Don't let the door hit ya where the good Lord split ya. These boots were made for walking, and all the other sassy sentiments expressed by people who have finally had enough. Brooke's good mood is dampened only a little when they get back to Hollis's property and see Caroline waiting for them. "I'd love to borrow Drew-Ann for a minute," she says. "If that's okay?" "Of course," Brooke says. Even her voice sounds different. Her tone is cool and casual. There's plenty of time to relax before the next item on the itinerary, which is pre-dinner cocktails. Brooke decides to lock herself in the boardroom, stretch out on the bed, and make some magic happen. Chapter 32. The Shot. Caroline approaches Drew-Ann and asks if she can discuss their friendship for her mother's website. Drew-Ann humorously wonders, did something else happen? Am I being called to testify before Congress? Caroline clarifies her intention to film their conversation and mentions her admiration for Isaac Opoku. Drew-Ann teases, sounds like somebody has a crush. Caroline reveals her past relationship with Isaac, saying, "We were together for a couple of weeks while his girlfriend was on a modeling job in Sweden." Drew-Ann, referring to Isaac's girlfriend, Sophia Desmion, acknowledges her awareness and quips, "I do read People magazine, you know." Caroline explains that the filming is for her mother's website but hints that it might turn into something else, mentioning her internship with Isaac. Drew-Ann recalls Isaac's interest in making a film about an Egyptian ultramarathoner she represented. Caroline praises Isaac, calling him a genius and the most intelligent, sensitive person I've ever met. Drew-Ann jokingly responds, "Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody has a crush." Caroline's phone buzzes, but she ignores it and expresses her desire to ask Drew-Ann about her friendship with Caroline's mother. Drew-Ann agrees, feeling calm and present in the soundproof home theater. Caroline asks, "How did you and my mom become friends?" To which Drew-Ann replies, "Your mother and I became real friends at the final bid party for Beta Beta Beta." Drew-Ann shares their sorority rush experience, mentioning their decision to attend various events and their consideration of different sororities. She explains their preference for Beta 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 and the doubts surrounding Hollis's suitability. Stacia, the sorority president, assures Drew-Ann of receiving a bid but expresses uncertainty about Hollis, saying, "The other girls aren't sure Hollis is polished enough to be a beta, but I'm willing to go to bat for her on your behalf." When Stacia used the word need, Drew-Ann tells the camera now, a light came on. "Beta wanted me because I was black." Now, was I being racially sensitive? Could Stacia have meant that the sorority needed someone with my sophistication and sense of style? Maybe, but I also didn't love what she said about Hollis. Because what she meant by not polished enough was that Hollis didn't have enough money. So I grabbed Hollis and we left the party without saying goodbye. She never asked me what happened, though maybe she suspected. But on that night, Hollis told me that her mother, Charlotte, who was a kindergarten teacher, always maintained that a child would be just fine as long as she had one good friend. So we decided to be a sorority of two. Drew-Ann feels her eyes mist up. And from that moment on, we were. There are things about this story that make Caroline cringe, but that's the beauty of it. Find the chink in the armor. Caroline tries to picture her mother, who Caroline thought had always been popular and well-liked, even before she became internet famous, wearing the wrong shoes and not getting into a sorority. So the two of you were best friends all through college? Caroline says. We were, Drew-Ann says. We lived together all 4 years. Senior year, there was no stopping us. In their senior year, Drew-Ann and Hollis were both 21, and this meant Franklin Street was theirs for the taking. Wednesday nights they went to Goodfellows. Thursdays meant the Cave because of the cute guitar player. Fridays and Saturdays they went to He's Not Here, which they referred to as She's Not Here, and they drank Coors Light from blue cups. Sunday nights were pizza at IP3. We had traditions, Drew-Ann says to Caroline. On our birthdays, we went to the Flying Burrito. And every night before we went out, we listened to Stephanie Mills singing Never Knew Love Like This Before. Caroline's eyebrows shoot up. So that was your song, then? Did you guys coordinate a dance to it, like my mom and Tatum? Drew-Ann scoffs. No dance. That's strictly high school stuff. Drew-Ann sighs. Chapel Hill was a Carolina blue bubble. We never wanted to leave. Did you two ever argue? Caroline asks. Were there any bumps in the road? Well, Drew-Ann says. That's an interesting question. For that, I have to back up. Sophomore year, Hollis asks Drew-Ann if she can spend Christmas in Chicago with her. Won't your parents miss you? Drew-Ann asks. Hollis seldom speaks about her family. All Drew-Ann knows is that Hollis's mother teaches kindergarten, her father is a plumber, and she has no siblings. Hollis shrugs and says, I'll call them. Hollis has made it clear that Nantucket is a place she wants to leave behind, and Drew-Ann can't blame her. The island is 4 miles wide, 13 miles long, and 30 miles off the coast. It's overrun with tourists and billionaires in the summer and cold, windy, and desolate in the winter. It sounds like a nightmare. So Hollis spends the holidays with the Joneses in Oak Park. Drew-Ann is able to appreciate her family and their traditions anew through Hollis's eyes. The 12-foot Christmas tree, the cocoa Drew-Ann's mother makes with Ghirardelli chocolate, Christmas Eve dinner at the Phoenix in Chinatown. Hollis is as wide-eyed as a child. Their days are gilded by her sense of wonder. On Christmas morning, after present opening and Eggs Benedict, Hollis calls home. I'll be quick, she tells Mrs. Jones. I don't want to run up your phone bill. She uses the phone in Drew-Ann's bedroom, and who knows what gut instinct drives Drew-Ann to pick up the extension in her parents' room and listen in, but she does. She hears Hollis say, I'm sorry you have to spend Christmas alone, Daddy. Tom Shaw says, it's not so bad. I'm going to put a wreath on your mother's grave, then meet some of the guys at the Anglers Club. Ever so quietly, Drew-Ann presses down the button to disconnect, then lowers the handset into the cradle. Your mother's grave. For a year and a half, Drew-Ann has believed that Charlotte Shaw is alive and well, teaching finger painting and assuring kids that they need only one good friend. Does Drew-Ann storm down the hall to confront Hollis? She does not. It's Christmas, Mrs. Jones has roasted a goose, and the relatives are on their way over, among them Drew-Ann's Uncle Jimmy, who will play carols on the piano while the rest of them sing. So Drew-Ann keeps quiet, but she smolders with this new knowledge. It's more than a secret Hollis kept, it's a deception. Drew-Ann says nothing the next few days. On New Year's Eve, Drew-Ann's parents go to a party and her brothers head downtown to the bars. Hollis and Drew-Ann stay home, order Italian beef sandwiches, and turn on Dick Clark. Drew-Ann has a New Year's tradition she wants to share, a bottle of something called Jeppson's Malort liqueur. It's the foulest tasting liquid ever invented, but Drew-Ann assures Hollis that drinking it is a Chicago rite of passage. They each do one shot chased by a beer, then a second shot. After the inevitable grimace, Hollis visibly relaxes and Drew-Ann thinks, now, while it's still 1988 and not yet 1989. If Drew-Ann doesn't ask now, the lie might fester right up until graduation, when Hollis will have to explain why her mother isn't coming to the ceremony. It's too awful for Drew-Ann to contemplate. Your mother is dead, Drew says. Hollis claps a hand over her mouth and runs for the bathroom. Drew follows and holds her hair back. In the final hour of the year, Hollis spills it all. My mother died when I was a baby. I couldn't tell you the day we moved in, I was already too emotional. I had never been away from home and I'd never met anyone who didn't already know my mother was dead. I didn't have the words. And then once I lied about it, I wasn't sure how to tell the truth. I'm so sorry, Drew. The most fundamental fact about me is that I've never had a mother. I was raised by my dad and a bunch of other people who pitched in. But I never wanted you to see me as someone who was defective, by which I mean I didn't want to think of myself that way. College allowed me to start fresh, and I guess I thought I could just change the parts of me that I didn't like. Drew considers her options. For days, she has been ready to be infuriated and indignant. You lied to me for a year and a half. A major lie, Hollis. This, she suspects, is what anyone else in her position would do. But the truth is, her time in Chapel Hill has been the happiest of her life for one reason only, and that's the sniffling girl who smells like Jepson sitting on the floor of the Joneses' downstairs powder room right now. It must have been hard for you, Drew says. And I hope that you feel lighter now that you've told me the truth. I do, Hollis says. And I'm sorry you had to grow up without a mom. I'm sure that sucked. Hollis shrugs. It's the only way I knew. But there have been lots of times when I could have used a mom. Yes, Drew thinks, remembering the outfits Hollis wore during Rush. Did your mother really say that a kid would be okay as long as she had one true friend? That's what I was always told. Drew helps Hollis to her feet. The girl needs a shower. Well, then, it looks like we're going to be okay. Caroline has to wipe away tears. Wow, she says. I don't mean to get all emo, but I never knew any of this. Yeah, well, Drew says. We didn't talk about it much after that. We moved on. She takes a deep breath. This has been a fun stumble down memory lane. She's being a smartass, but she means it. For the past 40 minutes, she has been transported to the Chapel Hill of decades ago. What an unexpected gift. But I should get back upstairs and get ready for dinner. Yes, Caroline says. Thank you for this. Drew heads upstairs and Caroline takes some time to compose herself. Is she having an aha moment about her mother? She has always known that Hollis's mother died when Hollis was a baby. But it's only now that Caroline realizes Hollis didn't have a Hollis of her own. She had to borrow Tatum's mother, and once she left Nantucket, she had to figure things out by herself. Caroline has romanticized the memories of her father because he's gone. But Hollis was the one who showed up with Caroline's forgotten flute case. Hollis was the one with a regular spot at Sprague Fields during Caroline's soccer games. Hollis took Caroline on her college visits and spent 6 hours at Copley Place helping Caroline shop for a cotillion dress. Hollis kept up with the friend drama, the boy drama, the academic drama. Hollis was her every day. Hollis was her unconditional. How had Hollis known how to be a mom? Thinking about it now, Caroline finds it sort of amazing. Caroline is yanked from her feelings by the buzzing of her phone. She checks the screen. It's Isaac. Chapter 33. Intermezzo. Hollis takes a few pictures of the chips and dip, then gets a close-up of the napkins. Her followers will go crazy. Hollis doesn't care. She pours herself a glass of Sancerre. Just that morning she'd sworn she'd never drink again, but she needs something to improve her mood, and heads to her bedroom to get dressed for dinner. She puts Drew-Ann's playlist on the sound system and the first song is Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe. Her and everyone else who has ever lived. She can see it so clearly now, she and Matthew could have been happier. They just needed another try. Brooke wakes up from her nap to find she has 4 missed calls from Charlie as well as a string of profane texts from him. HMPF, she says. She feels sorry for him. He'll be driving back to Wellesley with the start of a hangover while she takes a glorious outdoor shower. Hollis wasn't kidding when she said it was the best. It's located under an arbor draped in climbing roses. The water is hot, the pressure is as strong as a Swedish massage, and Hollis has stocked the shower caddy with luxury bath products that smell of lemongrass. Brooke loves the idea of matching colors. The 5 of them will look like members of an exclusive club. When she steps into the house, she sees Gigi in the hall, wrapped in a pink silk robe. The outdoor shower is just gorgeous, Brooke says in her new faux British accent. The words just pop out of her mouth. Why, she wonders, must she be so weird? Tatum sits on her bed in a towel. You look beautiful, Tater. Eyes shining. Tatum moves on to what she thinks of as mastectomy TikTok. Cancer survivors, most of them even younger than Tatum, who have had their breasts removed and reconstructed. They're all preposterously upbeat. I love my new boobs. I will never wear a bra again. Tatum sighs. She doesn't want new boobs, she likes the ones she has. Kyle likes the ones she has. She knows that what these women aren't mentioning is that they can't feel their new boobs. All sensation, all sexual arousal, is gone. Who cares about how they look, Tatum thinks, if you can't feel anything? Druan pours a shot and throws it back. Resignation, she thinks. Is he serious? Yes, she knows he is. She's losing the best job in the world. Druan pours another shot, the first one hasn't made a dent. She listens to the voicemail from Zeke. Terminating your contract. Permanently replacing you with Gabriella Legrand. I'm sorry, fam. Ha. Zeke is not her fam, he's a bro who pretends to be woke enough to produce a woman-forward show. When he's texting, he uses a black thumbs up even though he's as white as Wonder Bread. Can she cancel his contract for that? Druan pours a third shot and throws it back. Last one, she thinks, and she pushes play on Rosemary Filbert. Hi, hon, it's Rosemary from down the street. Just checking to see how you're doing. Long exhale. Rosemary is an old-school chain smoker. The filters of her Newports are stained Revlon stoplight red. If you're thinking of listing your property, you know where to find me. I'll get you double what you paid for it. Inhale. Take care, hon. Druan pours a fourth shot. She has been fired from all 3 of her jobs, and Rosemary is probably printing up a listing sheet for Druan's townhouse that very second. Druan closes her eyes. Her disgrace is now complete. Rosemary Filbert is circling like a buzzard over the roadkill that is Druan's life. Druan pours a fourth shot. She has been fired from all 3 of her jobs, and Rosemary is probably printing up a listing sheet for Druan's townhouse that very second. Druan stares at the fourth shot of excellent tequila, but instead of drinking it, she rises from the table, throws the shot in the sink, grabs her clutch, walks out the door, and crunches through the white shells of the driveway to the main house, where she is, if not exactly adored by all, at least expected. Chapter 34, My Little Cabbage. Caroline isn't fool enough to answer Isaac's call. It's definitely Sophia, laying a trap. But after she declines, a text comes in, pick up, mon petit cho. Mon petit cho, a French endearment, one Caroline hopes he uses only with her. He calls Sophia ma chérie. The phone rings again and Caroline is helpless to resist. She is his little cabbage. She picks up. Hello? She tries to make her voice as bright and sunny as a Nantucket afternoon. Caroline, he says, emphasis on the last syllable, which he always pronounces as lean. Hey, she says. She has been strong up to this point, but hearing his voice is too much. What's going on? Sophia texted, then called. She suspects something, he says. Not you, just someone. Because she says I sounded too happy while she was away. She was calling you to see if there had been any women visiting or if I'd gone out. There's a lot to unpack in those statements, but Caroline is, initially, relieved. So she doesn't suspect me? No, Isaac says, and Caroline realizes that she would fall way beneath Sophia's consideration. Sophia is reaching out only to use Caroline as a spy. Ouch. Are you sure? Caroline says. Because when she met me, she said, please, no trouble. What did that mean? No trouble meant don't be late, pay attention, don't check your phone all the time, don't use me as a network, Isaac says. You were not that kind of trouble. There's a moment of silence during which Caroline and, she assumes, Isaac think about what kind of trouble Caroline was. If she calls again, just assure her it was no one, there was no one, I was a good boy. Please, I need you to do this for me. Because you love her? Yes, Isaac says. But she is right, I was happy while she was away. I was happy because we were together. Caroline would like to point out that if she is the one who makes Isaac happy, then maybe he should be with her and not Sophia. But she senses there's some elusive knowledge about love that she's not adult enough yet to understand. Something like true love makes you miserable. How's your little project coming? He asks. Oh, Caroline says, perking up, though she's wary of saying too much lest she jinx herself. It's turning out better than I expected. Isaac says. When you get back to New York, we'll take a look together at what you have. Okay, mon petit cho. He's patronizing her, but she likes imagining the two of them shoulder to shoulder in front of Isaac's computer. Okay, Caroline whispers. She wants the conversation to end sweetly, she wants Isaac to say he misses her, but at that second, there's a beeping on her phone. Sophia is calling. She's calling me now, Caroline says. What should I do? Decline, please, Isaac says. She's been out to lunch with Mauricio and Gemma, I'm sure she's been drinking. Wait and call her back tomorrow, then put her mind at ease. Okay, Caroline says. The beeping ends, Caroline knows Sophia won't leave a message. You'll be back Monday? Isaac asks. Tuesday, Caroline says. Isaac sighs. With longing? Until then, mon petit cho, he says, which isn't exactly what Caroline is hoping for, but she'll take it. She hangs up just as a text from Sophia comes in. Are you on the phone with Isaac? A chill rolls up Caroline's spine. The loneliest place in the world, she realizes, is between two other people. Chapter 35, Happy Hour 3. When Caroline walks into the kitchen, the mood is festive. The only grouch is Henny, who resumes her growling at Gigi. I can't keep blaming my cat, Gigi says. I think Henrietta has something against me. Finish your pot. Brooke says. How could anyone have anything against you? Caroline has to admit, her mother's matching colors idea works. Druanne is in white, Gigi is in black, Brooke is in white, and Tatum is in black and white. The music is so good, Tracy Chapman's Fast Car, that Caroline catches both Tatum and Druanne singing along together. We've got to make a decision, leave tonight or live and die this way. Everyone is glowing from the sun. Brooke shows Druanne her sunburned shoulders, and Gigi looks at pictures of Orion on Tatum's phone. Caroline gets some footage of the ladies singing and dancing to What a Man. Still no music from this century, maybe that will happen tomorrow. Brooke says, Caroline, would you take a group picture with my phone? I'll text it to everybody. Yes. Everyone loves this idea. But wait, the room comes to a standstill. Where's Hollis? Gigi says. I'll get her, Tatum says. No, I'll get her, Druanne says. Caroline watches the two women stare at each other. I'll get her, she says. And she heads down the hall. Before knocking, Caroline presses her ear to the door. She hears nothing. There's a stripe of light at the bottom. Her mother is in there. But something must be wrong. Hollis is always the first person ready. There's no good reason why Hollis would miss even 1 minute of the cocktail hour. There are only bad reasons. Caroline raps with one knuckle. Mama, she says. There's no answer. Well, this is an interesting reversal. Caroline feels a sickening guilt. She has been awful to her mother. She has been narcissistic, sarcastic, mean. Caroline isn't the only one in the family who lost someone. Her mother lost her husband. And long ago, her mother lost her mother. Caroline's mind is fresh with the vision of 9-year-old Hollis reading a poem she wrote for a dead woman she never knew, 18-year-old Hollis keeping the death of her mother a secret from even her closest friend. Is it any wonder her mother has spent all these years creating a picture-perfect life? Caroline opens the door. Hollis is sitting on the bench in her mom undies and her mom bra, her elbows on her knees, her face in her hands. "I'm sorry," Caroline says. "Mama, I'm sorry." Slowly, Hollis turns her head. Caroline is holding out her arms. "I'm sorry. Mama, I'm sorry." Caroline takes a breath to say more, but Hollis doesn't need to hear more. She stands up and Caroline squeezes her around the middle, and Hollis thinks, this is enough. She has, finally, gotten her little girl back. They stand in an embrace, rocking back and forth, until finally Caroline pulls away. "Mom," she says. "You have to get ready. They're all waiting for you." A splash of cold water, some concealer. Hollis brushes her hair out, puts on lipstick, spritzes herself with Grand Soir. Caroline makes Hollis's entrance into the kitchen not awkward by gathering the ladies for a group photo. Where should they stand for optimal lighting and in what order? Hollis in the middle, Brooke says. "Well, obviously. Should the onion dip be in the picture?" "No, Hollis took pictures of it earlier before it was ravaged. She'll post those on the website when the weekend is over." "Wine glasses?" "Sure, why not, let's keep it real." "Should they move over by the fireplace?" "Wait, why are they taking the picture inside when it's such a glorious evening? They should be out on the deck." Gigi leads the way. She's a long cool woman in a black dress that clings to her figure and pools by her feet. The sun is just setting, the light is golden syrup. Hollis plants her feet and extends her arms. She feels better, stronger. Caroline thinks Tatum and Druanne should be on one side, Brooke and Gigi on the other. That way it makes sense when other people are looking at it, the friends in chronological order. But Tatum and Druanne gravitate to different sides of Hollis. Brooke goes with Druanne, Gigi with Tatum. On the count of 3, Caroline says. She's holding the camera over her head for the most flattering angle. Her mother is self-conscious about her chin. Gigi and Druanne know to set one foot in front and pivot. Caroline takes a stream of pictures even before she says, 1, 2, 3, and everyone smiles. Cute, Caroline thinks. The song changes to Good Vibrations by Marky Mark and everyone swarms Caroline because they want to see the pictures. Caroline pulls her mother aside. "I'm going to stay home and edit the footage I have. You ladies take pictures and videos at Nautilus and I'll meet you at the chicken box later, I promise. Just text me when you're leaving town." Caroline expects her mother to protest and maybe mention the $2,500 she's being paid, but Hollis just smiles. "I will, sweetie." Caroline follows the ladies to the driveway and films them as they pile into the Bronco. Tatum sits up front, and Brooke is sandwiched between Gigi and Druanne in the back. Hollis turns the key in the ignition. The song on the radio is Believe by Cher. Oh, boy. Caroline knows the ladies will be singing Do You Believe in Life After Love? Into the salt-tinged evening air. Once they're all buckled in, they turn to wave goodbye to Caroline. "Bye, ladies." Caroline calls out. "Have so much fun." "We will," they say. And Caroline thinks, right. How could they not? Chapter 36, Captain's Table. Hollis Shaw, accompanied by her friends, arrives at Nautilus, an elusive reservation. Sharon and Heather notice their entrance and are intrigued. "It's Hollis Shaw," Sharon whispers. Sharon suggests booking the sought-after captain's table at Nautilus in the future. Their server brings their cocktails, and Sharon's attention remains fixed on Hollis and her friends, who are all dressed in black and white. They must have planned it, Sharon thinks approvingly. Sharon approaches the captain's table and offers to take a group photo for Hollis and her friends. After capturing numerous pictures, Sharon compliments them, saying, "You're a stunning group." Heather playfully teases Sharon for her enthusiasm. "They all seem so happy," Sharon remarks. "Leave it to Hollis Shaw to make that crazy idea work." At the captain's table, Hollis reflects on the significance of the moment and raises her glass for a toast. She expresses gratitude for her friend's support, particularly after losing her husband, Matthew. Touched by the moment, Tatum says, "Love you, sis," while Brooke exclaims, "You're the best, Hollis." Gigi, curious about Hollis and Matthew's love story, asks how they first met. Hollis recalls their encounter at a bar in Boston in 1995. Hollis, a food editor, wrote a restaurant review while Matthew, a surgery resident, was engrossed in studying a medical textbook. They struck up a conversation, and Matthew, impressed by Hollis's writing, invited her to a black tie hospital fundraiser. "It's black tie, at the Ritz. I'll come pick you up at 6:30, he asked. Hollis accepted the invitation, and their relationship blossomed from there. Hollis acknowledges that their journey wasn't all smooth sailing, but she recognizes Matthew's exceptional qualities. He was not only a talented surgeon but also a gentleman who knew about wine and could engage in various topics. Hollis reminisces about their early dates and how dazzled she was by Matthew's presence and their connection. It's neat that he knows how the human heart works and can fix it if it breaks. Reflecting on the past, Hollis contemplates the possibility of a happier outcome if she and Matthew had been given another chance. Despite their challenges, Hollis believes in the quality of their relationship and the potential for a brighter future together. Hollis remembers her interactions with Matthew's parents, Robert and Judith. Robert, an attorney who enjoys Boston crime novels, lends her The Friends of Eddie Coyle, while Judith, a board member at the Boston Public Library, introduces her to Barbara Kingsolver and M.F.K. Fisher's works. Hollis admires their loving relationship, as they clink wine glasses and kiss before their meal. Judith reassures Hollis, saying, "You could eat with your hands and we'd still find you delightful." Reflecting on her relationship with Matthew, Hollis expresses gratitude, stating, "Matthew and I built a beautiful life together. I was blessed to have met him." Tatum anxiously counts on Gigi's actions, thinking, "If Gigi picks up her wineglass before I count to 10, then I don't have cancer." Gigi's attention, however, remains on Hollis. As they enjoy their meal, Tatum worries about her recent cancer diagnosis. Drew-Ann, having been fired from her jobs, tries to remain calm and present. Gigi expresses her interest in knowing more about Hollis and Matthew's history, wondering, where did things go wrong? Brooke, Gigi's friend, shares her admiration for Hollis and Matthew's relationship, saying, "Leave it to Hollis Shaw to make that crazy idea work." The conversation takes an awkward turn as Tatum asserts herself, saying, "I'm not a fancy sports agent, I'm not an airline pilot, I'm not internet famous. I'm a maid and a gopher." Gigi tries to reassure her, saying, "It's honest work," while Drew-Ann acknowledges her own challenges, saying, "I might too." Amidst the tension, Electra Undergrove, a former friend, enters the restaurant. Hollis recalls their souring friendship and Electra's mistreatment of Brooke. As Electra interrupts their evening, tensions rise and Brooke confronts her, saying, "Leave me alone, Electra." Hollis admires Brooke's strength, thinking, "Good for you, Brooke." Sharon intervenes, warning Electra to leave the group alone or face consequences. Sharon had received a text about Electra's reputation as a renter and uses her influence to protect Hollis and her friends. Electra jokes about their matching outfits and leaves the restaurant. The tension subsides, and the group can finally relax and continue their evening. Chapter 37, Night Changes 2. Brooke suggests going to the chicken box to salvage the evening, but Gigi declines and leaves, saying, "I'm absolutely knackered. I'll get a taxi home, but you all have fun, thanks for dinner, Hollis, good night." Hollis also hesitates, stating, "To be honest, I'm not sure I'm up for the box." Tatum receives a text from Kyle, saying, "Jack and I are having a drink at Queequeg's. Let me know when you're finished, we'll meet you out front." Brooke expresses surprise that nobody wants to go to the chicken box and remarks, "So nobody's going to the box?" Drew-Ann offers to go to the chicken box with Brooke, but urges her to leave immediately, saying, "Let's leave right now, before I change my mind." She winks at Hollis and mouths, "You owe me." Then she takes Brooke's hand and pulls her out of the restaurant. Hollis asks Tatum if she wants a ride home, to which Tatum replies, "Are you crazy? The boys are at Queequeg's. They want us to meet them." Hollis is hesitant, saying, "No, I can't. I'm not doing that." Tatum insists, "It's one drink. And it's not like I'm setting you up with a stranger. It's Jack Finnegan. Don't overthink it." Hollis finally agrees, saying, "Fine." When Hollis sees Jack outside Queequeg's, she almost turns and runs. Jack greets her, saying, "You can't get enough of me." Hollis responds, "This wasn't my idea," but a smile creeps onto her face, and she says, "In fact, I actively resisted." Tatum suggests going to the Brotherhood for a drink, and Hollis thinks, "Ha." At the Brotherhood, Tatum leads them to the Cisco Surf Bar upstairs. Hollis reminisces about their past, thinking back to their junior prom and their time together. She clinks her martini glass against Jack's beer bottle and says, "I can't believe I'm sitting here with you." She feels a rush of emotions and nostalgia. Jack suggests buying another drink, but Hollis declines, saying, "I've had enough, I think." She mentions her Bronco parked on India Street and suggests getting a cab. Jack offers to drive her home and catch a ride with Kyle. Hollis agrees, and they drive to a familiar spot, the Round Room. At the Round Room, they reminisce about their past and share their feelings. Hollis admits, "When things were bad with Matthew, I would check up on you. I wanted to know if you ever thought about me." Jack confirms that he did think about her, saying, "Of course I thought about you, Holly. You're a part of who I am." Hollis confesses her guilt and how her life changed after the car wreck, saying, "My whole life became that car wreck. But I had to be strong, for Caroline, obviously, but also because I thought that's what people expected." She breaks down in tears, and Jack comforts her, saying, "I'm here, Holly Berry." Hollis reveals her struggles in her marriage with Matthew, mentioning their drifting apart and how she used to check up on Jack to remember what it felt like to be loved. Tears continue to flow, and Hollis admits, "I saw the picture of you and Mindy. I guess what I really wanted to know was if you ever thought about me." Jack reassures her, "Of course I thought about you, Holly. You're a part of who I am." They share a passionate kiss, and Hollis reflects on their past relationship. She thinks they had planned to get married. All the years they'd dated, that had been the plan. There is a tap on Hollis's shoulder, and it's Tatum telling them it's time to leave. Hollis asks if they will come back to Squam that night, and Tatum says, "I'll bring her out there. But we're taking the long way around." After they leave, Jack suggests another drink, but Hollis declines, saying, "I've had enough, I think." Jack offers to drive Hollis home in her Bronco, and they head towards the Round Room, a place where they used to park in high school. Hollis reflects on their past memories at the Round Room and thinks, it's dizzying to consider. They are interrupted by headlights approaching, and Hollis hopes it's not someone they know. However, it turns out to be Officer Kevin Dixon, a former teammate of Jack's from high school. Dixon greets them, saying, "Good evening, folks. How we doing?" Jack and Hollis step out of the car, and Dixon reminisces about their high school days, saying, "Good to see you, man," to Jack and, "Hey, Holly, how are you doing?" to Hollis. Hollis and Jack get back into the car, and as they drive away, they laugh about the unexpected reunion with Officer Dixon. They continue their night together, heading back towards Milestone Road. Chapter 38, What Happens at the Box. Caroline's evening at the Chicken Box takes an unexpected turn when she spots Dylan McKenzie, standing alone at the bar. The sight of him surprises her, and she can't help but wonder what he's doing there. As she approaches him, he greets her with a bright smile and offers her a cold Corona beer. Caroline is taken aback but accepts the gesture graciously. Dylan explains that there was a private party earlier, resulting in an early finish for him. He had a feeling Caroline would be at the Chicken Box and decided to drop by. Caroline's mind races, trying to decipher Dylan's intentions. Did she misread the signals from their encounter the previous night? Is he genuinely interested in her? These questions swirl in her head as she takes a sip from the beer Dylan handed her. To Caroline's surprise, she actually looks great tonight. Gone are the sweatpants, and in their place are cute jeans and a yellow halter top that shows off her figure. She even took the time to style her hair and put on makeup. Caroline has a plan to show Isaac what he's missing. She intends to capture moments of fun at the chicken box and post them on Instagram and Snapchat. And wouldn't it be even better if she could include a picture with Dylan? It would certainly send a message. Caroline suggests taking a selfie with Dylan, but before doing so, she checks with him if he's comfortable being seen with her beyond the confines of the bar. Dylan responds by wrapping his arm tightly around her, signaling his willingness to be associated with her. Caroline snaps several photos, carefully selecting the one where they appear the hottest and most together. As she scrolls through the pictures, Caroline decides on a caption, "What happens at the box?" With a sense of accomplishment, she posts the photo, confident that Isaac will see it and feel a pang of regret. While waiting for Dylan at the bar, Caroline notices Drew-Ann and Brooke entering the chicken box. She waves them over and introduces them to Dylan. To Caroline's surprise, Dylan recognizes Drew-Ann as the host of Throw Like a Girl, a show she watches regularly. This revelation adds a touch of excitement to the night. Drew-Ann, being a sports enthusiast, engages Dylan in conversation about his athletic background. Dylan reveals that he played lacrosse at Syracuse for a year before certain circumstances led him to discontinue. Drew-Ann is impressed by his affiliation with Syracuse, an esteemed university for sports. The group decides to celebrate with shots, and Dylan offers to treat them. Brooke eagerly agrees, her cheeks already flushed from the warmth of the bar. She is thrilled to be in the company of Drew-Ann, a super famous personality, and forgets about her mundane suburban life, even if just for a while. As they discuss which shots to order, Drew-Ann insists on tequila, and to her delight, both Caroline and Dylan concur. This alignment of preference gives Drew-Ann hope for the younger generation. Dylan orders 4 shots of Patron, and they raise their glasses in a toast. The band transitions into playing Kiss by Prince, creating an upbeat and lively atmosphere. Brooke, now fully immersed in the energetic ambience, expresses her desire to dance. She looks to Drew-Ann for company, but the former professional athlete refuses, asserting that she is not Brooke's babysitter. Encouraging her friend to embrace the moment, Drew-Ann suggests finding a hot guy and hitting the dance floor. As Brooke ventures into the pulsating crowd, Drew-Ann realizes she could use another shot herself. She proposes the idea to Caroline and Dylan, who are immediately on board. Drew-Ann's credit card comes out with confidence, a testament to her former girl boss status. Another round of tequila shots is ordered, fueling the growing excitement of the night. An hour passes, and the trio finally joins Brooke on the dance floor. They spot her surrounded by a group of chads, a term that momentarily escapes Drew-Ann's memory, unsure whether it refers to a privilege or an inheritance. These chads sport white pants, pastel polos, and belts handcrafted by their affluent mothers. They exude an aura of entitlement. In their midst, Brooke becomes the center of attention, an unexpected mascot embraced by the chads. One of them, clad in a pink shirt, enthusiastically declares her a MILF, while another twirls her under his arm. Witnessing this scene, Drew-Ann realizes she must rescue her friend from this dubious situation. With determination, Drew-Ann taps Brooke on the shoulder, prompting an ecstatic response from her. Brooke throws an arm around Drew-Ann's neck, proudly introducing her as her friend from Throw Like a Girl. One of the chads, sporting a peach-colored shirt, recognizes Drew-Ann and reaches for his phone, eager to capture a selfie. Drew-Ann swiftly swats the phone away, refusing any pictures. Another chad in seafoam green suggests that Drew-Ann was cancelled, to which she confidently responds that she's present, effectively silencing their doubts. Assessing the group, Drew-Ann concludes that these chads don't possess the physical attributes required for sports like basketball, football, or hockey. They're probably mediocre golfers or tennis players at best. Drew-Ann decides to separate Brooke from the chads, leading her to a less crowded area near the fire exit doors. There, they can catch their breath and have a genuine conversation. Brooke shares that the Chads initiated the conversation when she impressed them with her knowledge of rap songs during the band's break. They found her cool, or perhaps just an anomaly. A mom who enjoys young boy never broke against music. Brooke admits that she would have preferred dancing with Druan instead of being surrounded by the Chads. Meanwhile, Caroline and Dylan continue to dance to the music. The band transitions to Watermelon Sugar, and Dylan starts grinding up against Caroline, intensifying the moment. Caroline instinctively raises her arm, capturing several photos on her phone. These images, she believes, will undoubtedly incite jealousy in Isaac. As the band segues into Champagne Supernova, Dylan takes Caroline's hips in his hands and spins her around to face him. In a passionate display of affection, he leans down and kisses her. This time, the kiss feels different, better. Perhaps it's the music, the crush of bodies around them, or the influence of the tequila shots. Regardless, Caroline finds herself thoroughly enjoying the makeout session with Dylan. However, their moment of bliss is abruptly disrupted when Caroline is struck by a cold, wet assault on the side of her head. Rum and coke cascade down her face and neck, leaving an unsightly stain on her once vibrant yellow top. As Caroline wipes her eyes, she discovers Aubrey Collins, the horrible mean girl, holding an empty plastic cup. Aubrey accuses Caroline of intruding on her territory, proclaiming that Dylan is her baby daddy. Shocked by the sudden confrontation, Caroline realizes she's experiencing a déjà vu of sorts, a repetition of the same kind of confrontation she faced in the past. But this time, Caroline is prepared. She knows exactly what to do, as she's spent years contemplating her response to such a situation. Despite the wet and sticky mess on her head, Caroline manages a confident smile and extends the disgusting bar towel to Aubrey. With a self-assured demeanor, she utters the words she's been longing to say, "He's all yours, psycho." Satisfied with her own reaction, Caroline swiftly exits the bar through the side door, feeling a sense of liberation and vindication. As Caroline steps out into the night, wet and sticky but deeply satisfied, she embraces the newfound confidence within herself. She knows that she has stood up for herself and asserted her worth. The events at the chicken box have reminded Caroline of her resilience and the power she holds within. She strides away, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, knowing that she has the strength to handle them with grace and poise. Chapter 39, Slice. Caroline walks into the chicken box and is surprised to see Dylan McKenzie standing at the bar. He holds out a cold Corona and says, "I hope this is okay." They don't have Pole Roger. Caroline responds with a puzzled, hi? What are you doing here? Dylan explains, "We had a buyout tonight, private party, so I finished early and I figured you'd be here." Caroline takes a swig of the beer and wonders, did she misread the cues from last night? Dylan has been waiting for her? Dylan compliments her appearance, saying, "You look great tonight." Caroline, feeling confident, says, "Let's take a selfie," and checks with Dylan if he wants to be seen with her beyond the bar. He immediately wraps an arm around her and agrees, and she snaps several pictures. Caroline asks about her mother, and Dylan reveals, "She and my mom are MIA. And I'm not unhappy about that." The band, Maxstone, plays "The Middle" by Jimmy Eat World, and Caroline decides to go to the ladies' room quickly. She plans to post a picture of herself having fun at the chicken box on social media to make her ex-boyfriend Isaac jealous. When Caroline returns, she sees Dylan waiting with fresh beers, but before she reaches him, someone calls her name. Caroline turns to see Druan and Brooke walking in the door. She introduces them to Dylan, saying, "This is Tatum's son. Dylan, this is Druan, Mom's friend from college, and Brooke, her friend from Wellesley." Dylan exclaims, "Whoa, Ms. Jones, I watch you every week on Throw Like a Girl. This is so cool. You're part of the weekend thing with my mom?" "She didn't tell me." Druan replies, "Yes, I am," and jokes, "Don't tell me, college lacrosse." Dylan confirms her guess, saying, "Good guess. I played 1 year at Syracuse." Druan is impressed and says, "Only 1 year?" Dylan replies, yeah, then some things came up. Druan speculates silently on what those things might be. Dylan offers to treat them to shots, and Brooke eagerly responds, yes, please. They discuss which shot to have, and Druan suggests tequila. Caroline and Dylan agree, saying tequila simultaneously. The shots are ordered, and they all clink glasses and take the shots together. The band plays great songs, and Brooke expresses her desire to dance. Druan responds, I'm not your babysitter, girlfriend. Go find some hot guy and hit the floor. Brooke wants Druan to come with her, but Druan decides to have another shot instead. They continue enjoying the night, taking shots and dancing. As they head out to the dance floor, Druan notices Brooke surrounded by a group of chads, who are cheering and calling her a MILF. Druan decides to rescue Brooke from the chads and approaches her. They leave the group and find a spot near the fire exit doors. Brooke shares her troubles with Druan, revealing that her husband, Charlie, is in trouble for groping a coworker and facing charges of sexual misconduct. Brooke mentions that Charlie has a history of similar incidents and had been fired this time. Overwhelmed, she cries and expresses concern for their twins attending Yale and Wesleyan. Druan tries to console her and says, well, her loss, referring to Electra, who kicked Brooke out of the friend group. Brooke believes that Hollis didn't come to the chicken box because she didn't want to be with Brooke. Druan disagrees, saying, Hollis doesn't hate you. She reassures Brooke that she had a lot of fun tonight. Brooke, touched by Druan's words, leans in and kisses her. Surprised, Druan gently pushes her away, realizing it was a misunderstanding. Brooke questions Druan's lack of attraction, considering their interaction in dancing, but Druan clarifies that she wasn't trying to send any romantic signals. Druan's phone beeps, indicating the arrival of their Uber XL. They get into the car, and Brooke falls asleep with her head on Druan's shoulder. During the drive, Druan contemplates sharing the parking lot kiss with Hollis and imagines her reaction, finding humor in the situation. As they continue on their journey, Druan reflects on the surprises of the night and the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 40, Should I Stay or Should I Go? When Gigi gets back to First Light, the dog, Henrietta, growls at her, and Gigi sighs. I know you hate me and you have every right. She gets a glass of ice water and heads down the hall to Hibiscus Heaven. She changes out of her jersey dress and into a t-shirt and running shorts, and then she packs her bags. She can't believe what happened at dinner. That woman, Electra. I'm certain we've met somewhere. Gigi has to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. She climbs into bed but she can't sleep. She lies there for over an hour before she hears voices in the kitchen. Hollis and Tatum, it sounds like. They're giggling. Gigi hears the suck of the refrigerator door, the crinkle of a bag of chips. Drunken late-night snacking and gossip that Gigi would ruin if she interrupted, though Hollis would be kind enough to pretend otherwise. Eventually the voices grow fainter and Gigi nods off, but she's awoken a little while later when she hears Brooke and Druan stumbling down the hall. It sounds like Druan is helping Brooke to bed. Here's water and a couple of Advil. Trust me, you're going to want them. But you're not mad at me. Not mad at me, right? I'm so sorry. No, I'm not mad. Try to get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, you won't remember any of this. Gigi hears Brooke's bedroom door click shut and Druan sigh. Gigi reaches for her phone. There's a text from her neighbor Tim. How is it going? Does she know? Are you going to tell her? Give me tea. Gigi types, fine, no, I'm not sure, then deletes it. How dull. She types, well, I'm still here. And she hits send, thinking, but who knows what tomorrow will bring. Chapter 41, All Rise. Caroline finds Brooke in the kitchen making herself a cup of herbal tea. She's still wearing her dress from the night before, the white Love Shack fancy, which is, Caroline has to admit, very pretty, though now it's a bit rumpled and holds an odor that Caroline thinks of as classic chicken box, beer and sweat, and there's an orange drip stain. It looks like pizza grease, on the front. You had fun last night? Caroline asks. She expects Brooke to say, so fun, best night of my life, those boys were so cute, can you believe they wanted to dance with me? But Brooke just smiles and hops her tea bag around in her mug as the air fills with jasmine steam. Do you have a few minutes to come downstairs so we can have a little one-on-one chat about your friendship with my mom? Of course, Brooke says. Lead the way. Caroline shows Brooke where to sit and sets up the ring light. It feels like I should know this, Caroline says once she gets the camera rolling. But I don't. How did you and my mom meet? Brooke takes a breath. I met Hollis at Dr. Lambert's office in Newton Wellesley Hospital. She was pregnant with you, due 3 months sooner than I was, but we were the same size. There was some amazement about this on Hollis's part. I'm sure she thought I'd way overdone it on the Oreos, until I told her I was expecting twins. Caroline laughs. She can't believe how smooth and poised Brooke is in front of the camera. She's a natural. Hollis introduced herself, said she and your dad had just moved to Wellesley from the city. We exchanged numbers and became friends. When you were born, I took her a platter of sandwiches from the Linden store. When Will and Whit were born, Hollis brought over a roasted chicken with potatoes au gratin, a green salad with vinaigrette, freshly baked bread, a caramel and chocolate tart, a 6-pack of Belgian ale that she'd found helped with her milk production, and 2 of the softest baby blankets I'd ever felt. I knew from the time and effort and thought that your mom put into dinner and the gifts that we would be friends until our children graduated from high school, and beyond. Brooke winks. I was right. What are your fondest memories of your friendship with my mom? Brooke takes a moment to think. There was the golden age, the years our children were 9, 10, 11. 4th and 5th grade. Brooke pauses. Of course you never realize it's the golden age until it's over. It's 2011 in Wellesley. Brooke's twins and Hollis's daughter attend Fisk Elementary. Brooke and Hollis are part of a larger group of mothers that include Liesl, Betts, Rhonda, and Electra Undergrove, the unspoken leader. She organizes post-drop-off coffee at Maugus on Wednesdays and a monthly Mom's Night Out in downtown Boston where they go to dinner at places like Mistral and the Bristol Lounge, then inevitably end up singing to the dueling pianos at Howl at the Moon. The following morning, there's always a round-robin of texts, the moms complaining about their hangovers and how they can't handle soccer practice so the husbands will just have to do it for once. But it felt so good to be wild and free for a night, to be a person again, not just a wife and mother. When the kids enter middle school, Electra invents rock and roll football. The idea is a Sunday fun day at Electra's house, which has an open floor plan with a huge television and a basement tricked out for her kids, Carter and Layla. Beanbag chairs, video games, pool table, and a refrigerator filled with soda. Every Sunday of football season, parents and kids gather at the Undergroves. Electra makes the main dish, fish tacos, white chicken chili, a spiral cut ham, and the rest of the friends bring appetizers, side dishes, dessert. Electra's husband, Simon, is the mixologist. He turns beers into micheladas. He creates large format cocktails that he serves out of an enormous glass jug with a stand and a tiny spigot. He blends up margaritas and daiquiris. The parents get pleasantly buzzed while the kids are safely downstairs. After the football games end, when the ticking clock of 60 minutes begins, when most normal people would pack up their kids and head home to prepare for the busy week ahead, the music starts. Simon DJs, he likes it loud, and the kids come running upstairs. Everyone dances. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. Dancing lasts an hour, sometimes longer, depending on the mood in the room, and how strong the cocktail is. Liesl, Betts, and Rhonda can all walk their troops home. Hollis has to drive, but it's less than a mile away. Brooke and Charlie live the farthest, and for this reason, Brooke has to stay somewhat sober, because Charlie certainly isn't going to. Monday mornings at school drop-off, items of clothing, sunglasses, and serving dishes are returned and exchanged among the members of the group. The teachers and other parents notice this, along with the bloodshot eyes and sagging countenances of the football parents. A rumor goes around that there's an orgy at the Undergroves every Sunday and that the parties involve switching sexual partners. Elektra loves these rumors. Everyone is so jealous. Rock and roll football is the coolest thing going on in Wellesley. Brooke looks forward to it all week, studying up on the teams playing, planning her outfits, ordering the cheese platter from Vossick's. She can't cook, so this is what she brings every week. What she loves most isn't the food or even the dancing, it's the camaraderie. Raising children is hard, and twins are really hard. And it can be lonely, but for years, when they're in an insular, unified group in the trenches together, Brooke feels like part of the proverbial village. Yes, Caroline remembers those parties. Things in the basement weren't quite as wholesome as the parents might have believed. One week, they watched Ted even though it was expressly forbidden. Once the kids hit 8th grade, Carter Undergrove would steal a couple of his father's beers and they would pass the cans around, each taking a sip or two. Then there were the hookups in the powder room, Will Kirtley and Layla Undergrove, for example. But I won't tell Brooke any of this. Why ruin her burnished memories? Are there any not-so-fond memories? Caroline says. This is a leading question. She knows the answer is yes, the whole thing with the Undergroves fell apart, but as a kid, Caroline was never quite clear on what, exactly, transpired. Well, yes, Brooke says. Elektra dropped me. Everyone knows there's a hierarchy at rock and roll football, with Elektra and Hollis at the top of the pyramid and Liesl, Betts, Rhonda, and Brooke down at the bottom. Brooke doesn't care much about Liesl, Betts, and Rhonda. They're perfectly nice women with perfectly nice husbands and kids the same age as her kids. If she were to nitpick, she might say Betts can be judgy, Liesl needs more cowbell, and Rhonda is always bragging about how hot her marriage is, which makes Brooke think maybe it's not so hot. Brooke prefers the company of Hollis and Elektra, but really that means Elektra. Brooke always offers to clean up, following right behind Elektra every time she leaves the room, complimenting Elektra on her hair, her earrings, the new mirror in the powder room. She inserts herself into conversations between Elektra and Hollis. She apologizes too much and generally emits a cringy, "Will you please sign my yearbook?" vibe. Elektra has a tick of her own. She's fixated on the accomplishments of Brooke's children. Will is the captain of soccer, basketball, and lacrosse. He's also class president and started a chess club. Whitney is the lead in the school play and she scored in the 99th percentile on the MCAS. Brooke tries not to talk about them, because to talk about the twins is to brag, but Elektra is always asking where Brooke gets them tutors, if she hires personal trainers, if she gives them vitamin supplements. No, Brooke says. They're just good kids. I have no idea why. She belatedly, too belatedly, adds, they certainly don't get any of it from me or their father. Who knows which reason it is, pick one or all. But one random Thursday, Brooke receives a text from Elektra. This isn't unusual, Elektra sends the whole football group a text every Thursday. But this one is sent only to Brooke. It says, "We're trying a different format with football this week. We'll miss you and Charlie. Thanks for understanding. XO, E." It's only looking back now, today, that Brooke can admit to herself that she had a terrible crush on Elektra, and sublimating it turned her into someone weak, vulnerable, and, she'll just say it, very annoying. Brooke regards the camera frankly. I can be slow to pick up social cues, she says. But even I got the message, Charlie and I were no longer invited. Immediately Brooke calls Elektra, but she's treated to her voicemail. Brooke calls back, voicemail. She tries a third, fourth, fifth time. Finally, she leaves a message so pathetic, she can't bear to think about it. Elektra, please, I'm not sure what I did wrong. Please, Elektra, call me. Let's talk this through. She considers calling Charlie or even Simon Undergrove, but they're brothers and are therefore useless. By the time Brooke calls Hollis, she's in full-blown hysterics. She can barely get a coherent word out, so finally she just cuts and pastes Elektra's text and sends it to Hollis. What can Hollis say? You're right, it sounds like maybe. Did she text you? Brooke asks. In a meek voice, Hollis says, yes, She said she's making shrimp fried rice in the wok. I'm bringing pot stickers. Who else was on the text? Brooke says. Hollis checks, Liesl, Betts, Rhonda. I'm sorry, Hollis says. I didn't realize you weren't on it too. You're always on it. It makes no sense. Brooke has been racking her brain, trying to remember anything that was out of the ordinary the Sunday before. Electra's sister, Nadine, had been visiting from Manhattan. Nadine was a slicker, shinier version of Electra, all done up with hair, makeup, clothes, nails, perfume. She was like a woman fashioned from enamel. Brooke had exchanged only a few words with her before Nadine turned away to talk to Rhonda. Had Nadine asked Electra why someone as underwhelming as Brooke was included in the football group? Then Brooke gasps. Had Charlie been inappropriate with Nadine, maybe followed her to the powder room and made advances? Can you call her? Brooke asks Hollis. Can you ask what I did? Oh, Brooke, Hollis says. I don't want to get in the middle of this. You and Electra need to work it out between yourselves. I've called her 6 times, Brooke says. I've left messages. She doesn't want to talk to me. She just kicked me out, like we're kids in a clubhouse. I'm so sorry, Brooke, Hollis says. It won't be the same without you. Your mother kept going to Electra's house. Not only that Sunday but every Sunday for the rest of the football season, Brooke says. She went to Electra's knowing that Electra had dropped me from the group. Brooke holds up a hand. I could see why Liesl and Betts and Rhonda didn't take action. They were followers. But your mom is a good person, a strong person, and I guess I assumed she would stand up for me. She did at some point, Caroline says. She and Electra are no longer friends. She waited until after the Super Bowl, Brooke says. Electra and the other girls were planning your senior spring break in Harbor Island, and Hollis told Electra she wasn't going. She called me up and we planned a trip to the Virgin Islands instead. Ah, Caroline says. This makes sense. She and Hollis did go to the Virgin Islands with Brooke and the Kirtley twins. Charlie stayed in Wellesley because it was tax season and Matthew had a paper to present somewhere. Caroline, for one, had been glad to be rid of Carter, Layla, and the other kids. She'd known there was some kind of drama going on with the adults, but what did she care? Because they were 18, she and Will and Whitney were legal to drink in St. John and they had spent the week inhaling rum punches and listening to live music at the beach bar. Caroline shuts the camera off. Wow, Electra is a real bitch. I'm sorry that happened to you. Brooke shrugs. As she was telling the story, she felt a refreshing detachment, as though she were talking about someone else. Electra is a small person who steps on others to make herself feel big, Brooke says. She worries she sounds like a pop psychology cliché. In her defense, I always felt insecure in the group, insecure in my life, and that affected how I acted. I tried too hard, I lacked confidence. I thought that to make people like me, I had to defer to them instead of acting natural. Brooke sighs. It doesn't matter now. Your mom and I are friends and Electra is irrelevant. Something is different about Brooke this morning, but Caroline can't put her finger on what. The first part of the weekend, she was such a meme, showing up in her overblown straw hat, oversharing about her sex life with Charlie, getting badly sunburned even though she'd wrapped herself up like King Tut, but now she exudes self-possession. It's as though she took a Brené Brown seminar in her sleep. I should go, Brooke says. I want to read my new book by the pool before we leave for lunch. Caroline checks her phone. It's 10:45 already, how did that happen? She won't have time to talk with Gigi now, which means she'll have to do it after the sale. She feels bad that Gigi has to go last. Gigi has known her mother for only a short time, and virtually at that. There's no way Gigi will have a story that rivals the ones Caroline heard from Tatum, Drew-Ann, and Brooke. It's just not possible. Chapter 43, Table 20. Caroline finds Brooke in the kitchen, still wearing her rumpled white Love Shack fancy dress from the night before. Caroline asks, "So, how was your night?" Brooke just smiles and hops her teabag around in her mug, seemingly unaffected. Caroline suggests they have a one-on-one chat about Brooke's friendship with Caroline's mom, saying, "I'm intrigued. Let's chat." Setting up the camera, Caroline wants to know how Brooke and her mom became friends. Brooke explains that they met at Dr. Lambert's office in Newton Wellesley Hospital when they were both pregnant. She recalls, "We started talking, and I thought, she's going to be my friend for a long time." Caroline prompts Brooke to share her fondest memories of their friendship. Reflecting, Brooke says, "We had this golden age. They were all these moms, these groups, we were part of the same tribe." She describes their coffee meetups and Mom's Night Out events, mentioning rock and roll football as a Sunday funday tradition. Recalling the camaraderie, Brooke shares, "There was something about that time. It really felt like a village. We were all in the trenches together." However, the dynamic changed when Electra Undergrove dropped her from the group. Brooke says, "I don't know why she dropped me. She just kind of stopped inviting me to things." Caroline expresses her confusion and disappointment, saying, "I don't understand why she did that." Brooke reveals her attempts to reach out to Electra, but she was met with silence. She explains, "I kept thinking, I need to understand what went wrong." Yet, the silence persisted. Brooke mentions how Hollis continued attending events at Electra's house, despite knowing that Electra had dropped Brooke. It wasn't until after the Super Bowl that Hollis finally stood up to Electra, refusing to attend any more events. Instead, she planned a trip to the Virgin Islands with Brooke. Caroline realizes the significance of her mom's actions, saying, "That was a big deal for her. I mean, to say no to Electra. It's a thing." She apologizes to Brooke, saying, "I'm really sorry that you went through that. It's not right." Brooke brushes off the situation, asserting, "She's irrelevant. That's what I've learned. I don't need her. Hollis and I are friends." Caroline admires Brooke's newfound self-assurance, sensing a shift in her perspective. They wrap up their conversation, and Brooke mentions her plan to read by the pool before lunch. Later, at the Galley Beach, Hollis and her friends secure table 20, known as the best table with a stunning view. They wear vibrant pink and orange outfits, adding a splash of summer color to the already picturesque setting. Terry Falcone observes Hollis and Tatum at their table, considering whether to stay for lunch or find another place. Surprisingly, Terry decides to stay, wanting to enjoy the galley's ambience. As they indulge in their lunch and drinks, Gigi remarks, "This place is divine. I feel like I'm in St. Tropez." Tatum, who previously found the galley pretentious, experiences a change of heart, appreciating its unique charm. Hollis suggests a toast, exclaiming, "Cheers, friends. Happy Sunday." During their meal, Tatum notices Terry and Ethan Falcone at a nearby table. She refrains from engaging with them, choosing to embrace the moment of sitting at table 20 with Hollis Shaw. Chapter 44, The Friendship Sloop. Their sail on the Endeavour is scheduled to go from 2 to 4, but at 2:15, neither Hollis nor Gigi has arrived, and Caroline can tell that Captain Jim is getting antsy. The first mate is Captain Jim's son, James, who asks Caroline how much longer she thinks it will be until they can get underway. "They should be here any minute," Caroline says. "They're just parking." But a few minutes later, Caroline receives a text from Hollis that says, "Go without us." SRSLY. Caroline texts back, "Where are you?" "Go," Hollis texts. "Just please go." "Actually, my mom isn't coming," Caroline tells James. "So I guess we're ready, then." Caroline, Brooke, Drew-Ann, and Tatum choose seats in the cockpit and they listen as James gives a briefing, life jackets, no toilet paper in the head, etc., and a quick history of the boat. The Endeavour is a 31-foot friendship sloop that Captain Jim built himself. Very cool, Drew-Ann thinks, but as James is talking, Drew-Ann peeks at her phone. Hovland bogeyed 17, he's out. Phineas and McElroy are tied headed into 18. She should have gone with Gigi and Hollis, she thinks. Tatum sends a quick text to Kyle. You will not believe what happened at lunch. Some woman is stalking us. Tatum is actually grateful for all the drama. It's keeping her mind off the other thing. She considers Elektra's accusation. Gigi was with Matthew, as in his lover? Tatum doesn't blame Gigi for walking away. Tatum would have slapped the woman, then left. Brooke is listening to James, but she's also still stunned by Elektra's audacity. Who approaches a group of women at lunch and accuses one of the women of sleeping with another woman's dead husband? Being provocative is Elektra's superpower, but something is niggling at Brooke. It's the thing Elektra said at Slip 14, and she was telling Brooke about bumping into Matthew. I think we caught him by surprise. Maybe what Elektra meant was that Matthew was with a woman? Maybe, Brooke thinks. But it certainly wasn't Gigi. Caroline is worried about her mother. Are you okay? She texts. Yes, darling, everything is fine. See you when you get back to the house. She sounds normal. She's probably at home prepping the dough for the pizza party tonight. Gigi will help her with the toppings, and they'll laugh about what a fiend Elektra is. Caroline pulls out her camera and takes what has to be the most breathtaking footage of the weekend. As soon as the sloop leaves the boat basin, Captain Jim raises the sails. They rumble in the wind. He cuts the motor and the world quiets. They glide past the beach at Brant Point Light, where a gentleman is surf casting and little kids are building a sandcastle. The kids wave and Caroline and Brooke wave back. Caroline films the stately summer homes that front the harbor. There's nothing like seeing Nantucket from the water to make you fall in love with the island all over again. Drew-Ann moves up to the bow and enjoys the feel of the wind against her face. Okay, that was a nice moment where she was present and calm, but now she has to check in on St. Andrews. She gasps. McElroy's drive at 18 lands in the water. That's going to be challenging to come back from. Phineas is next. He hits a beauty, straight up the fairway. Holy cow, she thinks. He has a chance. He has a chance. He had a dream he was going to win. Hey. Drew-Ann looks up from her phone. Tatum sits down next to her. I know I've been a real bitch this weekend. You? Drew-Ann thinks. I thought maybe we could talk, Tatum says. Now? Drew-Ann says. She wanted to clear the air with Tatum all weekend, and at this moment, when Drew-Ann's attention needs to be elsewhere, Tatum is finally ready. It figures. Yes, now. Well, sure, why not make things as cinematic as possible? Drew-Ann thinks. Sitting on the bow of a sailboat, a friendship sloop, with the sun on their faces and the wind in their hair. Although it pains her, Drew-Ann sets her phone down. Okay, shoot. I'm sure you think it's juvenile or petty or whatever that I've held a grudge for so long. Drew-Ann sighs. We were young. I was territorial about my friendship with Hollis. She clears her throat. But so were you, Tatum. You said that horrible thing to me at Hollis's wedding. It was meant to be a joke, Drew-Ann says. But if you'd like me to formally apologize for it, I'll do so now. I'm sorry, Tatum. What I said was crass, thoughtless, and not at all funny. It was more than just that joke, Tatum tells her. It was also the bachelorette weekend and the way you made unilateral decisions without considering other people's socioeconomic circumstances. You commanded the bachelorette weekend, Tatum says. I'm still paying it off. I know, Drew-Ann says. I'm sorry. When I look back on it now, I see it was an obnoxious flex. I felt the same way, Tatum says. I thought of her love as a pie and I wanted the biggest piece. Hell, I wanted the whole pie. Because I couldn't make your importance to Hollis smaller, I tried to diminish you in other ways. What I said at the reception was inexcusable, Drew-Ann says. Believe me, Tatum, I am sorry. I think about it and I just hate myself. I forgive you, Tatum finally says. I have bigger things to worry about now than my Kmart pearls. Drew-Ann laughs. Yeah, me too. Caroline creeps around the boat with her camera. She manages to film the moment between Druanne and Tatum. Finally, they've made up. Druanne and Tatum are having a moment on the bow, and Caroline is filming, so Brooke sits alone in the cockpit. Only yesterday, this would have bothered her, but today, Brooke is content to take in the scenery and think. The first mate, James, comes by and says, "How's it going?" He looks like a nice kid, and the way he asks makes it seem like he really wants to know, "How is it going?" She smiles at him. "I came out of my walk-in closet this weekend," she says. He tilts his head like he's heard her but doesn't understand. "I'm gay," she says. James breaks into a surprised grin. This is probably not what he expected to hear, Brooke thinks. "Good for you," he says. "Congratulations." Not everyone in her life might view her announcement as something to celebrate, but first mate James does. Brooke loves kids this age. The future, she decides, is bright. Chapter 45, Hiding in Plain Sight. Hollis drives the Bronco home as fast as she can without attracting the notice of Kevin Dixon or any other Nantucket police officer. "I met you with Matthew in Atlanta," Electra said. The words Hollis has overlooked until just now are in Atlanta. How would Electra have known Gigi lived in Atlanta? It wasn't written anywhere on the itinerary. They were together, Electra said. Maybe Gigi left the restaurant, fled it, because she'd been caught. Matthew and Gigi? When had Gigi started posting on the corkboard? 6 months before Matthew died? 9 months? Had Gigi endeared herself to Hollis on purpose? Had she commented so often in order to get Hollis's attention? Did this explain why she came to Nantucket? Hollis replays the things Gigi said on the beach. "The man I was with, we weren't married and we didn't have children together. But in a way, that makes it harder. I don't have much to hold on to now that he's dead except my memories." Had she been talking about Matthew? Hollis thinks about Gigi studying their family photos in the library. And then there are smaller, sillier things. Gigi asking who faked their orgasms. Gigi wanting to hear the story about how Hollis and Matthew met. Hollis hits the gas. The wind lifts her hair like a cape, and her eyes water behind her sunglasses. She's going to spin out and wind up dead herself, but she can't get to Squam fast enough. Electra is a poison, but as the ponds and fields of Pulpus Road rush by, Hollis becomes more and more convinced she was telling the truth. Matthew and Gigi. It sickens her. Hollis confided in Gigi. Hollis described how she and Matthew had quarreled before he left for the airport and then how she'd had breakfast with Jack. Gigi had seemed like a safe spot for Hollis among all the dramas of the weekend. The twist, Gigi is the drama. Hollis wants to scream. She does scream, at the top of her lungs, into the bright Nantucket afternoon. She screams a profanity over and over again, stopping only when she sees 2 women riding their bikes on the Pulpus Road path. The 2 women are blonde Sharon and her sister, Heather. Sharon comes to a sudden stop, and Heather nearly runs her over. "Whoa!" Heather says as she veers out of the way. Sharon laughs. They're like a female Abbott and Costello. Was that Hollis Shaw who just drove by screaming the F-bomb? Sharon says. She was probably singing, Heather says. And next time you stop like that, how about some warning? Hollis wants to believe there's a reasonable explanation for all this. Maybe Gigi's boyfriend had some rare heart problem that only Dr. Matthew Madden at Mass General could fix, and despite Matthew's best efforts, the boyfriend died on the operating table, and Matthew remembered that Gigi lived in Atlanta and took her out to dinner to see how she was doing. Maybe Matthew or Gigi took a DNA test and discovered they were cousins or even half-siblings. Hollis is, of course, fooling herself. She and Matthew had grown apart. He was away all the time, and when he was home, he was distracted. There had been countless moments when Matthew was looking right at Hollis, but she knew he wasn't seeing her. He was seeing Gigi. Hollis pulls into the hydrangea line driveway, and its beauty mocks her. She had been so comfortable, so complacent, that she hadn't seen what was right in front of her. What's right in front of her now is Gigi, who's carrying her suitcase and her tote down the front steps of First Light. She's checking her phone, no doubt waiting for an Uber. When she sees the Bronco, a frightened expression crosses her face. No, not frightened, Hollis thinks. Guilty. Hollis gets out of the car and slams the door so hard, people can probably hear it in Quidnet. She points to the house. Inside, she says through clenched teeth. I'm leaving, Gigi says. I won't cause you any more trouble. Inside. Hollis says, walking up the front steps. She opens the door to find Henrietta, who starts growling at Gigi. Of course, Hollis thinks. Henny knew all along. Chapter 46, The Hot Seat. Down in the home theater, two chairs are turned toward each other, interview style. Next to one is a tripod and a ring light. Hollis sits there and points Gigi to the other chair. You were having an affair with Matthew, she says. Gigi nods. The truth will set you free, she thinks. A cliché, but one with legs. She feels nearly weightless. There are multiple ways to make this seem not nearly as bad as it was, but Gigi will tell the truth, all of it. She will give 5-star testimony. For how long? Hollis asks. We met the October before last, Gigi says. So we were together for a little over a year before he died. The evening we met, I was supposed to fly to Argentina for vacation and Matthew was trying to get home to Boston. I met him in the Delta Lounge. There was a hailstorm, all flights for the night were cancelled. The October before last. Hollis would have to go back and look at her calendar. What was going on in her life the October before last? She can only guess she was layering slices of potato into a gratin dish, perfecting caramel apples, picking up her cashmere sweaters from the dry cleaner. How many times were you together? Hollis asks. Her champagne and lunch are churning in her stomach, she's lightheaded, and her cheeks are burning. She's angry enough to tackle Gigi, choke her. Has she ever in her life been this angry? Has anyone ever betrayed her this way? Of course not. Where did you go other than Atlanta? We saw each other every few weeks. Either I flew where he was speaking, San Francisco, Baltimore, or he met me in Madrid or Rome. Madrid? Hollis says. Rome? You had an international love affair? Those were my roots back then. So Matthew lied to Hollis. He created fictional conferences, knowing Hollis would never check, and he must have lied to the hospital as well, maybe claiming he was whisking Hollis off for a romantic weekend. Mr. Wonderful. Hollis imagines Matthew and Gigi strolling around Madrid and Rome hand in hand. They probably had their favorite spots, little hole-in-the-wall wine bars, cafes, shops where Matthew would buy Gigi a scarf or a beautiful belt. They would stop to listen to street performers. Gigi would have wowed Matthew with her fluency in the languages. But thinking about Matthew and Gigi in those foreign cities is far preferable to thinking of them in cities where Matthew and Hollis traveled together. Where did you stay in San Francisco? It's masochistic to ask, but she has to know. Oh, Gigi says. She seems to think for a moment. The Four Seasons once. So Matthew had the decency to take Gigi someplace other than the Fairmont. But Hollis won't give him points for that. The Four Seasons sounds like an upgrade. And the St. Regis once, and then we stayed at Auberge du Soleil in Napa once. You met him in San Francisco 3 times? Hollis says. She's so horrified by this, she can't even cry. Matthew took her to Napa. The gall, she thinks. The hubris. He could have run into any number of people who knew him or Hollis. I didn't find out he was married until last May, Gigi says. The night we met, he told me he was divorced with 1 daughter, Hollis cries out. And I believed him. He didn't wear a ring. He wasn't on social media, and Google turned up only his professional accolades, his professional profile. But then he told you? Yes. We were in Greece. Santorini. Greece. Hollis says. Can this get any worse? She has to remind herself to breathe. Greece last May, yes, while Hollis was here, opening the house by herself. He said he wouldn't see me much over the summer because he'd be on Nantucket with his daughter and wife. Gigi pauses. I screamed, I cried, I threw things. But I was too in love with him by that point to end it. She looks straight at Hollis. That is my crime. Yes, Hollis thinks. Matthew had a wife, a family, 2 homes, a dog, friends, colleagues who respected him, a community, a life. To stay with him after learning this was a crime. She's intrigued to hear Gigi say she was too in love with him to end it. Was he in love with you too? Hollis says. Did he tell you that? He did not, Gigi says. I think he felt things for me, but I'm not sure he felt love. Now is the time, she thinks. There's something else you should know. Hollis holds a hand up. Please just let me finish, she says. She can't believe this is her speaking. She feels possessed. When did you reach out to me on Hungry with Hollis? Right after he told me who you were. And why? Why? Gigi puts her palms to her cheeks like she's in Edvard Munch's The Scream and exhales. I think it's natural to want to know all you can about the wife of your lover. Hollis laughs bitterly. Oh, is it? She almost adds, I wouldn't know. But then she thinks about the way she clicked on Mindy's Facebook page after seeing her in Jack's pictures. Mindy's profile showed a quilt. And hadn't Hollis then searched for quilting clubs in Western Massachusetts, hoping to find other pictures of Mindy? She certainly had. Yes, Gigi says. And you're a public figure, so it was all there. Why did you engage with me? Hollis asks. You weren't just watching from afar. You commented on all my posts, you said smart things, you wanted me to notice you. When you were sleeping with my husband. Maybe it was a bit unhinged, Gigi says. I wanted you to know me, even though you would never realize who I was. I wanted you to, like me. It worked. Hollis says. I did like you. When Matthew died, I waited to hear from you. It took you a week. Yes, Gigi says. I wasn't sure what to do. Then you told me you were there to listen. I was. I confided in you. I told you things I didn't tell another soul. I thought it was safe because I didn't know you. You were like a virtual therapist. I told you Matthew and I quarreled right before he left the house, Hollis swallows, and you ghosted me. You made me feel like I was to blame for his accident. Oh, Hollis, Gigi says. Can I please speak now? No, Hollis says. Because I haven't gotten to the best part. Do you know what the best part is, Gigi Ling? Gigi grips the pale suede arms of the club chair. She doesn't have to stay. She can order another Uber, head to the airport, fly to Boston, New York, or DC and make her way home from there. Outwardly, her life will remain much the same. She'll cuddle with Mabel, go to Tim and Sandy's for dinner, fly her roots, she might even ask for Europe back. She can leave Hollis and this drama behind. Except she can't. Gigi understands best to mean worst. The best part is that you invited me to your 5-star weekend on Nantucket and I accepted. And now here we are. You entered my house, you ate my food, drank my wine, slept in the finest of my guest suites. If I'm being honest, I wanted you to have it. You were the one I felt I had to impress, and relaxed on my beach. I made a playlist for you. The Smart Woman playlist, because I thought you'd appreciate it. Hollis stops for a moment, she's frightening herself. You met my friends, women I have known for decades. Women who have stood by me, supported me. Women who love me. You took a place among them, but you're a liar, a cheat, a charlatan. Yes, Gigi says. Why? Hollis says. Why did you come? That's the question, isn't it? Gigi could give many answers. I came for the same reason you invited me, because we hit it off. I came because I wanted to feel closer to Matthew. I came to find out what I could about your marriage. I came because I was inexplicably drawn to the person I betrayed. She could even say, I came because I was lonely. Gigi did not come to Nantucket to reveal her secret, but now that it's out, there's something else Hollis needs to know. Something important. Chapter 47, Under the Influence 2. The Endeavour delivers the ladies back to Strait Wharf at 4 o'clock. Caroline expects Hollis to be waiting at the dock with a tray of iced tea and perhaps some homemade gougers as an apology for missing the sail. But her mother is nowhere to be seen. She checks her phone, and there's an alert of a text from Isaac. She feels a jolt of adrenaline at seeing his name. Has he realized he's not in love with Sophia after all? Did the picture Caroline posted of herself and Dylan make him jealous? Are his feelings for Caroline too strong to be denied? As long as she doesn't read the text, the answers to these questions can still be yes. She calls her mother, but she's shunted straight to voicemail. Fine, she thinks. They'll take a cab. Caroline watches the others disembark. All three women seem caught up in their own thoughts. Tatum is thinking that, at this time tomorrow, she'll know the answer. She also thinks how excited she is to tell Hollis that Drew finally apologized. It only took 25 years, but now we're good. More than good. Against all odds, Tatum and Drew are going to be friends. Because the truth is, Tatum kind of likes Drew is thinking about how miraculous it is that Phineas Pine, ranked number 127 in the world, has won the British Open. She went to the head and checked her phone. This is why Drew loves sports. Competition is fun and exciting and unpredictable. Everyone loves an underdog. Brooke is thinking how easy it was to tell James she was gay. She tried to tip him when she got off the boat, but he pressed the money back into her hand and said, "You already gave me a gratuity. Thank you for sharing your news with me." Honestly, what a cutie. As Caroline is walking by Provisions, she sees a guy sitting at the cafe table out front who looks, from behind, like Dylan. When she gets closer, she sees that the chick sitting across from the guy looks like Aubrey. Then she sees the little kid between them with a piece of bacon hanging from his mouth. Dylan, Aubrey, and Orion are having lunch, or an early dinner before Dylan has to go to work, at Provisions. Caroline feels a hand on her arm. It's Tatum, pulling her in the other direction. "You don't want to end up with another drink on you," she says. "Let's just pretend we didn't see them." A minivan from Roger's taxi idles at the curb in front of the club car. Caroline climbs in, and Brooke and Tatum follow. Before Drew ducks in, she hears someone calling her name. She looks across the street to see Gucci Bex and Laura Ingalls pop out of the Blue Beetle, and Gucci Bex is waving her arms. Drew Wait. You want me to wait so you can publicly ridicule me in front of my friends? Drew thinks. No, thank you. Drew I'm sorry, we're sorry. Gucci Bex says. She runs across the cobblestones in a pair of platform Mary Janes. We were wrong, you were right. Drew blinks. About Posey, Laura Ingalls says. Another day, Drew notes, another prairie dress. What about Posey? Drew says. Her boyfriend pulled off the biggest coup of the year, Drew thinks. He'll be on the cover of Sports Illustrated this week for sure. It's crazy. Are we going to Squam or what? The taxi driver says. It's so far away, we need to leave now to get there by nightfall. And I hope you brought snacks. Get in, sis, Tatum says, and Drew can't help but smile. Sis. Check Twitter, Gucci Bex says. And again, our apologies. Whatever, Drew says. She climbs into the taxi and slides the door shut. The taxi bounces up the street. Were those fans? Brooke asks. Drew rolls her eyes. Influencers. They're so stylish. Brooke says. What are their accounts? I'm going to follow them. Chapter 48, Accident Report 2. Gigi says, you know how Matthew was presenting a paper at the conference in Leipzig? The mention of Leipzig brings it all back. The December morning, Snow falling outside, Matthew's shaving lotion, his reindeer cuff links, the beautiful wedge of quiche that ended up in Henny's dog bowl, the carols. The knock at the door. Yes? Hollis whispers. I was supposed to meet him on Friday evening in Paris for the weekend, Gigi says. It was going to be our Christmas. Your Christmas? In Paris? Hollis says. That Saturday was our annual holiday party. Matthew was missing it. He told me he wanted to stay in Leipzig until the conference was over and then visit his professor in Berlin. Explaining the ways she was deceived makes Hollis feel like she's sitting in front of Gigi buck naked. Yes, Gigi says. He told me about the holiday party. He'd told Gigi about the party. Get out. Hollis says, pointing at the stairs. Get out of here right now and never contact me again. I'm going to block you from the website. Hollis feels a stabbing pain just below her breastbone. She thinks of Matthew the night she first met him at Harvard Gardens. I just wanted to finish up reading on Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, otherwise known as broken heart syndrome. Broken heart syndrome. Please just let me finish, Gigi says. Matthew called me the morning he died. He called me from the car. What? Hollis thinks. Gigi says, we often talked while he was in the car. It was safest, no one would overhear. His call woke me up. My flight to Paris wasn't until much later that night. Please stop, Hollis says. I don't want to hear any of this. You do, though, Gigi says. Matthew tells Gigi that he's on his way to Logan. He's running late, and it's snowing like crazy. I had a conversation with Hollis before I left the house. There's a long pause. I'm conflicted about things. Conflicted? Gigi says. She assumes Matthew is having a crisis of conscience. This happens from time to time. He must feel guilty about leaving Hollis at Christmas time and about missing their party. I'm not sure I can do Paris, Gigi, Matthew says. This, Gigi thinks, is what you get when you sleep with a married man. She says, do you want me to meet you in Leipzig? Even an overnight would be better than nothing. Hollis is calling, Matthew says. That's fine, Gigi says. Do you want to call me back? Gigi, he says. She doesn't like the tone of his voice. It sounds like he's maybe going to tell her. I want to work on my marriage, he says. There's a moment when neither of them speaks, though Gigi can hear the quiet pulsing of another call coming in on his phone. Are you breaking up with me? Gigi asks. He sighs. It's not fair for you to be somebody's number 2 when you deserve to be somebody's number 1. No, Gigi says. You don't get to make it sound like you're ending our relationship out of concern for me. She hears the rub of his windshield wipers, back and forth, back and forth. You're right, he says finally, and there's a clicking noise. Turn signal. I want to be at home for Hollis. I'm going to cancel Leipzig. You're kidding me. Matthew is canceling a conference where he's expected? Or is he just telling her that so she won't ambush him at the hotel? I love her, Gigi. She's your wife, Gigi says. And I'm someone you met at an airport bar who can be broken up with over the phone 10 days before Christmas. I'm sorry, Gigi. For all of it. Be well. Gigi says, he must have crashed not long after we hung up. I didn't learn he was dead until I saw the announcement on your website. Gigi stands up. I'm sorry, Hollis. I know you won't see it this way, but I lost someone too. And I sought out the one person who knew how I felt. Matthew had decided to cancel his trip. He'd told Gigi he wanted to work on his marriage. Hollis wants very badly to believe this, but Gigi could be making it all up in order to soften the blow of the affair. Hollis can't trust a word that comes out of Gigi's mouth. Gigi rises from the chair. You should also know that I've had a wonderful time. You're very lucky to have such an accomplished daughter. Gigi's voice cracks, she clears her throat. And to have friends like Tatum, Druann, and Brooke. So as twisted as this sounds, I want to thank you for including me. I'm not sorry I came. With that, Gigi heads up the stairs. Hold on, Hollis says. Maybe it's all the camera equipment around her, but she feels like an actress in a movie. But why is she stopping Gigi? Let her go. Hollis certainly can't forgive her. Can you please just wait? I want to check one thing. Would you sit down here for a minute? I'll be right back. Slowly, Gigi comes back down the stairs, though why, she isn't sure. She should leave before the others get home. There's no way Hollis is going to let her stay tonight. Is there? Hollis heads upstairs to the library, opens her laptop, clicks on the folder labeled and among all the documents, the death certificate, life insurance, transfer of deeds, she finds the accident report. What is she looking for? She's not sure. Driver's name, Madden, Matthew. Hollis scrolls down to fatality or injured. The fatality box and the driver box are both checked. Hollis tries to steady her breathing. She scrolls down a little farther. There's a diagram of the road, marked with lines. The legend tells her the solid line is before the crash, the broken line is after the crash, the two X's indicate the deer, the mama and baby. Hollis traces the broken line. It swerves sharply before the vehicle veers off the road into the field and flips. Hollis's hands are clammy, she feels nauseated. There's a reason she's never looked at this. She reads the description of what she's looking at, vehicle heading southeast on Dover Road. Southeast, Hollis thinks. To get to Logan, Matthew would have been traveling northwest on Dover. She looks at the diagram again, then double-checks it with the map on her phone. Gigi must be telling the truth. Matthew had turned around. He was on his way home. Hollis bows her head, closes her eyes. She grants herself one moment to rewrite the past. It's December 15th and Matthew has left for the airport. Hollis wraps foil around his uneaten breakfast and sets it in the fridge next to the pastry dough. She sits down at her laptop, but instead of stalking Jack Finnegan on Facebook, she goes to the Hungry with Hollis website and posts her recipe for cheddar tartlets. Her fans have been clamoring for it. Over the sound system, Carol of the Bells is playing. She hears the door open, then footsteps, then the jingling of Henny's collar. By the time Hollis reaches the kitchen, Matthew is there, his head and shoulders dusted with snow, his glasses fogged. Before she can ask, what happened, is something wrong? He has his trench coat and suit jacket off. He rapidly unfastens his reindeer cufflinks and loosens his Santas and speedboats tie. Wait, Hollis says. She's close enough now that she can smell his shaving lotion. Are you not going? I'm not going, Matthew says. She's about to ask if he's hungry, if he wants her to warm up his breakfast, when he reaches for her hand and leads her upstairs. Gigi is sitting, still as a statue, right where Hollis left her. Hollis is impressed. If it were her, she would have run while she had the chance. I just checked the accident report, Hollis says, sitting down. Matthew had turned around. He was on his way home. Gigi nods but doesn't speak. Hollis isn't sure what to say or do now. Gigi has the countenance of a delinquent student waiting to be dismissed. Is that what Hollis should do? Tell Gigi she's free to go? Suddenly Hollis hears a commotion upstairs, a happy bark from Henny, Brooke calling out that she's taking the first outdoor shower, Tatum asking if there's any onion dip left because she's starving, and Drew-Ann saying that she's heading back to the guest cottage to change, but when she comes back they'd all better be prepared to woman up because she has half a bottle of tequila to finish before the weekend's over. She hears Caroline say, I actually think I have enough footage for a short film. What if I end up making you all famous? As long as it's not infamous, Drew-Ann says. I've had enough of that this weekend. The interviews with you three are the best part, Caroline says. I learned a lot about my mom, so thank you for your honesty. I know some of those stories were difficult to tell. Hollis doesn't need to watch the interviews to be reminded of all the ways she failed the women a floor above. She promised Tatum she was staying in Massachusetts, then she left for North Carolina. She lied to Drew-Ann about her mother for a year and a half. she never stood up to Electra about ousting Brooke from the football group. Tatum, Drew-Ann, and Brooke have forgiven her. This is, Hollis sees now, an example of their innate decency, generosity, nobility. Hollis could argue that Gigi's betrayal is somehow greater than any of hers. Gigi slept with Hollis's husband. Gigi used the Hungry with Hollis website to spy on her. Gigi wooed them all with her elegant style and her irresistible accent, under false pretenses. Hollis takes one breath, then another, and considers the term 5-star. What does it mean? In her mind, it means remarkable, best in class, of a rarefied quality, a standout. It's one thing to place fresh flowers on a nightstand or create an Instagram-worthy charcuterie board. But what if the 5-star experience went deeper? What if it extended to this moment? What if instead of casting Gigi out, Hollis said, "Please stay. I may not arrive at a place of grace right away, the pain of the betrayal is still new, shocking, but I will get there eventually, and until then, I'm willing to play through." Is there such a thing as 5-star forgiveness? If not, can Hollis invent it now? "Stay," she says to Gigi. What? Hollis, no, absolutely not. Hollis rises from her chair and approaches Gigi. Her loveliness is newly agonizing when Hollis thinks about Matthew appreciating it, but that's in the past. "Please," Hollis says. She can't bring herself to hug Gigi, but she does offer a hand to help her up from the chair. "It's just until tomorrow morning. If I can do it, you can do it. Are you planning to tell the others?" Gigi asks. She imagines the other women stoning her like she's a character in a Shirley Jackson story. "Heavens, no," Hollis says. "It's nobody's business but ours. And anyway, they've all got other things to worry about." Chapter 49, The Twist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a breathtaking display of vibrant colors across the Nantucket sky, the women gathered on the deck, their laughter and conversation carrying on into the evening. The air was filled with a mix of emotions, gratitude for the bonds they had formed, nostalgia for the fleeting nature of their time together, and a sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. Hollis, ever the gracious hostess, poured glasses of chilled rose for everyone, making sure to top off each glass with a playful wink. The clinking of glasses echoed through the air as they raised a toast to friendship, love, and the magic of the island that had brought them together. As they savored the delectable flavors of Hollis's pizzas, the conversation flowed effortlessly, each woman sharing stories, dreams, and moments of vulnerability. Gigi, despite her initial fears of being an outsider, felt a sense of belonging among these remarkable women. Their acceptance and genuine interest in her life had touched her deeply, healing wounds she had carried for far too long. Caroline, ever the storyteller, regaled the group with tales of her childhood escapades on the island, evoking both laughter and nostalgia. Tatum chimed in with her quick wit and infectious humor, lightening the mood and ensuring that no moment went without a touch of levity. Drew-Ann, the center of attention with her newfound internet fame, shared updates on her rising popularity and the unexpected turn of events in her career. Brooke, perhaps the quietest of the group, listened intently to each story, her eyes sparkling with a mix of curiosity and admiration. She had always been an observer, taking in the world around her with a keen eye for detail. And now, surrounded by these incredible women, she felt inspired to embrace her own journey of self-discovery and expression. As the night deepened, the group moved from the deck to the sprawling lawn, where twinkling string lights had been hung between the trees. They gathered around a cozy fire pit, the crackling flames casting a warm glow on their faces. The conversation turned more intimate, as they shared their hopes and fears, dreams and aspirations. Gigi, finally feeling a sense of belonging, found the courage to share her own story. She spoke of her past struggles, the pain she had carried, and the transformative power of finding connection and acceptance in unexpected places. Her vulnerability touched the hearts of her newfound friends, their support and understanding strengthening the bond they had formed. Caroline, always the empathetic listener, reached out and clasped Gigi's hand, offering her silent encouragement and a comforting presence. Tatum, ever the protector, wrapped her arm around Gigi's shoulders, wordlessly conveying her support and solidarity. Druanne, with her fierce loyalty and unwavering strength, spoke words of encouragement and resilience, reminding Gigi of her own worth and resilience. Brooke, moved by the depth of emotion in the air, found herself reflecting on her own journey of self-acceptance and growth. She had come to Nantucket seeking solace and direction, and instead, she had found a group of extraordinary women who had become her anchors, her confidants, and her inspiration. As the night wore on, the fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on their faces. The women shared stories of love and heartbreak, of triumph and loss, and found solace in the shared experiences that bound them together. They laughed and cried, finding strength and healing in the power of their friendship. As the last embers of the fire faded into the night, and the stars glittered above them, the women sat in companionable silence. There was an unspoken understanding that this weekend had been a transformative experience, one that would forever hold a special place in their hearts. In the midst of the peaceful silence, Caroline broke it with a soft smile. "We may all be going our separate ways tomorrow, but the connections we've made here will endure. We found something truly special in each other, a sisterhood forged in the fires of vulnerability, acceptance, and love." Tatum nodded, her eyes shining with emotion. "You're right, Caroline. This weekend has been a turning point, a chapter in our lives that we'll always carry with us." As Gigi said, "I sought out the one person who knew how I felt, and we found a whole group of them." Druanne, her voice filled with warmth and sincerity, added, "I've been through ups and downs in my life, but I've never felt a bond quite like this. It's like we were destined to come together and lift each other up." Brooke, her gaze moving from one woman to another, chimed in, "I've learned so much from each of you, about strength, resilience, and the power of connection. I'm grateful for the moments we've shared, and I know that no matter where life takes us, the magic of this weekend will always be a part of us." Hollis, her eyes glistening with tears, stood up and walked over to the group, her heart bursting with love and gratitude. "Thank you all for being a part of this incredible journey. You've touched my life in ways I can't put into words. As Maya Angelou once said, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And you, my dear friends, have made me feel seen, loved, and cherished." The women embraced, their hearts intertwined in a beautiful tapestry of friendship. In that moment, they knew that their time together on Nantucket was just the beginning, a stepping stone to a lifetime of shared memories, support, and love. Under the starlit Nantucket sky, they made a promise to stay connected, to nurture their friendship, and to always be there for each other, no matter the distance. And as they looked up at the twinkling stars above, they couldn't help but feel a sense of hope and excitement for the future, a future filled with adventures, laughter, and the unbreakable bond they had forged on this magical island. As the night drew to a close, they huddled together, the warmth of their connection keeping them wrapped in a cocoon of love. And as they bid farewell to the enchanting weekend that had changed their lives forever, they knew that the memories they had created would forever be etched in their hearts, a testament to the power of friendship, the resilience of the human spirit, and the beauty of coming together to create something truly extraordinary. Chapter 50, The Grand Finale. The ice cream truck from Island Kitchen arrives at 9 o'clock, and the ladies go out front to choose their flavors. This isn't your average good humor man, Druanne thinks. She orders Snickers cheesecake in a cup. Brooke picks Cherries Jubilee in a waffle cone. Tatum can't decide between French lemon custard and peach and biscuits. She wants peach and biscuits, but her mind is back to doing that thing again. If I get lemon custard, the tumor will be benign. She gets a scoop of lemon custard in a sugar cone. Gigi gets banana cream pie. She just has to make it through the fireworks, then she can excuse herself and go to bed. She's booked the first flight off the island, which leaves at 6:45 a.m. She'll be gone before anyone else wakes up. The other women might feel sorry or slighted that they didn't get to say goodbye. Maybe Hollis will tell them then, and they can all trash her over their morning coffee. Hollis materializes next to Gigi and says quietly, "Funny, the banana cream pie was Matthew's favorite too." Hollis spreads blankets out on the beach and places ice buckets for the wine and the sand along with bowls of truffled popcorn. Hollis has curated every single detail of this weekend, and yet nothing turned out like she expected. Caroline walks Malik, the fireworks guy, around the pool deck. "This place is fire," he says. "I've lived on this island since 6th grade, but I've never been out this road." "Welcome to Squam," Caroline says. She and Malik go over the dunes to the beach. He needs to set up a certain distance away from the women, the dunes, and the house, otherwise the place will be literal fire. "Do you mind if I take some video footage of you? Is this my 15 minutes of fame?" Malik says with a grin. Malik is kind of cute, Caroline thinks. And a little while ago, James, the first mate from the Endeavour, requested her on Snapchat. "I'm still standing," she thinks, then she groans. She's becoming one of her mother's playlists. Although Caroline is the only one who learned the names of the fireworks, silver pistol to red peony, coconut pistol to blue peony, their effect is appreciated by everyone on the beach. Druanne notes that Brooke has returned to form. She claps and hoo-hoos for each display. She's especially enthusiastic about the fireflies, the strobe lights that pop all over the sky. Druanne prefers the whistling rockets that shoot up super high, then drip down like the branches of a weeping willow. If the next one is blue, Tatum thinks, "I'll be okay." The next one is purple. Purple, she reasons, is practically blue. Gigi has always loved watching fireworks shot off over the water, lights in the sky, lights reflected off the surface of the ocean. She pours herself some more wine, eats the buttery truffled popcorn. What would Matthew think if he could see her here, sitting 3 people away from his wife? Would he be angry with Gigi for stalking Hollis or angry at himself for creating a situation where Gigi would want to stalk Hollis? Would he be amazed that Gigi is still here? Matthew, Gigi would like to tell him, "You were married to a remarkable woman." Malik is proud of the grand finale. He heard that the lady who hired him was some kind of famous food blogger. Malik's mother follows her, so he threw in a couple of extra kits for free. He lights them with precision not only for safety but for perfect timing until there's one sustained blowout of light and color, spirals and blossoms, rings and crowns, whistles and bangs. Pop 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 pop. Malik loves the sounds, he loves the smell of cordite, but most of all, he loves hearing people ooh and ah, and seeing their briefly illuminated expressions of wonder. That's it, Brooke thinks, Druanne thinks, and Tatum thinks when the sky goes dark. It's over. They head inside, carrying empty popcorn bowls and wine glasses. Tatum shakes the blankets out and folds them. In less than 12 hours, she'll know. On the deck, Gigi starts stacking dirty plates and tossing pizza crusts into the empty guacamole bowl. "No!" Hollis shouts at her. "Stop it!" Hollis's voice is so sharp, so fierce, that Gigi nearly drops what she's holding. Very gently, she sets the plates down. "I'm sorry," she says. The other women have frozen in place. Brooke takes in Hollis's livid expression. Her eyes are clamped on Gigi. "Holly?" Druanne says. "Are you okay?" Gigi was just trying to help. Gigi's guts turn to liquid. Here it comes, she thinks. The big dramatic confrontation at the end of the weekend. The real fireworks. The grand freaking finale. "Don't defend Gigi," Hollis will say. "She was screwing my husband. She was his mistress. They met in Atlanta, San Francisco, Madrid, Rome." Instead, Hollis seems to snap back to her senses. Whatever force was holding her loosens its grip. "Forgive me," she says. Her eyes fill with tears. "I'm just not ready for this to be over." "I don't know about everyone else," Brooke says. "But I'll remember this weekend for the rest of my life." "You spoiled us, sis," Tatum says. "Thank you for letting me live like a summer person for a few days." "It was exactly the escape that I needed," Druanne says. "Thank you, Holly." Gigi wants to offer her own tribute to Hollis, but she's too afraid to speak. When it's clear she's not going to say anything, Brooke jumps back in. Thank God for Brooke, Gigi thinks, and her aversion to awkward silences. "You must be so proud of yourself, Hollis," Brooke says. "It all went so smoothly." The ladies drift off to their rooms in the opposite order that they came into Hollis's life. Gigi excuses herself first. Hollis can't deny the relief she feels when Gigi says goodnight. Brooke retires soon after. Then Drew Ann hugs both Hollis and Tatum goodnight, and Hollis blinks. What kind of magic happened aboard the Endeavor? She wonders. Those two seem almost like friends. This leaves Hollis and Tatum alone. We end where we started, Hollis thinks. She and Tatum dry the wine glasses and set them back in the cabinet. Hollis wipes down the countertops and sets up a fresh pot of coffee to brew in the morning. She says, "Kyle told me about the biopsy, Tay. When you went to the bathroom during breakfast yesterday." Tatum nods slowly. She isn't surprised. Kyle Mackenzie hasn't managed to keep a secret once in his entire life. "Yeah," she whispers. I'm scared. I don't want to end up like my mom. The diagnosis, the chemo, and then I'm dead." She looks at Hollis. She's frankly too terrified to cry. "I don't want to die, Holly." Hollis gathers Tatum up in her arms. "You aren't going anywhere, Tatum Mackenzie, do you hear me? I know you're scared, but you won't be alone. I'm staying on Nantucket through the fall this year. I'm thinking about selling the house in Wellesley and moving back permanently." Should Tatum let herself get excited about this? She imagines calling Hollis to go see a movie at the Dreamland in the middle of February. She envisions Downyflake breakfasts and afternoons lying by Hollis's boogie-ass pool. Hell, Tatum will even take up yoga if she can have the greatest friend of her life return to her. "Really?" Tatum asks. "Really," Hollis says. "Does Kyle have any room for me on the Mackenzie heating and cooling softball team?" "As a matter of fact," Tatum says, "we need a pitcher." She laughs and shakes her head. "I'm going to bed. I find out the biopsy results in the morning. Will you be able to sleep tonight?" Hollis asks. "Hell yes," Tatum says. "I'm exhausted." Hollis kisses Tatum on the forehead. "Sweet dreams, sis." The person who has a hard time sleeping is Hollis. At midnight, Henny comes strolling into the kitchen. She can be a night owl, and plops at Hollis's feet as Hollis opens her laptop and goes to the Hungry with Hollis website. She has promised her subscribers a full accounting of the 5-star weekend, but how does she begin to describe what happened? A part of her, of course, would love to tell everyone the truth. Gigi Ling, the woman Hollis chose from the site's very ranks, turned out to be her husband's mistress. What would Molly Beardsley or Bailey Ruckert say to that? There would be outrage, indignation. Only a very few among Hollis's followers would even understand forgiveness. No one would expect it. They would expect Hollis to kick Gigi out on her perfect ass. Hollis recalls Brooke's words. She types, "It all went so smoothly." As she's deleting this line, she can't lie like that. The weekend was so filled with drama someone could write a novel about it. Her phone buzzes with a text. Henny raises her head. "I know, right?" Hollis says. "Who's texting me at midnight?" "It's Jack, I just made it back home. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to say goodbye." "It was good to see you, Holly Berry." Hollis writes, "It was good to see you too." That kiss, she thinks. If Kevin Dixon hadn't come patrolling, she might have wished she'd read that Sex and the Widow article. But what she had with Jack this weekend was just enough. She can now go back to stalking him online. "Guess what?" he texts. "What?" she thinks. A part of her wants him to say he's actually outside on their beach, waiting for her to grab a blanket and meet him. She types, "I'll be back on Nantucket the first week in October. We could go scalloping together." "You just want me to show you my dad's secret spot," Hollis types. "I've waited a long time," Jack says. "So is it a date?" Hollis smiles. "Wild horses," she types. Then she tells Henny goodnight and goes to bed. Thank you for listening. Please do not forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell and share our videos. Thank you. Chapter 51, Happily Ever After. Gigi wakes up with the first birdsong, though it's barely light out. She gets dressed, packs her final things, strips the sheets off the bed, and piles them with the towels. No one will say she wasn't a considerate houseguest. She gets an alert that her Uber is 5 minutes away, and she decides she'll wait at the end of the driveway. More than anything, she wants to make a clean exit. She can't manage any kind of goodbye. To that end, she very quietly leaves her room and tiptoes past Brooke's door to the kitchen. Gigi gets lucky. The dog is nowhere to be seen. She smells coffee and notices that Hollis has left out to-go cups, along with almond milk and raw sugar. The woman thinks of everything. Just as Gigi is securing the top on her coffee, she hears the whisper of bare feet on a wooden floor. Hollis appears from down the hall. Gigi's heart freefalls. She was so close. "Hey," Gigi says. Hollis is wearing a Harvard Medical School t-shirt. Her enormous diamond engagement ring sparkles in the light coming through the window. "Are you leaving?" Hollis asks. "Yes," Gigi says. "My Uber is nearly here." She pauses, wondering how to make this not agony for both of them. "Thank you, Hollis. For everything." Hollis stares at Gigi, then shakes her head. "I wish I didn't think you were so cool," she says. "That would make this a lot easier." Gigi nods. "I feel the exact same way." The 50 Shades of White suite is closest to the kitchen, so Tatum hears Hollis, Brooke, and Drew Ann as they chatter away. "The coffee is ready. Take a to-go cup. Does anyone want granola? This is the fruit salad that refuses to die. Is Gigi gone already?" Henny barks. Drew Ann says, "You know what was so funny? Henrietta definitely had beef with Gigi." "I don't understand why, though," Brooke says. "Gigi was just so great. And you didn't even really know her, Hollis. She could have been some wacko." This is met with a beat of silence. Then Tatum hears Caroline join the fun. "I booked the earlier flight. I can't wait to get back to New York and edit the footage. I think it's going to be really good, and the interviews are the best part." "Am I going to see these interviews at some point?" Hollis asks. This, too, is met with silence. "I'll send it to all of you once I finish," Caroline eventually says. "Is anyone headed to the airport?" "Me," Drew Ann says. "My driver is here." "Get your things, sugar." Tatum checks her phone. It's 10 minutes to 8. She has a text from Kyle. "Should I wait at home so I can be here when you call the doctor?" "No," Tatum says. "I'll call when I know. And I'll see you after work." "But you are calling, right?" "Yes, babe." "I love you, Mrs. Mackenzie," he texts. Tatum hears footsteps and the thumping of luggage on the front porch. There's the sound of car doors closing, a trunk, the crunch of tires over the shells of Hollis's driveway. Goodbye to Caroline and Drew Ann. Tatum closes her eyes and tries to achieve some kind of zen, but her mental clock is ticking. In a few minutes, she'll know. Tatum hears Brooke say, "I never gave you your hostess gift." It's a scented candle from the Christmas tree shop. "I think my gift is going to be not giving it to you." Hollis laughs and Tatum thinks, good move. Irina gave all her employees off-brand scented candles for the holidays last year, and Tatum's powder room still smells like coconut tanning oil. Brooke says, "There's something else I want to tell you, Hollis." "Please don't worry about what happened with Electra," Hollis says. "She was just seeking attention, as usual." "It's not that," Brooke says. "I wanted you to know that I've realized." She laughs, nervous. "I mean, this is going to come as a huge shock, but yeah, I've realized that I'm gay." Whoa. Tatum thinks. This weekend has had no shortage of zingers. Brooke is gay. Hollis stammers for a second. Wow, okay, not what I was expecting. But Brooke, you know I have only ever wanted you to find happiness. There's some more conversation. Brooke is a little weepy. She's going to tell her husband and kids when she gets home. Tatum is tempted to go out to the kitchen to give Brooke a hug herself. This is a major thing to come to terms with at their age. Good for her. She should leave the jerky husband, find some hot new chick, and start over. Brooke has a ferry to catch. Her lift is pulling in. She and Hollis say goodbye and then the house is quiet. Tatum hears Hollis ask the dog if she wants to go for a walk. Tatum gets out of bed, creeps to the window, and watches Hollis and Henrietta head down the hydrangea-lined driveway. It's now 8:03. Tatum sits on the edge of the bed. Her stomach makes a squelching noise. Should she try to use the bathroom? No, just call already, she thinks. The call is picked up on the first ring. This is Dr. Constable. Good morning, this is Tatum Mackenzie. Tatum clears her throat. You left a message on Thursday morning saying my biopsy results were in? Oh, hello, Tatum, yes, sorry I missed you. Tatum can't speak, she's holding her breath. She hears Dr. Constable shuffling papers. Files? She's looking for the results? She can't remember? Dr. Constable breathes out in a long stream. Well, the results weren't what we'd. Tatum's thoughts spiral. It's the bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, 2 runners on, Nantucket is up by 1 run. If she had it to do over, she would not have dropped the damn ball. She would have taken lunch shifts at the Lobster Trap and spent every night with Dylan when he was growing up. She would have come out to Squam Road the past however many years for dinner when Hollis invited her. Kyle, she thinks. Dylan. Oh man. And Holly. Her best friend, whom she's just gotten back. Tatum has never let a lot of people get close to her, but she's had the best people. And she's had the best place, Nantucket Island. Tatum's mind rolls over her favorite beaches, Steps and Ladies and Smith's Point. It cruises over the moors. She loves the hike through the woods to Jewel Pond and the view from Altar Rock. Every 4th of July weekend, Tatum makes Kyle drive around Sconset so she can get pictures of the cottage roses. The entire village blooms with them. It's like something from a storybook. Tatum thinks about sitting on a bench on Main Street in April when the town emerges from its winter hibernation. The trees are budding, storefronts are opening, but it's still just locals. Tatum knows every single person who passes by. Nantucket, too, has been the love of her life. Feared, Dr. Constable says. The biopsy was negative. What? Tatum says. She's confused. Negative in this context is good, right? The biopsy was negative. It's just a cyst, nothing to worry about, Dr. Constable says. Though due to your family history, we have to be vigilant. Keep an eye on things. But for today, good news. Tatum hangs up the phone, and as she exhales, tears fall. Without thinking, she pulls on her cutoffs and her tretorns and runs out to the front porch. Holly, she calls out. Holly. Hollis and Henrietta have only made it past the first few hydrangea bushes, and when Hollis hears Tatum call her name, she drops Henny's leash and runs back to the house. Tatum comes charging down the steps. She's crying, but it's the right kind of crying, Hollis can tell. Hollis grabs her friend and they hug and jump up and down. Anyone who saw them might think they just won $10 million in the lottery. But, oh, Tatum and Hollis think, it's so much better than that. The end. Thank you for listening. Please do not forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell and share our videos. See you soon.